Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support and subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI gentle narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see second part. What if Snape replaced Harry Potter at the Dursleys? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. When a disastrous occlumency lesson leaves Harry broken, Dumbledore forces Snape to take his place at the Dursleys, teaching him what Harry's life was truly like. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. As the day progressed, Sirius got more anxious about the events they had planned for the evening. He knew that Molly, Dobby and Winky had all been cooking all afternoon for a huge celebration, a combination of thanks for Harry and Severus' recovery, the success of the severing ritual, the knowledge of the Flamels' relationship with Harry and his adoption of Harry as his son. Hermione would be returning along with her parents, all of the Weasleys, most of the Order members and several of the Hogwarts staff would all be there. Albus had made sure to invite old Mrs. Fig as he was hoping to entice her to become the new Muggle Studies teacher, since Harry would obviously never be returning to Privet Drive and therefore wouldn't need watching over. The old squib really was a nice person, when she wasn't playing a batty old cat lady, and he hoped her experiences living undetected among the Muggles for so many years would bring the reality and authenticity that had been so lacking for so many years. Sirius and Remus were walking Harry up and down the hall for the fifth time that day when Nicholas and Perenelle entered the old house, pockets bulging with shrunken packages from their shopping. Sirius smiled at his new son's grandparents. He felt really honored to not only meet such wonderful and powerful people, but to actually be welcomed into their family was such an honor for a man who had sadly lacked parental approval all of his life. The Potters had taken them in, but they were James's parents, so while he basked in their approval, it always seemed almost second-hand to him, no matter how hard he tried not to feel that way. But Nicholas had treated him with pride and respect in his own right, and he had enjoyed the feeling and hoped he could pass the emotion on to Harry, his son, my how that phrase made his heart swell with pride and love. Albus needed a break. He had been struggling with an overwhelming amount of transition and change in a very short period of time, so he walked out the front doors of the castle and aimlessly walked the silent grounds, missing the laughing and exuberance of the children that were usually present at this time of year, but enjoying the warm April afternoon sun. His wandering footsteps took him down to the edge of the lake, and he squatted down to feed some conjured bread to the giant squid, tickling it gently as a long tentacle waved at him. He was somewhat surprised when the chieftain of the merpeople stuck his head up out of the water and crooked a gnarled green finger at the wizard, obviously wanting to speak to him. Casting a quick bubblehead charm, he sat down on his creaking knees and leaned his head over until his face was underwater so the merman could breathe as they spoke. A minute passed as pleasantries were exchanged before Gwyll got to the point. His voice a sing-song of soft sibilant sounds, the chieftain began his story. Several of my people were collecting lily pods last week when they witnessed something very unusual and disturbing. A man and a woman, posing as toads, swam from the castle to the large rock near Hagrid's hut. As they were sunning and getting warm, a very large, very powerful magical snake ate the woman toad, but somehow as the snake was swallowing it, a great explosion occurred and the snake was blown apart, dying instantly. As the snake was still in its death throes, the squid swept up the body of the snake and the man toad and ate them both. We felt the explosion of released very powerful magic clear into the depths of the lake, and my people were badly shaken and dazed for hours. Do you have knowledge, old friend, of these happenings? Are we safe from a reoccurrence? Albus blew out a long breath in thought before replying, so that's what happened to the dark marks. The violent death of Nagini must have rebounded on old Tom and threw him to all of his followers. I suspect the explosion was caused by the destruction of the woman toad's wand. It would have remained upon her body even through an animagus transformation, and she must have transformed Argus Filch into a toad. That's how they escaped from the dungeons. Ingenious really, they almost made it except for the presence of Nagini. I wonder how, and why, she was here. He looked directly at Gwyll, putting his hands together in the hand motion meaning thanks and respect. I thank you for your information, Gwyll. It has solved several mysteries for us, including the disappearance of a witch and a squib from the castle when they were being apprehended by the Ministry for Magic. I shall be sending a load of fresh sea greens down to the lake in thanks for your help and to help your people recover from the magical backlash. He smiled, careful to show all of his teeth in respect. May your nets be full and your tails long, my friend. After accepting the thanks and goodbyes from the merman, Albus pulled his head out of the lake, dispersed the bubblehead charm and got slowly to his feet, his knees popping loudly as he stood up. He limped slightly as he turned back toward the castle, chuckling at the knowledge that Umbridge had really been a toad after all. Amelia Bones pulled off her reading glasses and rubbed her tired eyes. Reading through long boring legal documents always made her eyes blurry and want to cross painfully. She could see no legal basis for the long-standing ruling that wizards and witches under the age of 17 couldn't use magic during holidays. From all of the long dry and boring documents she had been reading interminably, magic got stronger and steadier the more you used it, much like exercising regularly increased physical strength. So not only did students forget over the summer, they actually lost strength. She frowned as she scanned the notification and punishment lists for the underage magic department. So far she could find not a single instance where a pureblood student had ever received a letter. In fact, the list read like a blood purity list. Muggle-born were most prevalent, then half-bloods who lived in the Muggle world. Almost no half-bloods who resided in wizarding homes were cited, and not one pure-blooded student had ever been reprimanded. It seems that not only was the law itself flawed, the enforcement over the decades the decree had been in effect was extremely prejudicial in selective application and deliberate intent. She swept the large stack of parchments off of her desk in frustration, opened a new bottle of ink and pulled a clean parchment out onto her blotter. Picking out a nicely sharpened quill from the stand, she began to draft a new law for underage magic use, one fair and equitable to all and encouraging reasonable and responsible practice of magic outside of school, under proper supervision of course. She stopped for a brief moment to ask her clerk to bring in sandwiches and tea, before she pulled the quill from between her teeth where she had been absent-mindedly chewing on it and began to write again. Perenelle waved the 4 wizards in the hall back into the converted sick room, almost as excited with the results of her shopping as a woman of 16-600. She reached into her husband's robe pockets and pulled out several shrunken bags and boxes before emptying her own on the foot of Harry's bed. She enlarged the pile until Harry was almost buried. A glare from the witch made all 4 men stop laughing at the flustered child, and she began sorting through the mountain, tossing boxes and bags to Sirius, Harry, Remus, and even an occasional package was flung over to Severus where he sat propped up in bed, watching the spectacle, his normal smirk of sarcastic amusement changing into a look of surprise when the first box hit him squarely in his chest. Well, open them. Don't just sit there like bumps on a log. Her normal alto voice had raised several octaves in her excitement. Nicholas just laughed at the 4 flabbergasted wizards and laughed heartily. No use fighting her when she gets like this, gentlemen. Just give in gracefully and open everything. I find it works best to just say, thank you, dear, and it's nice, I love it. He almost giggled when his wife turned and play-smacked at him, but he had already ducked, knowing her usual reaction to his playful teasing. Sirius was the first to open a box labeled with the trademark of a very prestigious wizarding tailor boldly emblazoned on the fine box. He lifted aside the flimsy tissue paper and pulled out a magnificent formal presentation robe, the elegant house of black emblem embroidered with the finest acromantula silks and gold and silver threads. The fine black robe shimmered with a silvery sheen where the light hit it, and as he held it up, the back was resplendent with his own personal emblem, a magnificent golden stag standing proudly surrounded by large black and silver grim on one side and a large silver-haired wolf on the other. The animals were so finely embroidered, they almost looked alive. He reached a single shaky finger toward them reverently, almost afraid to touch them. He looked up at Moony, who had a silly grin on his face, happy that he had been able to convey his idea for the back of the robes to Perenelle and that Patty liked it so much. Sirius grabbed the old witch up in a heartfelt hug, whispering almost incoherent thanks to the legendary and very powerful woman. She patted his back and just whispered back, "You are my grandson's father, that makes you my son. Just call me grandmother, son." She wiped a happy tear from her eye and pushed him back a bit, wanting to watch the others' reactions to their own robes. Harry had waited so that Sirius and his grandmother could watch him open his own identical box, wondering what his own robe would look like. He hesitantly pulled off the top and pulled aside the tissue, involuntarily gasping as he saw his own robe for the first time. It too was formal presentation black, but somehow the robe seemed to glimmer with a beautiful midnight blue where the light touched it. The left B. East had the same house of black patch with the added emerald green circle around it that indicated he was the heir, but the right B. East had an ornate and beautiful family crest with the Ravenclaw eagle, surrounded by the midnight blue air circle. He was almost afraid to pick up the robe to see what was on the back, but he eventually did, his hands running up and down the fabric, positive he had never felt anything so wondrous in his life. He smiled at the same trio as on the back of Sirius robes, with the addition of a magnificent majestic eagle perched on the back of the grim and a scattering of beautiful white lilies around the animal's feet. Remus opened his box, knowing his robes wouldn't be formal presentation robes, but still curious as to what Perenelle had bought for him. He smiled at the soft feel of the deep midnight blue robes, adorned with a laughing silver wolf on the B. East pocket. He couldn't resist rubbing the soft and unfamiliar material through his fingers as they all turned to watch Severus open his own box. Snape didn't know what to do. He had seen the magnificent robes the others had received, but he couldn't comprehend why anyone would want to give him anything, especially as he had been the cause of Harry's mental breakdown. Of course, he hoped the older couple didn't know that, as a potions master, the alchemist Nicholas Flamel had been an idol his whole life, secondary only to the legendary potions master, Salazar Slytherin. He held his breath as he opened his own box, painfully aware of all the other eyes upon him. He slipped aside the tissue, his hands so slick, he barely made a wrinkle in the fragile paper before drawing in a sharp breath in unconscious mimicking of Harry's reaction. He pulled up a fine garment of the darkest of deep forest green, the superlative embroidery of a cauldron with crossed wand and quill superimposed over it. The symbol of his potions mastery surrounded by a lighter green snake, so lifelike he almost expected to see the tongue flick. He ran his hands over the soft fabric, looking up at Perenelle and Nicholas in unabashed wonder. Is it acromantula silk? At their joint nods, he pulled the robe tight to his chest, wondering at the generosity of people he had only known for a few days who would buy him a single robe that cost as much as he made in 2 months as a professor, and feeling guilty at not having confessed his guilt for Harry's illness to them. The rest of the packages were duly opened, but they consisted of normal day robes, finely made, but nowhere near as spectacular as the formal robes had been: undergarments, trousers, shirts and socks, and 100 other necessities of life. Harry was overwhelmed. After all, he could count the number of presents he had received in his whole life on 2 hands, and the only clothes that had ever been bought specifically for him were his school uniforms. And now he was literally buried in new clothing and other items. After recovering from his initial speechlessness at the generosity of his new grandparents, he finally regained his voice and teased his new grandmother that she had forgotten the 7-compartment trunk he would need to pack all of these new things in to take back to Hogwarts, when she theatrically slapped her head and yelled, "Dobby!" The little elf popped in, a package the size of a deck of Muggle playing cards in his hand, which he handed to Nicholas. The old mage smiled mischievously, pushed a finger to the top of the deck and said, "Enlarge." The entire room broke out into peals of happy laughter as a new school trunk with 4 expanded compartments grew and grew. It was highly polished burled walnut with brass corners and fittings, and had a large brass plaque on the top with Harry's new full name engraved in elegantly looped letters. Remus and Sirius took turns teasing the decidedly red-faced Harry as they folded and neatly packed his new pretentious, but beautiful trunk for him with all of his new belongings. Voldemort turned from the window he had been staring out of at the hesitant knock upon his door. It wasn't time yet for another barely palatable meal, and no one else had dared to disturb the mysterious inhabitant of room 6 before. So bored he was willing to accept almost any distraction. He pulled his robe hood up and over his head so that his face was totally hidden in the deep shadows. He called out, "Enter." 4 wizards entered the room, 3 following at a respectful distance from their leader. All 4 had their heads bared and their wands sheathed. They only took a few steps into the nearly bare room and waited respectfully for Voldemort to speak, telling him that they considered him to be someone to respect. He nodded in silent approval and just waved a hand for them to speak, unwilling to speak aloud until he knew who they were and what they wanted. My lord, we are here to bring you to the humble manor house we have procured for your use. We have heard the rumors that you have graced our humble country with your munificent presence. We had waited many long years for your return and then for you to grace us with your presence. The man in front was almost too scared to get his words out. He knew exactly who the wizard in front of him was and what he was capable of. He and his fellows were not marked. They had not been honored enough to be in the Dark Lord's presence before, but they would have joined him eagerly and without hesitation if the opportunity had presented itself before now. How many are here and ready? Voldemort didn't need to speak the incantation to legilimens anyone not knowing how to shield their mind, and he read the four in front of him with ease. The three followers were speechless with this display of the great wizard's omnipotence, and it showed on their faces, their mouths open in surprise. The first man, Boris, was better able to hide his surprise, but it was still easy for Voldemort to read. Boris swallowed loudly before answering with a deep bow. We have 22 who have vowed to follow you, my lord, and many more ready to hear your message. Will you allow us to escort you to your manor? His knees shook as he waited for the answer, hoping he had not sounded too presumptuous to the powerful dark wizard now looking directly at him. It seemed the Dark Lord was looking all the way into his very soul. He let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding when Voldemort gave a barely perceptible nod and motion for the men to gather his belongings. The room bare of any sign of its inhabitant in mere moments, the five went down the stairs, the one in front sweeping regally out the dirty inn and out onto the dirty cobblestone street. Boris nodded, almost touching his forehead to the ground as he asked for permission to touch the Great One's hand in order to apparate them to the manor. Voldemort felt the first thrill of power rise deep within him. All was not lost. The 22 would be just the beginning. He would retire from sight once more, and his followers would grow in power and strength until he would return triumphant and unstoppable to Great Britain once more. Both Harry and Severus had been bullied into afternoon naps before the celebratory dinner with threats of potions and hexes by Poppy. She had gone so far as to threaten to strap Snape back into the infernal harness to keep him still, but she pretended not to notice how white his face turned when he remembered the utterly terrifying feeling of waking up to being completely helpless and strapped down. She apologized when she realized how disturbing the threat had been to him, but she did not relent on his having to nap before dinner. Harry just shut up when the Medowitch turned his way. He figured if she could cow and make Snape behave, he had no hope of winning an argument. Albus had expanded the dining room and enlarged the table while Minerva conjured an adequate amount of chairs for the huge group that had been invited to attend that night. Molly and the two elves had outdone themselves, and tempting and tantalizing aromas were filling the house from the basement to the attic. Guests were beginning to arrive in clusters and clumps when Albus and Sirius went into the sick room to help the two sleeping wizards up to dress for dinner. Poppy had reluctantly agreed to allow Severus to attend if he promised to return to bed at the first twinge of pain or fatigue. She just glared at Harry, and he knew he would not be staying long at his own party either. He had been embarrassed when both Sirius and Remus had insisted upon bathing him like a little child. After all, Aunt Petunia had just turned the hose on him outside during the summer and then made him shower and clean up alone in the winter from the age of about 4 on, so he wasn't used to having anyone help him. Of course, all the boys were used to the community showers at Hogwarts, so that wasn't a big problem, but Sirius insisted upon scrubbing his back and legs, and Remus helped wash his hair. The only thing that saved him from dying of embarrassment was finding out that Professor Dumbledore and his grandfather had floated Snape down the hall and done the same thing to him before dinner. In fact, Snape still had little red circles of embarrassment on both cheeks that refused to fade away. Sirius had insisted upon carrying Harry down the stairs after casting a featherweight charm upon him, Remus walking in front to make sure they didn't fall since Sirius couldn't see his feet or the steps, but at least he wasn't floated down like Snape was. The two wizards were at least settled at either end of the long table before anyone else was allowed into the highly decorated and huge room, so no one else witnessed their humiliation. Snape even nodded at Harry in acknowledgement of their mutual plight. Harry smiled at Severus, remembering their truce and then actually cooperating with each other to expel Voldemort from his mind. He made a note to thank the man as soon as they were alone again. He didn't imagine that Severus would want anyone to witness the boy who lived actually thanking him for something. Soon the room was filled with happy and laughing people, and Dumbledore stood to make a small announcement. Professor McGonagall tapped her spoon gently on her goblet for quiet, just as she had done hundreds of times at Hogwarts. Friends and family, we are gathered here to celebrate many things. The recovery of both Severus Snape and Harry Potter from grave illness, the reuniting of grandparents with a long-lost grandson. He nodded at the Flamels and then to Harry. The long overdue proving of the innocence of Sirius Black. He waited for the applause to die down before continuing. The severing of the curse scar for Harry and the removal of the dark mark from Severus, the ousting of a corrupt minister, and many other things that have happened recently, too many to enumerate. Cheers as well as clapping greeted his words and continued for several minutes, but it finally faded and died out completely as everyone realized he was still standing. But now I have the pleasure to relate to you a most wonderful tale told to me just this afternoon by the chieftain of the merpeople of Hogwarts Lake. I was taking a short break from my duties as headmaster this afternoon and had wandered down by the lake. Much to my surprise, I was greeted by Gwyll, and he told me this tale. By the time he had finished the story of the ignominious end of Dolores Umbridge, the destruction of Nagini and the unlamented, by most of those attending, passing of Argus Filch, the entire table, including Severus Snape, was laughing heartily and long. After dinner and pudding had been cleared and the large group had fallen into pleasant conversations, Albus stood once more and brought the group to silence. It is now time for something that should have occurred almost 14 years ago. Sirius, if you will. Sirius stood up proudly, bringing an ornate parchment and a fine eagle owl quill out of his inner robe pocket. He turned to Harry sitting beside him and began. You have been the son of my heart for many years. It was the thought of you that kept me going throughout the long days and nights of Azkaban and kept me going during the years I was a fugitive. If not for you, I would have given up long ago. I know you told me yes before, but now I am making it official. Will you, Harry James Potter, consent to officially become Harry James Ravenclaw Flammel Potter Black, my son and my heir, in name, in law, and in my heart? Harry leapt up so quickly his chair fell to the floor with a loud bang that was barely heard over the clapping and cheers from their friends and family. Unable to speak through his happy tears, Harry took the pen and carefully signed his full new name proudly on the extra long line provided. Sirius' own eyes were moist as he signed below his son, and then the fight was on as everyone present wanted to sign as one of the 4 official witnesses. It was finally decided that Professor Dumbledore as his headmaster representing Hogwarts would sign, Perenelle Flammel as his Ravenclaw ancestor, Remus Lupin, representing his biological mother and father, would be the third. The last line was still open when Harry stopped the friendly arguing when he made a suggestion that caused instant silence. I would like Severus Snape to sign as the last witness. He was there for me in my mind, supporting me when I doubted myself, catching me when I fell, and without his active help I would have been unable to completely force Voldemort out of my mind and sever the connection of my cursed scar. A few moments of silence greeted this announcement, but soon Albus and Minerva, followed by the Flamels, stood up and began to clap softly. Several of the Order members followed, reluctantly followed by the Weasleys and the Grangers. But soon everyone was standing and clapping for a stunned Severus Snape. He accepted the help of Albus on one side and Nicholas Flamel on the other as they slowly and steadily walked him down the long table to sign his name to the document. He dropped the quill when he had finished and slowly offered his hand to Harry, his hand trembling slightly in both fatigue and hesitation. Harry smiled a big lopsided grin and took his most hated professor's hand and shook it. They might never be friends or even like each other very much, but they would no longer be enemies or adversaries. Draco and Pansy had spent several hours out in the overgrown garden commiserating about their joint misfortunes and then discussing their options for surviving the next 2.5 years. Pansy's father had set even less aside for her and her family, and they were literally homeless and destitute. With no dowry from her mother's parents or a school trust fund, there was no way that Pansy would be able to return to school next year. Luckily, her father had paid the last quarterly tuition and room and board charges just the week before he had been arrested, or she wouldn't even be finishing her 5th year. They both knew without even her OWLs she would have almost no opportunity to even find a job. Her mother had been a minor clerk at the ministry before she had married, but that had been 18 years ago, and while she had put in an application in her old department, Pansy's mother hadn't heard anything back yet. Draco held Pansy's hand as he outlined his own actions, beginning with sending out multiple apologies and then the heavy studying he had been doing every day since. Pansy gave him a chaste key on the cheek and the two entered to a plain lunch before heading up the stairs to Draco's room to begin studying intently, their upcoming OWL grades suddenly much more important than they had been just a few weeks ago. Minerva trudged down from the Ollery late that night. It had been a wonderful evening at Grimmauld Place. She had felt particularly triumphant at the ignominious ending to that horrendous witch, Umbridge. She covered her mouth with her hand to stifle an unbecoming giggle at the knowledge the woman actually had been a toad. That was just so appropriate. Her smile continued as she thought of the relieved parents and children who would be getting a surprising owl with the Morning Post. It was so gracious of Sirius to make sure that all of the children affected by the recent wave of arrests would be able to complete their magical education. She knew that, unlike in the Muggle world, very few witches worked outside the home until their children had left formal schooling. With the extended lifespan of the average witch, there was no need to leave children and earn a living. Wizards and witches married young, had their families, and then the mother had decades to pursue her interests. Many spent the next 100 years fulfilling themselves, as she had heard the Muggle-born students say. Altogether she had sent out 47 letters, covering 61 current students who had been affected directly or indirectly. 2 Gryffindors, 7 Hufflepuffs, 4 Ravenclaws and 48 Slytherin students had lost at least one parent or guardian in the massive sweeps. Not all had been Death Eaters. There had been several prominent members of the Wizengamot who had been convicted of accepting bribes, corruption and selling votes. As well as 6 of the Hogwarts' own Board of Governors. It had been a shakeup of historic proportions that the wizarding world might never have recovered from if not for the daring decisions and swift work of everyone involved. She opened her quarters with a smile upon her face, happy to be back at Hogwarts once again. It was home, after all. Everyone at Grimmauld Place was up early the next morning knowing it would take much longer than usual for everyone to get ready for their appearance at the Wizengamot. They had to be at the Ministry for Magic by 10:30 to allow plenty of time for signing papers and taking care of any last-minute details before the ceremonies that would take place. After breakfast, Poppy insisted on filling both Harry and Severus up to the eyeballs with pepper-up potion, restorative potions and very strong pain and muscle-relaxing potions. She might have overdone it a little when it appeared that Harry would be unable to sit without slumping over and giggling madly, but she assured everyone that enough would have worn off by 11 for him to at least act normally. Severus had much more experience with acting through disability, so he appeared much steadier, though the slightly glassy eyes and his unnaturally mellow mood let everyone know he was just as high as Harry on his own potions. He just hid it much better. They waited until they were literally going out the door to slip the slippery silken formal robes over Harry's and Severus' heads, worried about the two falling down and making wrinkles in the fine fabric. Harry was happy to accept Sirius on one side and Remus on the other to help him stay vertical and walking. Severus was having a hard time trying to glare while he was so artificially mellow, but he finally accepted the arms of Albus and Nicholas, grumbling incoherently under his breath every once in a while. The rest of the time he stared off into the distance, a somewhat goofy little smile just barely lifting the corners of his mouth. Sirius and Remus were both having great fun making outrageous offers to both Harry and Severus and then laughing when the two incompetent men would happily agree to them until Albus threatened them and Perenelle took her elegant formal clutch purse and slapped both of them upside the head with it. Luckily a couple of sleek black ministry limos were waiting at the end of the block for them. It would have been very dangerous to apparate with either wizard in their current condition. Severus had thrown off the most blatant effects of the potions by the end of the 30-minute drive. Harry was still a little wobbly on his feet, but since most people had heard of his injuries at the hands of his Muggle relatives, it was expected for him to still be recovering. Somehow the Daily Prophet had gotten hold of a Department of Magical Law Enforcement parchment regarding the incident involving Harry and his uncle Vernon last week. The clerk that had leaked the information had been promptly fired, but the damage had been done. Luckily the large dossier itemizing the horrendous treatment Harry had received over the years had been successfully sealed and only the last incident had been made public. The group was waved through the usual identity and wand checking stations and a junior administrator was on hand to escort them directly to the huge courtroom on level 10. They exited the lifts on level 9, Sirius again carried a much lightened Harry down the stairs, Remus guiding him down the stone steps, walking backwards carefully, and his arms out and ready to catch the two if need be. Albus levitated Severus down, with Perenelle on one side holding his head to keep it from banging the stone walls. Harry shuddered at the memories that the long stone corridor with its flickering torches brought back. He shut his eyes tight, not wanting to relive his nightmare of a trial last August. Sirius carried him gently down the hall, not putting him down until they had entered the Wizengamot chambers, which were still empty except for their small group. Severus was quite creative with the truly inventive names he was calling Albus for refusing to stop the levitation at the bottom of the steps, though Harry began to giggle as he mentally pictured some of the more descriptive and anatomically impossible things Severus was suggesting the old man do to himself when Snape had run out of derogatory names. Perenelle was hiding a grin when she walked over to a very irate Severus and threatened to hit him over the head if he didn't stop corrupting her innocent grandson's mind. Severus was trying so hard not to snort at the thought of an innocent Harry Potter, that he stopped his tirade and Albus set him gently down in a hastily conjured soft armchair, unwilling to have the poor man's barely healed back subjected to the torture of the stone benches that encircled the ancient chamber. A second swish of his wand removed every trace of the hated prisoner's chair and its chains. He then conjured brightly flowered armchairs for everyone in their group, excusing the young administrator to return to his duties. The six sitting in the comfortable armchairs spent the next 25 minutes talking softly, stopping to greet friends and acquaintances. Many were surprised to recognize the Flamels, some just awestruck and wanting to meet the famed boy who lived, but many more expressing gratitude to Albus for participating in the drastic cleansing of the wizarding world that had happened just the week before. The wonderful floating feeling of potion-induced euphoria was beginning to wear off, leaving Harry more alert, but beginning to feel the first twinges of fatigue. He suspected the Severus would be hurting soon and wished they could just get this over with so they could return to their comfortable beds once more. As the Wizengamot was beginning to fill, the first of the 47 owls was making its morning delivery. Shock, silence and finally tears of hope and joy began to flow in the recipients, many of whom had been wondering where their next meal was coming from. Sirius Black, newly confirmed Lord of Blackmore, was not only covering tuition and room and board charges for all affected children, regardless of year or house affiliation, he was offering financial support and training for every affected adult while supplying a fixed stipend to support younger children so that their mothers would not be forced to leave them and find employment or throw themselves on the mercy of relatives and friends. All over Great Britain, the despair and hopelessness of many families was lifted, but in one family it was too late. Fifth-year Ravenclaw Lisa Turpin was running up the stairs to tell her grandmother, who had raised her from the age of 8 after her parents were killed in a Muggle train accident, that she would be able to return to school and that Lord Black had offered support for both her and her little sister, only to find her grandmother had killed herself with poison the night before. With her grandfather convicted during the sweep through the Wizengamot, her grandmother had sunk into depression and nothing the two girls had been able to say or do had made any difference to the heartbroken witch. Lisa closed the door softly behind her, not wanting her 10-year-old sister to see her beloved grandmother like that, and walked slowly back down the stairs to send the school owl back to Professor McGonagall with a much more desperate answer than she had planned just minutes ago. Precisely at 11 am, Albus Dumbledore stood from the comfy flowered armchair he had been lounging in, straightened his purple robes with the stylized W over the left B. Easton walked over to the end of the bench and went up the 3 stone steps, his every movement graceful and fluid. With several soft murmurs to his fellow members, he took his seat in the elaborate high-backed chair reserved for the chief warlock that stood in the exact center of the long bench. He straightened his beard by running it through one circled hand and then nodded to the clerk to begin the proceedings. A young clerk, his voice cracking with nervousness, stood at the end of the echoing chamber, picked up a long parchment in shaking hands and began to read. This meeting of the full Wizengamot will now take order. Albus Percival Brian Wulfric Dumbledore, Chief Wizengamot presiding, Kate's Harold Calderon, clerk recording. This meeting of Wednesday the 21st day of April 1995 will now begin. He nervously ran one finger around the inside of his collar before sitting down again, his quill at the ready over the large roll of parchment. Dumbledore stood, dropping his kindly grandfather persona and letting his magical aura flare brightly and commandingly for a moment before damping the power back down. He had checked during that brief moment for anyone with hostile intentions to anyone within the chamber, but had felt nothing, so he began speaking. We are here today to right an injustice committed by the former Minister for Magic, Bartholomew Crouch Sr. Over 14 years ago, an innocent man was sentenced to life in Azkaban with no trial, no veritaserum, and no opportunity to even face his accusers, let alone question them. He was able to escape on his own, and spent the next 2 years in search of justice, since our own judicial system had so blatantly failed. It is my honor today to offer this wronged wizard our humblest apology and our vow to correct the corrupt system that allowed this travesty to occur. Sirius Black. He waited for Sirius to stand, resplendent in his magnificent robe, his hair neatly trimmed and his gray eyes finally sparkling after so many years of torment. Dumbledore continued, his voice steady and solemn. We stand here today, to proclaim your innocence to all charges of which you were accused, to pardon you for the charge of escape and to restore to you all rights and privileges so wrongfully stripped from you. Do you accept? They all knew what his answer was, but the formality had to be observed. Sirius stood proud and tall, every inch the pure-blooded aristocrat he was born to be. I do. He answered simply, waiting for his next cue. I hereby acknowledge and invest you as the legitimate and only lawful heir to the Black family, and the rightful Baron Blackmore, Lord Black, with all rights, privileges, and responsibilities entailed with your position. Do you accept? I do. I declare you the legitimate head and ultimate leader for all matters pertaining to the most ancient and honorable House of Black. Do you accept? I do. Do you desire to proclaim and acknowledge publicly and officially for now and all time forward your legitimate son and heir? I do. I hereby declare publicly and lawfully my adopted son and heir, Harry James Potter Black. Harry had been helped to stand up by Remus and was now standing proudly beside his father. Harry James Potter Black, do you so acknowledge and consent to all rights, privileges and responsibilities pursuant to the title heir to the most ancient and noble House of Black? Harry answered clearly and resolutely. I do. The entire Wizengamot stood, drawing their wands in unison and incanted a long and complicated phrase in Latin. Tribuo as petitioner sus beneficium. Absido quod agnosco sus vox quod preconor sus nobility. A swirl of colors flew from the combined wands of the Wizengamot and engulfed both Sirius and Harry, bathing them in a whirlwind of bright light that eventually seemed to seep into their very bodies, filling them with warmth and power. Harry felt the rush of power begin to counteract the weakness in his body from his long illness, and he smiled in peace. Sirius turned and hugged Harry tightly, acknowledging his son for the first time in public. As planned, Sirius then stepped back, leaving Harry standing for only a moment before he was joined by Nicholas and Perenelle Flammel. As Albus nodded his head in acknowledgement to his old friend and permission to begin, Nicholas's warm tenor filled the chamber, not speaking up at all, but clearly heard in every corner nevertheless. I, Nicholas Claudius Flammel, do hereby publicly and legally acknowledge my great-grandson and heir, Harry James Flammel Potter Black, and invest and secure all rights, responsibilities and privileges due the heir to the most ancient and noble House of Flammel. He put his arm around Harry's shoulder, adding a little support to the still recovering teenager. Perenelle now seemed to grow in stature, her kind grandmother persona gone, and a powerful witch, fully capable of giving Dumbledore a run for his money, appeared. She seemed centuries younger than her age as she spoke clearly and succinctly. I, Perenelle Rowena Ravenclaw Flammel, do hereby acknowledge both publicly and lawfully my great-grandson, Harry James Ravenclaw Flammel Potter Black, the rightful and only heir to the most ancient and noble House of Ravenclaw, to become Lord Ravenclaw, the Duke of Tir na Nog, to be invested with all rights and powers upon his 16th birthday. Perenelle leaned over and brushed Harry's hair off of his forehead before ing him in acknowledgement, sealing his future with her key. The entire Wizengamot membership was now openly gawking at the startling revelations they had heard in the last hour. As the collected group of stunned wizards and witches watched in growing awe, Nicholas and Perenelle began glowing. Perenelle the bright royal blue of Ravenclaw, Nicholas a deep true gold. Their auras expanded to flow over and through Harry, who stood between them, and then into their spouse, until all three glowed with a bright emerald green, the exact color of Harry's eyes. The green light brightened until it was unbearable to watch any longer. A loud boom and a flare of blinding light that left an afterimage on the retinas of all those in the large chamber, signified the absorption of the pure magic into the child standing between his great-grandparents. Harry stood immobile with the influx of power until, almost in slow motion, his knees began to buckle and he crumpled slowly down, his grandfather catching him in strong and loving arms before his head could hit the cold stone floor. With a look of pure mischief, Nicholas winked at Albus, gathered his grandson up to his chest. Perenelle circled her arms around them both, and with absolutely no sound, the trio disappeared from one of the most heavily warded rooms in all of Wizarding Great Britain, leaving a roomful of stunned and speechless witnesses. Harry woke up to the most wonderful, warm and floating feeling that he could ever remember. He enjoyed slowly waking up, his senses gradually growing to awareness as he decided he was in the most comfortable, overstuffed featherbed he had ever felt. The goose down cradled him in softness, almost like floating on a cloud. But the drowsiness finally left him when began to wonder exactly where he could be. The last thing he had remembered, his grandparents had just publicly acknowledged him in the cold stone chambers of the Wizengamot deep below the Ministry for Magic building in downtown London. He vaguely remembered the indescribable feeling of an overwhelming influx of power before the memory faded into just blackness. He supposed he had passed out again, at least he hadn't returned to the lonely landscape in his own mind again. He opened a bleary eye and acknowledged that he had been right, he had never seen this room before, even without his glasses he would have remembered this room. Forcing his other eye open he turned his head, searching for his glasses. The sunlight flashed on the glass of a very familiar lens. He reached his hand out, rolling over slightly, sinking into the feathers as he reached out to grab his glasses from the gleaming golden oak table standing beside the head of his bed. After carefully putting his glasses onto his nose he looked around, too impressed with his surroundings to say more than wicked. The room was huge and painted in muted shades of green and blue. The walls were green close to the floor and changed gradually and without a line until they were sky blue near the ceiling, which was enchanted like the Great Hall, showing a clear blue sky, wisps of white clouds streaking the sky far overhead. The bed he was in had clear blue curtains and canopy that made the golden oak wood almost glow. A tall graceful wardrobe with a long mirrored 9-drawer dresser seemed almost small in the oversized room. The plush deep green carpet almost like a beautifully manicured lawn, rather than carpet. An oversized roll-top desk flanked by floor-to-ceiling bookshelves was in the far corner with an invitingly deep blue upholstered window seat between the study area and his bed. Directly opposite was a tall white marble fireplace with a carved oak mantel. Two sturdy oak doors on one side of the room probably led to a walk-in closet and a bathroom, at least that's what they appeared to be, with both doors slightly open. By turning his head to the other side he saw an intricate hanging tapestry, a forest scene with several unicorns in a sunlight-bathed forest clearing by the looks of it, and then a third door, open to a long corridor with polished oak floors, wood wainscoting and a plethora of portraits that reminded Harry of the gracious long hallways of Hogwarts. Something about the tapestry niggled at the back of his head, so he slipped off the side of the bed and went over to look closer at it. Yeah, that unicorn is airborne and jumping over the other one. That's truly weird. What's this written across the bottom? Never play leapfrog with a unicorn. Well, that's good advice. He rolled his eyes, wondering at the bizarre sense of humor of the tapestry. He was still standing in front of the odd wall hanging when he heard footsteps in the hall and turned to watch his grandfather come into his room. Ah, good to see you up, Harry. I assume you are very hungry since you slept through dinner last night. So why don't you get cleaned up and dressed, and then Flick will show you down to the morning room to eat. Nicholas noticed that Harry was still glancing back and forth between him and the tapestry and thought he could clear up some of the boy's confusion. Yes, well, about that tapestry. What can I say? Your grandmother has a very odd sense of humor. She thought you might like that particular one. Now why don't you get cleaned up, child? If you need assistance, we have assigned a personal elf for you. Just call Flick, and he will help you with anything you need. Nicholas pulled Harry into a one-armed hug and with a final squeeze of his shoulder, left the room so that Harry could get ready for breakfast. By the time the shock of the Flamel's disappearance with Harry had worn off, Sirius was almost beyond words. Remus had laughed himself silly, and Severus was unable to move through the pain in his back. Albus had finally cleared the large chamber, promised the stunned Aurors that he would be sure to let them know if he found out how the Flamels had managed to apparate out of the 10th underground level of a highly warded building, and stunned Severus for the trip back to Grimmauld Place, since they couldn't feed him any more pain potions for several more hours, and even the slightest movement was causing the poor potions master excruciating pain. He turned an old shoelace he pulled from his pocket into a portkey, and the four returned to Grimmauld Place, hoping to find some clue as to where Nicholas, Perenelle, and Harry had gone. Sirius rushed up the stairs, his hands undoing the intricate fastenings of his acromantula silk presentation robes, muttering vile threats against the two elderly kidnappers. He pushed the door to his room open so hard the door hit the wall and almost bounced back hard enough to hit him on the rebound. He flung the robe down across his bed, and stopped, mystified at the crinkling sound he had heard. He knew that the pockets on his robe had nothing in them because he had placed nothing in them after he had put them on, but he had heard the distinctive rustle of heavy parchment coming from the inner east pocket. Curious in spite of himself, he opened the robe and cautiously opened the inner pocket, pulling a small roll of parchment that was tied securely with a strip of dark blue ribbon. Dear Sirius, sorry for making you worry, but we were afraid that we would be mobbed trying to leave the ministry, and knew that after the influx of magic that comes with officially declaring a true heir of one of the founders, Harry would collapse and be very vulnerable for several hours while he recovered. We have brought him home to recover and introduce him to his rightful home of Tir na Nog. He will be here with us for the next month before we return, which will be tomorrow around 11 in the evening. That should give him enough time to fully recover from the stressful events of the past few weeks and to regain his strength and stamina. If Poppy wants Severus to also have the extra time to heal, this parchment can be used as a portkey to Tir na Nog at exactly 5 p.m. this afternoon. Anyone holding onto the parchment will be transported here when the activation phrase, Insula de Porto, is spoken. The portkey is set up to bring a maximum of 10 people. See you tonight. Grandmother and Grandfather Flamel. Lisa Turpin helped her 10-year-old sister, Laura, finish packing her small travel bag with clothes and her most precious possessions before packing her own belongings back into the small bag she had brought home for the Easter holidays from Hogwarts. She squeezed her eyes shut, refusing to cry. Laura needed her to be strong. She was now the oldest living member of her family that wasn't locked up in Azkaban. She had to be strong for her sister. She took the smaller and so trusting hand into hers, made sure both backpacks were secure, and grabbed a small handful of green flow powder. Determination radiating off of her face, she flung the powder into the flames and pulled her sister quickly into the flames with her, pulling her close so that she could put both arms around the still shocked child. She said, 3 broomsticks, Hogsmeade, quickly so she wouldn't get a mouthful of ashes, and shut her eyes, the last look at the beloved home of her grandparents quickly fading in the blur of passing fireplaces. Lisa tripped over Laura's feet as they landed in a tumble of arms and legs in the warm and welcoming pub, Madame Rosmerta looking up at the new arrivals. She recognized the Hogwarts uniform of the older girl, so she went back to wiping the already clean bar and barely noticed the two girls as they stood up, straightened out their clothes, resettled their bags, and walked out the doors into the noonday April sun. By the time the two reached the large doors into Hogwarts, Laura was tired and sweaty. Can we sit down, Lisa? I'm tired and I'm hungry. Why did you bring me here, and where's Graham? What's going on, sissy? She whined, her voice cross with fatigue. It's okay, Laurie, we're here and you can have something to eat and drink in just a few minutes. I need to talk to Professor Dumbledore for just a bit and then you can sit all you want. Lisa was trying to keep up a strong front so as not to scare her little sister, but her nerves were fraying and a growing sense of panic had settled deep in her chest. All she wanted to do was curl up somewhere and cry her heart out. She wasn't sure who would be in the castle, but she couldn't think of anywhere else to go, and she desperately wanted an adult, almost any adult, to take charge of the chaos of her life. She let go of her sister's hand just long enough to wipe her sweaty palm on her robe. Taking a deep breath, finding a sense of determination and resolve to take care of her younger sister, she resolutely climbed the marble steps and pulled open the huge door. The panic at the disappearance of the Flamels with Harry had now turned to utter bedlam at Grimmauld Place. When Sirius had first read aloud the letter of explanation he had found, almost everyone had begun arguing for their own inclusion in the Portkey trip to the fabled island. Poppy had indeed insisted that Severus absolutely needed the extra time to heal and recover his strength. There was no way he would be able to return to teaching on Monday morning at his current rate of recovery, and she had insisted upon going with them to oversee both of her patients. Ron, Hermione and Ginny had argued that they needed to be there to help Harry recover and catch up on all of the school work that he had missed, plus the support in their friendship so that he would have time to just be a kid. Of course, no one argued that Sirius would be going, and they reluctantly agreed that Remus should travel as well. That hadn't been the problem. It was the last 3 spaces that were causing all of the current arguments. Molly Weasley was arguing that she needed to be there to chaperone and oversee the children, and all of the children were certain that they didn't want her to be there. Tonks, Kingsley Shacklebolt and Mad-Eye Moody had all volunteered to go to help all of the children, but particularly Harry build up their physical training and magical dueling. No one really wanted to know exactly why Mundungus Fletcher wanted to go, but Snape personally thought he wanted to check out the opportunity to liberate some priceless antiquities. George and Fred, as well as Bill and Charlie, all wanted to travel to the fabled island to get to know the Flamels better and perhaps learn how the two had managed to apparate through all of the Ministry's finest wards without so much as an alarm bell going off. The noise level was growing until a flash of green flow powder announced the unexpected arrival of Minerva McGonagall, followed by the totally unexpected arrival of a 5th-year Ravenclaw and a younger little girl. Everyone sat back down. They had all been standing and arguing with each other, so that they could hear why the 2 unknown girls were now at Grimmauld Place. Professor McGonagall asked Dobby and Winky to take the 2 girls to the kitchen to feed them some lunch before turning to the headmaster and sitting down in an empty chair beside him. She made sure the door had closed tightly behind the 2 girls and Dobby before beginning her explanation. She sighed in a tired and utterly defeated manner before beginning. "That's Lisa Turpin and her 10-year-old sister, Laura. The letter we sent out was too late, Albus. Their grandfather was implicated in the corruption of the Wizengamot, as you know. Well, you may not know, but the girls lived with the grandparents after their parents died 5 years ago. Their grandfather is now in Azkaban for the next 15 years, and their grandmother couldn't take it. Albus, she killed herself last night. I was, too, late." The old witch seemed to collapse in upon herself as her shoulders shuddered with silent sobs. Albus pulled his old and closest friend to his chest as he soothed her, his own face reflecting the shock and horror of the news. The group looked at each other in shame, realizing their petty arguing over who got to spend the next month on a beautiful island was trivial next to what the girls would be feeling. Sirius looked horrified that he had not made the offer earlier, but he actually could not have promised the support until he was actually invested with the title and the subsequent release of the family vaults. He stood up and walked around the table to have a whispered conversation with Albus as he continued to hold and comfort the badly shaken Minerva. "Albus, I think the children should all go to the island. They need the respite from the war more than the rest of us. They need time to be just children, not training, nothing but freedom for a bit. I know I want to see Harry, but he will be back tomorrow, and I'm sure there will be plenty more opportunities to visit the island later." Albus nuzzled his face into the long, tightly coiffed hair of the witch clinging to him so tightly and met Sirius' eye, raising an eyebrow as he deliberately looked down on Minerva's head. Sirius nodded in understanding, knowing that the headmaster wanted Minerva included in the group. He patted Minerva's shoulder in silent support and understanding and went down the table to pull Molly and Arthur out into the study to talk to them privately. The 5 Hogwarts students stood up silently and without saying a word left to go talk in Harry and Ron's room, suddenly sober and very grateful for their own parents. Harry had stood under the hot shower for a very long, long time. The spacious etched glass cubicle had multiple showerheads positioned at various heights that completely surrounded him in an invigorating and refreshing spray of hot water. The supplied shampoo and body wash made his scalp and body tingle with a sense of clean and health that no Muggle concoction could ever rival. To his surprise, the instant he had turned off the water, he had been enveloped with a wash of warm air from all sides that gently and refreshingly dried both his body and his hair before he even stepped foot out of the crystal enclosure. He had forgotten clean clothes, so he wrapped a huge, fluffy towel around his waist, noticing for the first time that he seemed not only to have gained some weight, but he felt taller somehow. Shrugging off the unusual feeling, he picked out a pair of black silk boxers, enjoying the feel as he slid them up and over his slender hips before throwing open the door to his closet. He looked at the room in stunned silence. He had thought his grandmother had bought him a lot of clothes the day before, but that was nothing compared to the contents of the oversized room. He spied rack upon rack of clothes, all of the finest quality and all perfectly sized for him. The left side of the closet had a top racks full of Muggle-style shirts, while a series of lower second rods hung directly below filled with slacks, jeans and training sweats. The right side was filled with a broad selection of rich and very tasteful wizarding clothes, robes and robes of every weight, elegant color and fabric, and use. Everyday robes, dress robes, dueling robes, work robes and even stylized presentation and wizarding rite robes. The far end had a somewhat eclectic combination of cloaks, Muggle suits and jackets, as well as a new set of Quidditch robes in Gryffindor colors. The base of the huge room had rack upon rack of shoes, boots, trainers and even several pairs of slippers to choose from. Harry was so overwhelmed he just pulled the first pullover shirt and pair of Muggle jeans from one side of the closet and dressed quickly, throwing a simple but obviously expensively made dark green day robe over his shoulders, sure that his grandparents would expect him to dress in wizard fashion. He picked out a new pair of white trainers that had moving golden snitches on them and went over to his bed to put on his shoes and socks. When he had finished dressing, he stood in the middle of the room and hesitantly said, "Flick." "Yes, Your Grace." Flick is happy to serve. A house elf had appeared almost silently. Harry looked startled. This elf had very little in common with any house elf he had ever seen before or even heard about. The creature had the familiar large and pointed ears, the round slightly bulging eyes and the long pointed fingers and toes, but any other resemblance was gone. The elf stood taller and straighter, reaching almost to Harry's chin. Its manner was quiet and elegant, no bouncing, no fractured and almost indecipherable speech, and certainly no groveling servitude. Grandfather said you would show me to the breakfast room." "Yes, if you would follow me, Your Grace. It's one floor below and to the east end of the main hall." The fellow was dressed in an outfit that resembled a shrunken butler's outfit. His white shirt was neatly pressed with a perfectly tied black bow tie around his neck. His black trousers were pressed with a crisp line down the front and his bare feet looked quite odd peeking out of the bottom with his very long pointed toes. He had a small black jacket with the same family crest that had appeared on Harry's presentation robes, minus the air circle of course on his left chest. His speech was cultured and correct. The pronunciation would have been acceptable in any fine manor home, the correct amount of servitude and culture of the well-trained upper English servant obviously evident in each sentence he spoke. Harry bemusedly followed Flick down the long hall, ignoring the whispering and pointing of the paintings as he traipsed after the soft flop sound of Flick's bare feet on the polished wood flooring. Narcissa's hands were trembling slightly as she sat perfectly still, her breakfast tea growing cold as she held the unopened envelope in her hands. The red candle wax on the back bore the newly reinstated family crest of the Black family, and she was afraid to open it, for both Draco's and her whole future rested upon the answer in this elegant parchment envelope. She noticed that a second owl had delivered another letter, but seeing the name Parkinson on it, she just placed it on Emma Parkinson's empty plate. She forced herself to slit open the flap with a butter knife, wanting to read the missive before her son and her houseguests came down the stairs for breakfast. She drew in a deep breath and began to read. "Dear Sissy, I am sorry that Lucius had so little concern and caring for his family to squander your future and Draco's with his own. I will of course annul your marriage and hereby give you official legal permission to once more become Narcissa Black. I have set up a Gringotts account in that name for you and Draco. The key will be issued to you on your first visit to the bank. Just show them this letter. I have deposited 2,000 galleons to begin, and the sum of 1,000 galleons per month will be added on the first of each month. I have ascertained that his remaining tuition and room and board fees for the current year have already been paid. Please let me know if this amount proves inadequate. I will be meeting with Draco about his future as soon as he returns to Hogwarts after break. I am pleased to tell you that I have accepted the position of Dada Professor and hope to help guide Draco and his fellow Slytherins on a more productive course than the one his father had planned for him. Please let me know if you would be willing to assist me in my goal of making sure Voldemort's supply of willing servants from amongst the Hogwarts students and graduates is cut off as completely as possible. Our family owes it to the next generation to have the chance to live after inflicting the likes of Bellatrix and all of our parents on our own generation. It is time that the old pureblood families take responsibility for either supporting or just not defying the rampant prejudice and hatred of the few. Your cousin. Sirius Black. Narcissa slumped, her heart slowing as the tension in her body eased. Sirius had accepted and would care for her and even for Draco. She smiled at the thought that she could now tear up the abhorrent letter to Lucius' detested relatives. She called Nana and asked her to begin breakfast, happier than she had been for years. After breakfast, Harry, Perenelle and Nicholas had adjourned to an elegant but comfortable study to begin the long but welcome process of becoming a family in fact as well as name and blood. Perenelle and Nicholas had taken turns telling Harry the long and complicated story of their lives and lineages, and then Perenelle called an elf to bring tea, wanting a short distraction before telling the boy about his magical inheritances, the first of which he had received just the afternoon before. Harry, what do you know about Rowena Ravenclaw and the other founders? Not much, just that she was supposedly very intelligent and creative. Hermione would know more. She's read Hogwarts, a history about 100 times or so. He shrugged his shoulders as he accepted the cup of spicy tea his grandmother handed him. Nicholas covered a snort while Perenelle glared at him. Well, there's a lot more to being the Ravenclaw heir than that. She was indeed a brilliant witch. In fact, she designed the changing floor plans, appearing and disappearing rooms, and the moving stairs at Hogwarts. She was also a renowned seer, a real one, not like the fraud Trelawney that Albus has now. She was also a potions mistress on a scale to almost rival Salazar Slytherin, though very few people know that. Of the four, only Godric was useless at potions, but he more than made up for it with transfigurations and defense. Perenelle was comfortable sitting and bringing her new great-grandson up to speed on his heritage. The others would not be arriving until next week after all. Do you remember the magical transference from yesterday afternoon at all? I remember feeling like I was being filled with power and that somehow my mind was being speeded up, and enlarged, somehow. Oh, I can't really explain it at all. He looked frustrated and perplexed at his inability to put the way it had felt into adequate words. Perenelle leaned forward and looked Harry deeply into the eyes as she smiled broadly at the confused teen. What you received yesterday was just the beginning of your Ravenclaw heritage. If we had known of your existence, you would have received the child's blessing that you received yesterday from your mother on your 11th birthday, before you ever left for Hogwarts. It is too dangerous for a small child with no control over their magic to have the kind of power and knowledge that are the birthright of the Ravenclaws. The blessing is designed to release the first set of the bindings and constraints upon your magic and intelligence that all those of true Ravenclaw blood are born with. Rowena herself cast the first binding on her second son after her firstborn child, a daughter, died of magical burnout at the age of 4. Because her mind could not control or contain the amount of magic that her body held, she died from casting very strong accidental magic. Nicholas joined the conversation for the first time. Have you done accidental magic much stronger than your peers and at a much younger age than them? Or have you seemed to learn something way beyond your years and abilities and yet struggled to learn other things that should be simple? Harry's eyes widened as he remembered just that happening to him. After the long time he had just spent organizing his memories in his own mind, he knew that his learning was very sporadic and oftentimes inexplicable. He couldn't keep up with Hermione, and yet he cast a corporeal Patronus capable of driving away over 100 Dementors at once. He had found out over the years of dorm room talk that his dorm mates' accidental magic usually consisted of summoning a toy or a bottle rather than apparating to the top of the school as he had once done to escape Dudley and his gang. Harry nodded, understanding dawning on his face. Nicholas smiled at Perenelle as she continued her explanation. So you should have had your magic and intellect unbound on your 11th birthday, but since no one realized that Lily was our great-grandchild, no one knew you were a Ravenclaw and you have been struggling against those bindings for years. I simply released what was already within you yesterday. Now we have the next month to help you adjust to your new power and to absorb the new knowledge you gained yesterday so that you can return to Hogwarts without any danger of hurting someone accidentally with a too strong spell. You also need the time to recover from your prolonged illness. And being here at Tir Na Nog will allow you that time. Is that where we are? Harry looked out the window with more interest, noticing a faint golden hue to the horizon. A large expanse of lush green lawn led to a healthy-looking forest to one side and a large, almost glass-like lake with high wisps of clouds reflected upon its still surface to the other. Yes, child, and in a couple of days, when you have recovered more, you will be free to explore. Your friends will probably be here in a couple of days, so you will have companions to explore and learn with. Now, let's begin to find out exactly what you have learned in spite of the blocks and start filling in some of the gaps in your knowledge. With a frightening look of anticipation, both Perenelle and Nicholas sat back in their chairs, looking at Harry with a very fond but decidedly calculating glee. At precisely 5 p.m., Sirius, Minerva, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Lisa, Laura, and Tonks squeezed together, each with a finger upon the parchment. A sour-looking Severus Snape was propped up between Sirius and Tonks, and Poppy had her large leather satchel full of potions clutched tightly to her chest. Each traveler was carrying a bag with their belongings, and Hermione and Ron each had their extra hand firmly clasped onto a large trunk of miscellaneous supplies. Laura's face looked excited in spite of her red, teary eyes, but Lisa's eyes were still dead with shock. Minerva had recovered somewhat, but she was still heartbroken for the girls so recently left virtual orphans. Her heart constricted as she sent a prayer to the gods that no other letter was too late. As she thought to herself, it is always the innocent that pay for others' mistakes. The familiar jerk of a portkey pulled everyone away. Harry sprawled on his new, very comfortable feather bed and absently ran a finger down the page of the book he was trying to read. His thoughts over the past week, and particularly yesterday afternoon, running through his mind in too chaotic a fashion for him to really pay attention to the history book his grandmother insisted that he read. He smiled at the thought of actually reading a wizarding history book that had very few goblin wars in it. The book had been published almost 400 years ago, so there was no recent history contained within, but the older history was much more accurate and in-depth than anything he had heard Hermione ranting about. After the first day of questions, answers and testing by his grandparents, his days had settled into a comfortable routine. Every morning he was awakened by Flick with a cup of strong tea and a couple pieces of toast before he was expected to appear for physical training in a large, well-equipped dueling room. He had been carefully guided through a series of strengthening exercises by a young house elf named Grip. He was frustrated that he had lost almost all of the muscle tone he had gained from the last year, but he was almost up to the level of fitness he had had before his illness had wasted his strength away. He was looking forward to actually beginning on weight training and physical fitness next week, but his grandparents hadn't released him yet. He would shed his smelly sweats and enjoy a most refreshing hot, steamy shower followed by a therapeutic massage from a rotating staff of healers before being allowed to dress for the day and going down to the breakfast room to eat a huge nutritious breakfast with his grandparents. The rest of the morning was taken up with lessons with his grandmother on history, arithmancy and ancient runes, both subjects he had not taken but found he actually liked and even understood much more than he thought he would have from the glimpses he saw of Hermione's homework and her totally baffling conversations with her study partners. A long lunch taken up with rousing discussions and debates with both grandparents would be followed by a short rest in his room, where he was supposed to read if he couldn't actually sleep any. Afternoons spent in the best-equipped and largest potions lab he had ever seen with his grandfather were more enjoyable than he ever thought a potions lesson ever could be. Nicholas had been brewing for many long centuries, and had taught a long succession of both his own children and a series of talented apprentices. His teaching style was diametrically opposite that of Severus Snape. He patiently began over from the very beginning for Harry, teaching him about basic ingredients, how to brew, why things were prepared the way they were, and how different methods of heating and stirring made different ingredients either more powerful or more stable. Harry found he actually understood and was beginning to understand how someone could actually love to brew and even invent new potions. Later he was given free time to enjoy the outdoors, though he was forbidden to fly until he had been cleared by the healers that visited each morning for his massages. He wandered through the crisp green forest, picking random fresh potion ingredients as he found them or sitting down at the peaceful blue lake, throwing bits of bread at the flocks of geese, ducks and graceful swans that mobbed him whenever he showed up. He would take long walks, visiting the stables to meet the horses and thestrals, and staring out at the pasture that had been empty each time he had seen it. He was surprised yesterday afternoon when he had wandered down to the oversized pasture and been startled by the sudden appearance of a very curious yearling griffin cub that came to the side of the pasture to investigate the new and intriguing-smelling young wizard. Harry had hesitantly reached a trembling hand through the fence to touch the odd-feeling feathers that adorned the eagle head of the large winged lion in awe. The youngling had allowed his hesitant pets and then opened his mouth and let out a loud call. "Mother, Father, come and meet the child of Gryffindor. He has come to meet us." Harry fell backward onto his bum as he realized he could understand the young griffin's speech. He looked around to see if anyone was near him, but they were all alone in the late afternoon sun. "Can you understand me?" An odd crackling noise issued from the viciously sharp beak that Harry finally recognized as laughter. He stood up and walked back to the griffin that had now stuck his head through the white wood fence to be petted some more, the crest of his head just reaching to Harry's waist height. "You are of Godric's blood, youngling. His children alone are bound to us through magic for all time. You and yours alone can understand us. My parents have waited long and long for you to come. They knew that you would be here at this time and thus hatched me for you." Harry looked gobsmacked and unable to form a coherent thought or sound as two fully grown golden griffins appeared from the far woods and walked sinuously and lithely over to where Harry was standing, too shocked to move. The tallest griffin was only slightly larger than Sirius in his grim form. The smaller one was the size of a large dog, though much more sinuous and graceful in her movements than any dog would ever be capable of. The two bowed formally at Harry before the larger male began to speak, one leg stretched out in front as they bent the other knee. "We have waited, young Gryffindor, for your coming was foretold almost a century ago. The stars spoke of your trials, and the task that has been placed upon your young shoulders. As you are the last of Godric's blood, we vow the support of all of our kind and offer our youngling as your familiar, to help you on your journey and to guide you in the ways of the griffin." Harry's face lost all of its color as the words of the male griffin sunk in. "I'm not Godric's blood. I can't be. I just found out that my grandmother is Lady Ravenclaw. I can't be." The odd cackling sound now issued from all three griffins before the adult female spoke for the first time. "Are you not a Potter, child? For all Potters are descended from Godric's beloved daughter. And the Ravenclaw is from your mother. We can sense your blood very clearly. It is very strong in you, young one. Rather deny that you have green eyes and your ancestors' unruly black hair. It would be as easy as trying to deny your heritage, child." Harry had eventually been convinced of his unknown further heritage by the utterly calm logic and experience of the Griffin family. After all, if only the children of Godric could understand and speak to the Griffins, the very fact that he was talking to them in the first place proved their point. So Harry now lay across his bed, frantically trying to sort and file all of his new knowledge and experiences. He wasn't sure he could stand to learn anything else new without his head splitting. Giving up on reading his book, he stood up, straightened his robes and left to join his grandfather for another afternoon of brewing. Albus had returned to his office after the portkey had taken the 10 passengers to Tir na Nog at 5 page M, unable to put off his pressing tasks any longer. He had to find someone capable and willing to take on the huge task of overseeing the cleaning and upkeep of the castle. The house elves did most of the work. The caretaker was in charge of overseeing detentions and calling for elf teams to clean any unexpected messes. He actually did very little of the actual cleaning, an occasional mopping up of rain or melted snow, the polishing of the trophy room if there were no detentions pending, and that sort of thing. Albus didn't know of anyone who wanted to fulfill the position. There had been no love lost between the headmaster and Argus Filch, but he heartily wished the squib had not been enamored of Dolores Umbridge enough to follow her to his untimely demise, especially during a current school year. Albus started to chuckle as he thought about asking Molly Weasley to fill in until he could advertise and hire a new caretaker. She would certainly keep the Weasley twins in line. But then he pictured her chasing the two red-headed menaces up and down the corridors of Hogwarts, screaming like a live howler, and he shook his head and began searching through his mind for other possibilities. For now, he would just ask Ogden, the Hogwarts head house elf, to oversee the cleaning of the castle. After all, Argus had done very little of the actual cleaning. It was done by the elves already. Overseeing detentions had been the primary focus of Argus' job. Perhaps he could have Sybil Trelawney oversee wayward students. That would certainly be as much of a deterrent as serving detention with Mr. Filch had been, at least until he could find a suitable replacement. Maybe he would have to consider Molly Weasley after all, especially for certain, particular, miscreants. He filled in the name, Sirius Black, in the space for new Dada professor with satisfaction. He would do an admirable job and fully intended to stay for many years. Perhaps the ridiculous rumor of Severus wanting the job would finally fade away, as well as the rumor that the job was cursed. As if anyone knowing Severus would believe he wanted to leave his beloved potions to teach Dada. He tapped his quill to his chin as he contemplated the other slots he would have to fill. At least he had until next summer to finalize his recommendations. Perhaps Mrs. Malfoy. No wait, it was Ms. Black now. Would be interested in teaching wizarding culture and etiquette. She was certainly well versed in the subject. Or perhaps he could convince Mrs. Longbottom. She was certainly well versed in formal wizarding culture. He would have to talk with Severus about some of his Slytherin parents who might be interested in working in the castle now. He knew very little first-hand information about the parents of the students hit hardest by the ministry sweep, especially the mothers. Another thing he would need to correct in the near future, perhaps some kind of parents' nights, or even a parents' week next year. He rolled up the parchment for now, his tired eyes starting to see spots after the hectic events of the past few days. He was certainly looking forward to the return of the students on Sunday afternoon, even with all of the changes and the multiple problems that his returning students would be facing with the extensive and sweeping changes that had occurred. Draco and Pansy had made steady progress on their studies and had even begun to formulate a few plans of their own to consolidate and strengthen their standing in the new Slytherin house. They hoped the new head of house would be reasonable and able to control their house the way Professor Snape had been. They had not heard anything directly about Snape's arrest, but neither of them doubted that he had been arrested with all of the others. It was certainly no secret in their house that Snape was a marked Death Eater. Their parents had been quite vocal about the man's ongoing job of spying on Dumbledore for their lord. Draco had only received 2 more responses to the plethora of apologies that he had sent out at the end of last week, but he was encouraged by their response. With Blaise Zabini's offer of a truce and then the slightly conciliatory letters he had received from both Daphne Greengrass and Cho Chang, he might have some chance of surviving the next 2 years intact. Harry woke up to a bright sunny morning with an unfamiliar but somehow comforting weight pressed against his back. His usual morning fog dissipated as he tried to figure out who it could be without waking up the other body in the bed with him. It didn't feel like either of his grandparents, and the only other people he had met were the 3 healers that rotated giving him his deep muscle torture massage each morning. This didn't feel large enough to be an adult though, but he couldn't imagine any house elf, especially his grandparents, very dignified and proper elves, sleeping with him, particularly uninvited. And if Dobby had somehow managed to find him, he certainly wouldn't be sleeping, jumping on the bed, yes, but not sleeping peacefully. Harry managed to move away and twist enough to look over his shoulder before he stopped breathing in shock. Curled up in bed with him was a very frightening sight. Well, maybe not frightening, but definitely shocking. The young griffin he had met yesterday afternoon was asleep, his eagle head on the other pillow, his wings folded tightly against Harry's back, his 4 lion's legs bent to fit on the bed as he slept. Harry managed to begin breathing after he noticed he was beginning to see black spots in his vision. He panted softly, wondering if he could call Flick without the beast waking up. Before he could even come up with a workable plan, he noticed the griffin's golden eyes were open and watching him, amusement clearly coming from its mind to his. "Good morning, my friend. My mother and father told you yesterday that your coming had been foretold and that I was hatched to be your familiar. And as your familiar, I now live with you. Since there is no other bedding for me, I improvised." "Oh, well, that's all right, I guess, but what exactly does it mean to be my familiar? I can't take you to school with me, it's not allowed. And who exactly at Hogwarts is going to tell a griffin that he cannot stay? Especially if my mother and father accompany me so that they know where the castle is." "Well, Harry went over the list of professors and staff before admitting that there was no one who would either be concerned enough, or stupid enough to try to take on a griffin, even a half-grown juvenile, especially if it was accompanied by its fully grown parents. He suspected that Dumbledore would just twinkle his eyes madly and offer the beast, Lemo, sherbets. McGonagall would love having a living symbol of her house. Snape wasn't stupid enough to threaten a griffin. Well, okay, you can probably stay with me. But what exactly does a familiar do? He was very curious. He had thought that Hedwig was his familiar. After all, most of the students considered their owls and cats as their familiars. Heck, even Neville considered Trevor, his toad, as such. Well, I am your life companion, to help you, support you and love you. I can advise you when you need it, yell at you if you are being stupid, love you when life treats you badly and just be a very close friend. The Griffin went on, but first we must decide upon a name. I call you Harry, but I object to you calling me Beast, even if it is in your mind. Though I admit, sometimes I might act like one. The odd crackling noise coming from the animal's chest showed it was laughing at its own joke. I don't know. I mean, I never had a pet. Not that I think of you as a pet. No, I think you will be my friend. Harry hurried to deflect the annoyance he was beginning to feel coming off the Griffin in waves at the pet statement. I just meant I don't have any experience at naming anything. I mean, all my friends already had names when I met them. Cor blimey, but he was sounding stupider by the second. He buried his head in his blankets and tried to hide his growing blush. The crackling noise was back even louder, so he looked up, his eyes half hidden in his fringe of unruly black hair. The Griffin met him eye to eye and then opened his mouth in a truly scary mockery of a smile. How about I just take the name friend, then? Amicus it is. Harry nodded in agreement. Anything with a wickedly vicious beak like that could be named anything it wanted in his book. The two spent a few minutes beginning to build a friendship before Flick entered the room, shooing Harry toward his bathroom to get ready for his day. When Harry showed up for breakfast, neither Perenelle nor Nicholas seemed surprised to see Amicus loping easily behind Harry like a fearsome golden shadow. The table even had a bowl full of chunks of raw meat sitting ready beside Harry's plate, so with a mental shrug, Harry just put the bowl down where the Griffin could reach it and tucked into his own huge meal. His grandmother waited until he was almost finished before asking him how his morning had been. And what have you two decided upon for your familiar's name? We have been calling him youngling and child, but now that you have bonded, I'm sure he wishes to be called something else. Well, he told me his name is Amicus, you know, Latin for friend, since I really didn't know what to call him. You knew he was going to bond with me yesterday. Why didn't you tell me before he scared me to death this morning? Harry was getting irritated at his grandparents for keeping secrets. Nicholas reached across the table and patted Harry's hand to calm the teen down. Yes, we did know that Amicus would bind himself with you at some time during your stay here, but we could not tell you because it might influence the bond negatively. The bond had to be natural. It had to come willingly and freely to be accepted, without any influence from anyone else, either us or Amicus' parents. And that is how it happened, did it not? Harry thought back to how the two had met. He had held his hand out first, and had preened the eagle feather on the top of Amicus' head before he heard a single word in his head. Somehow he had felt drawn to the animal, more so than he had been to any other creature he had ever met. He couldn't have explained what exactly he had felt, but he knew he was completely safe and that he was supposed to greet the Griffin. Yes, he nodded at his grandparents. I somehow knew that I was safe and that he wanted me to pet him. I sort of felt him even before he talked to me. Amicus lifted his beak and ran it gently down Harry's arm in a long gentle stroke. It is as I told you, child, I am for you and you are for me. They discussed the care and feeding of young griffins for a while before Perenelle turned to Harry with a twinkle in her baby blue eyes, almost as maddeningly bright as Dumbledore's could be. I think you will like today. Not only have the healers released you to do magic once more, your friends will be arriving this morning to spend the next 3 weeks with you before returning to Hogwarts for the end of the term. Harry jumped from his seat and leapt into the air, his fist raised above his head as he hooted in happiness. Amicus screeched along with him, the overflow of happiness washing over him through their newly formed bond. Amelia had worked long hours to craft the new underage magic law and was finally ready to present it to the new Minister for Magic, Rufus Scrimgeour, that afternoon. She had repealed the strictures for practicing magic completely while in the presence of a fully trained witch or wizard. Magic was still restricted without supervision for anyone not having passed with an acceptable or above on their OWLs in charms, transfiguration and dada, and of course, no magic was allowed in front of uninformed muggles at any time. She planned to offer secure portkeys to all those younger students and those who had not passed the requirements who were muggle-born or raised so that there would be strictly enforced places and times for them to practice their magic. She left her office, pleased with the new draft. Now if she could just get it passed by the new Wizengamot without any stifling changes to it, she would be most pleased with her long hard efforts. Stanislaw and Emma Parkinson were sitting in the small bedroom that Narcissa had given to Emma and were talking over what would likely happen for the next 2 years, until Stanislaw was old enough to attend Hogwarts. Emma had gratefully accepted the offer from Lord Black. It would keep them off the streets and fed, but there wasn't much else there. They could survive without her finding work, but there would be no money for any extras and certainly not anything for extra lessons for her son. Stanislaw, I can stay home with you and we can do lessons together, but there will be no money for tutoring or any frills. We will be able to get a small house for ourselves, perhaps near some wizards your age. Our mummy can keep trying to find a job and you can go to primary magic school somewhere. If mummy works, I won't be home all the time and you will have to manage on your own sometimes, but there will be extra money then and we could arrange perhaps for some tutoring in potions, since you seem to love them so and I am totally useless in them. But it will affect you too, so mummy wants to know what you want. Either way, mummy will have to find a job when you go to Hogwarts, since the money from Lord Black ends when you graduate. Stanislaw seemed near to tears, he just wanted things to go back the way they were just last week. Sure, they didn't have a whole lot of money, his dad worked for the ministry but they had been comfortable and mum stayed home with him. He missed Master Landry and his potions classes something fierce, but he didn't want his mum to be gone each day either. Emma seemed to understand for she stood and hugged her 10-year-old, something he wouldn't have allowed before the turmoil of the last week. Let's wait until this summer when Pansy is home to decide, shall we? Mum can last that long and perhaps I will find an accounting job with a house right close for us. She ruffled the boy's owned hair and patted him softly on the bum, sending him out to play in the small fenced garden while she started writing letters again, the first to Professor Vector, her old arithmancy professor, asking for a letter of recommendation. She had taken special lessons from the witch so she was hopeful she would still remember her after 17 years. Albus and Remus were cleaning and boxing up all of the dreadful possessions that Dolores Umbridge had left behind when Remus came across a very disturbing poster. He held up the large frame with the collage of pictures and almost gagged at the sight of the nearly nude Dolores posing for the camera. Hey, Albus, shall we hang this one in Severus' office as a welcome home present? I'm sure he misses hearing his Dolores calling for her, Sevy Poo, don't you? He started snorting as he perused the various pictures. Albus turned to find out what had tickled Remus into fits of laughter and stopped, rather gobsmacked at the sight of the large frame that Remus was threatening to drop because he was laughing so hard. Albus tried, he really tried, but he couldn't stop himself from throwing his head back and letting go a hearty laugh at the sight. Or we could hang it in Minerva's quarters so she could see it first thing in the morning. He managed to get out before the two gave up coherent speech for quite a while. The two finally decided they would hang it in the staff room so that everyone could appreciate it without scaring the students too much. Harry was pacing back and forth, chewing on his lip as he waited impatiently for his friends to arrive. He didn't know exactly who was coming. His grandparents merely said they had left a portkey for up to 10 people, but they didn't know who would come either. Amicus was crackling at him as a huge mound of arms and legs appeared in the middle of the empty entrance hall, followed shortly by a scream of intense pain. Minerva and Poppy began pulling students off of poor Snape, who had somehow managed to land on the bottom of the dog pile of bodies. After the initial scream of agony, Snape had luckily passed out and the madly thrashing bodies had sorted themselves out into recognizable people in short order. Harry ran forward, hugging Hermione, Ron and Ginny tightly as he turned to find out who else had come. Sirius charged toward him, grabbing him by both shoulders when the trio had let him go. He pulled Harry close and gave him a fierce hug. Harry, son, you are looking so much better. I know it's only been a few hours since you left, but you look healthier. Harry explained that it had been almost a week his time and that he had been exercised and fed to regain his strength when Poppy turned to him and asked where they could put Professor Snape so that he could recover in peace and quiet. Flick, Harry said, waiting only a short time for the staid and elegant elf to appear. Our guests have arrived, and Professor Snape is injured. Can you show Madame Pomfrey the suite set up for them and notify the healers that they have arrived? Professor McGonagall turned. Snape levitated in front of her and followed the flop-flop of Flick's bare feet up the massive grand staircase to the upper floor, Madame Pomfrey following behind, clucking at her patient's misfortune in arrival. Harry looked around and finally noticed the two Turpin girls and Tonks. Watch her. Tonks, he happily exclaimed to his favorite Auror and Sirius cousin. He walked over to the two girls, one he vaguely recognized who was wearing her Hogwarts Ravenclaw uniform and a younger one that looked so much like her it could only be a younger sister. Hi, I'm Harry Potter. I don't believe we've ever talked, but I remember seeing you around school. You're a fifth year too, aren't you? He had a friendly hand outstretched to the older girl. Lisa took his hand hesitantly. She had heard rumors and even read some articles in the Daily Prophet that weren't very flattering to the young wizard now offering his hand. Lisa Turpin, and this is my little sister Laurie. We had nowhere else to go, so Lord Black said we were to come here, wherever here is. She looked around and seemed to notice Amicus for the first time. She let out a short scream which caused everyone else to look around and notice the small griffin calmly sitting on its haunches, watching the tableau with an open beak of amusement. That's a golden griffin, Harry. Hermione actually stammered in surprise at the small creature. Yeah, guys, meet Amicus. He's my familiar now and will be coming back to Hogwarts with us when we go back in 3 weeks. Harry was enjoying the looks of shock on his friends' faces. Lisa's face paled. 3 weeks, but we'll miss school. It's Thursday night and classes begin again on Monday. I can't miss 3 weeks of classes, I have OWLs coming up. Everyone looked at Hermione, expecting a similar squeal of outrage from her, but she remained quiet, looking at Harry to explain the time discrepancy on TIR Nog to her. But Harry didn't have to try to explain something he was only just understanding himself as his grandparents walked down the grand staircase to greet Harry's guests themselves. Ah, I see you have all arrived safely. Come, we have tea ready, and Miss Turpin's entire list of questions can be answered then. Perenelle waved a graceful arm in the direction of the ground floor parlor, inviting the group to precede her into the warmly decorated room. Voldemort looked around the small parlor in the elegant but modest old family manner that Boris had apparated them to, pleased at the much better accommodations, though he let nothing of his thoughts show on his cruel snake-like face. A respectful knock on the door caught his attention and he leaned back in the old upholstered chaise, his legs crossed at the ankles, one arm carefully stretched in poised insolence on the arm of the golden fabric. Enter, he said with just the right tone of boredom and nobility. Boris entered, bowing low over the silver tray that he carefully balanced. A selection of covered dishes were emitting an appetizing aroma, not that Voldemort would ever admit that he was starved and more than anxious to eat something better than the swill the small inn had called food. My lord. Boris waited respectfully, head bowed for the master's permission to speak. Voldemort smiled at the abject servitude in the man's tone and manner. Perhaps he would stay for a while in Albania. They certainly remembered how to treat nobility, not like the bunch of useless, uppity Brits he had as followers in England. The pure-blooded English wizards had never really learned their place after all, he thought with quiet introspection. You may leave the tray for me. He deigned to notice Boris after just a brief moment, his desire to make the wizard squirm and the delightful smells assaulting his nostrils battling. The smells won easily and he barely waited for Boris to pull a small table over next to his chaise before dismissing the man from his presence so he could investigate the covered dishes. Sirius had explained the presence of Lisa and Laurie to the Flamels and Harry while the girls had been shown an elegant bathroom so that they could clean up before tea was served. Harry managed to give Lisa a brief hug of support and murmured several heartfelt condolences before everyone sat down and Perenelle served drinks to everyone. Harry watched Lisa's face closely as he introduced his grandparents to the newcomers. You're Lady Ravenclaw. Lisa finally managed to stutter as she quickly grabbed her mug of hot chocolate before it spilled down her uniform. Why, yes, child, I am. I have been for a very long time. And you know Harry from school, don't you? He's Lord Ravenclaw, did you know? Perenelle had a look everyone recognized from seeing it on Fred and George's faces too many times to count. She was up to something, they were sure. Lisa looked over at Harry where he had his head bent down, his face mostly hidden, but what could be seen was turning a bright red in color. But, he's not in Ravenclaw, he's a Gryffindor. Lisa was looking back and forth between Perenelle and Harry, not sure if the woman was pulling her leg or not. Perenelle smiled wickedly and dropped the next bombshell on the poor girl. Well, yes, but his father was Lord Gryffindor after all, so he is Lord Gryffindor too. You can tell because he's being followed around by a griffin after all. Harry had had enough. He glared at his laughing grandmother and snarled. That's enough, grandmother. I think we can change the subject from me now. So Tonks, I was really surprised to see you. Not that you aren't welcome, but I sort of expected someone else would beat you out of a spot. Tonks smiled, her hair turning the exact golden color of Amicus as her nose lengthened into an almost perfect facsimile of his beak. Well, Molly wouldn't let the girls come without a proper chaperone. Sorry, Mrs. Flamel, apparently you are not expected to be able to keep up with the Hellions here. So it was Arabella Figg, Molly Weasley or me, and you got me. She giggled as Sirius slapped his head theatrically and said, thank Merlin and all the gods for that. Everyone had been shown to their own room after a welcoming feast that put the Hogwarts feasts to shame, though they had to drag Hermione and Lisa out of the immense library on their short tour of the house before bed. Only the promise of lessons for everyone in the morning convinced them to leave the room, which made Ron groan loudly and then look sideways at Harry as the expected support never materialized from his best mate. Harry remembered to have Flick supply a suitable bed for Amicus before he wound up sharing his bed again with a vicious-beaked, sharp-clawed griffin once more. He went to sleep smiling, the soothing mental voice of his new familiar, purring, in happiness in his mind, looking forward to the new adventures that would begin tomorrow. Harry woke to a face full of wing, which caused him to leap out of bed and run several steps in sheer panic before the sound of griffin laughter managed to pierce the thick fog he usually woke up with. He belly flopped onto his bed, his arms outstretched, willing his fingers to make contact with griffin neck, only to miss and slide on the satin sheets so that he tumbled off the other side of the bed in an embarrassing heap of tangled sheets, pillows and madly complaining teenage boy. The laughter in his head just got louder and then was echoed by Ron's very familiar giggle and Sirius' barking laugh. Harry managed to untangle his head long enough to glare at his loudly laughing audience before pulling the mess of sheets up and over his head in embarrassment, wishing they would just all disappear. Too bad Colin isn't here with his camera. Hey Harry. Ron managed around his giggles. Just shoot me now, why don't you? Came a disgruntled snarl from the mess on the floor. Sirius was still laughing at his son, but he was at least trying to untangle him from the mess. Come on Harry, up and at him. We were told you get up early every morning to do physical training. I need you to help Tonks and me show this lazy bunch of kids what to do. Then your grandfather has promised to show us some new dueling tactics. Harry's head burst from the tangle as he stood up and let the sheets fall to the ground. Why didn't you say so, Patty? Let me get some sweats on and I'll be down in just a second. Sirius nodded, still smiling at the Griffin's antics and Harry's response, but Ron stayed in the room, wanting to talk to his best mate alone before they joined the others. Harry, can I talk to you a bit, alone? Ron was looking down at his trainers, a new pair, so white they almost shined. His room had supplied a fully stocked closet of new robes, muggle clothes and shoes which he had found this morning. Harry sat down on the edge of his bed, kicking aside the sheets so that Ron could join him. What's up, Ron? Is there something wrong? Harry's face showed his deep concern for his friend. No, nothing's wrong. Well, not really. I just wanted to, apologize for everything I did and said last year. The jealousy stuff. I mean, I didn't know everything that had happened to you. Well, no one did actually. I'm kind of mad that you didn't tell me about it. I would have helped you like we did that summer. But well, Sirius and Professor Dumbledore and even Mum kind of explained about how you wouldn't want anyone to know about that and that it didn't change who you were and well, that I was being a royal git for the way I treated you. Mum showed me a huge insurance policy they have on her and Dad, since they have 7 children, you know. And she asked me if I thought you would be jealous if they both died and then I had money from the policy, like you have money from your mum and dad. And it made me think really hard and I thought, you know, Harry really wouldn't care if I had money and he didn't. I mean, you didn't get jealous when I made prefect and you didn't, even though everyone thought it should have been you and not me. Harry didn't know what he should say to Ron, so he just nodded his head in agreement. And then Sirius told me stories about his growing up with his parents hating him and how miserable it was even though his family had plenty of money. And what with everything that's happened to you, I guess what I'm saying is, I'm all right with you being some lord or duke or whatever and being wealthier than Malfoy, because really you're just Harry to me, just Harry, my best mate. And if you want to share, or buy me things to share what you have with me, that'll be okay because I'll share with you what I have, my mum and dad and my brothers and sister. Ron looked shyly over at his best mate for the last 5 years, unsure if Harry understood exactly what he was trying to say to him. Harry smiled and leaned into Ron, giving him a manly one-armed hug, before reaching over and punching him in the shoulder. Thanks, mate. I would trade everything I have to have had my mum and dad when I was growing up, or even now. I always wondered why you were jealous of me, when I was so jealous of you. I love your house and your mum's homemade fudge and sweaters, because they are filled with love and that's something you can't buy. Now enough of this sensitive mushy stuff, let's go whip the girls, we are seriously outnumbered here and we need to defend the honor of males everywhere. The 2 boys ran down the stairs and slid on the polished wooden plank floors, sliding into the physical fitness room on their knees in a dramatic entrance. The Malfoys and Parkinsons were eating breakfast in a much lightened spirit after the offer from Sirius had been received and accepted when 2 nondescript post owls flew in the open window and landed on the table, sending the toast flying off of the plate in the center of the table. Draco reached over, since he was closest to them, and took off the 2 parchments, handing one to his mother and keeping the other, turning it over in his hands gingerly as he recognized the imposing seal of the Baron of Blackmore, his new guardian. What does your Uncle Sirius say, Drake? Narcissa was looking curiously at her son, her own letter unopened beside her plate. Draco used the butter knife beside his plate to slit open the heavy parchment envelope and carefully unfolded the letter. Dear Draco, I have written to your mother and offered the protection and support of the Black family and the formal annulment of her marriage to Lucius Malfoy. She has left the decision of your formal renouncement of your father up to you. I am writing to reiterate my pledge of protection and support to you if you chose to officially claim the name of Draco Amgius Black. I will be assuming the position of Dada Professor starting next week, so I will be available to you at Hogwarts. I have the pledge of my son, Harry Potter Black, that he will continue to deal with you in the same manner that he has always done so. If you refrain from taunting and or physically attacking him or any of his friends, he will continue to ignore you. If I become your guardian, it is my sincere advice that you refrain from taunting or physically attacking anyone, not just the Gryffindors. I am willing to help you change the direction of your life, but you must make not only the first step but all of the subsequent steps as well. No one can force you to change, Draco. That must come from deep within. I hope it is still within you to not only want that change but to have the strength and courage to make that change. Just remember, you are not alone. Your mother and I will be there to help you make each of those steps. Your cousin, Sirius Black, Baron Blackmore. Draco finished reading his letter out loud to his mother and the Parkinsons. It took only a moment for him to finally make his decision. After all, Sirius Black, a man he had never actually met before, was offering him more encouragement and acceptance than his father had in all the years of his life. He looked at his mother and nodded to her, a warm feeling spreading through his chest as he noted the pride shining from her eyes at his choice. Harry had barely kept up with Ron during their morning exercises, but they both were exhausted and panting while Tonks and Patty just laughed at them, both of them barely sweating at the end of the long exercise program. None of the girls had been able to even finish, dropping out to go sit and rest while the 2 finished up with the 2 boys. Harry was almost as clumsy as Tonks. he was still getting used to his new height that Poppy had forced with potions during his recent illness, making him gawky and awkward. Amicus had kept up a steady stream of snide but very funny comments in his head which didn't help his concentration and made everyone look askance at him until he finally stopped laughing at some rude comment and explained his mental connection to his familiar and what exactly Amicus had been doing to him. Not only the 6 children, but Tonks and Sirius were completely awed and speechless when the 2 professionals were soundly and rapidly defeated by Nicholas in a 2-against-1 match so one-sided it was embarrassing to the 2 younger fighters. Nicholas had merely laughed and admitted he had much more practice and had probably forgotten more than the 2 had ever learned. He then patiently began teaching the group how to shield from almost any curse or spell, using ancient shields neither Sirius or Tonks had ever heard of, let alone been taught. He then went on to teach them to duck and move, something he stated he had learned during sword fights as a necessity, but he soon realized it took much less magical energy to simply dodge a spell than it did to block one, and by dodging you could still send spells back at your opponent, while shielding meant you could not send spells back without dropping your own shield, a distinct disadvantage against a better trained opponent or when facing overwhelming odds. By the end of the 2 hours of dueling practice, everyone but Nicholas was hot, sweaty and ready to collapse upon the floor, while the 600-year-old wizard was openly laughing about the lack of stamina in younger folks. Sirius made a silent vow to train and then train some more, but he would at least give the man a good fight before the summer when they would return to the island to train Harry and his friends once again. The 6 teens and 2 adults had showered and dressed in jeans and thin jumpers before joining Harry's grandparents, Professor McGonagall, Madame Pomfrey and a very grumpy Professor Snape for an elaborate and filling breakfast. Perenelle finished her hot scone with clabbered cream and raspberry jelly before beginning to explain the schedule for the next 3 weeks to the group. As you did this morning, you will be up and exercising at 6 a.m. for 30 minutes, then dueling and dada until 8:30, followed by showers and breakfast at 9 a.m. Severus, this will be time for your physical therapy followed by therapeutic massages and a whirlpool bath with healing herbs. After breakfast, lessons will be split up. Hermione, Lisa and Harry will have ancient runes and arithmancy, while Ron, Ginny and Laurie will have transfiguration and charms with Professor McGonagall until 11, when the 2 groups will switch until lunch at 1. After lunch, the children with Professor Snape and my husband will brew potions until 3:30 or 4, at which time the children will be free to roam outside, play Quidditch on the pitch or just enjoy themselves. And no, Hermione and Lisa, that doesn't mean reading in the library. You may read, but at least do it outdoors if you must. Dinner is at 7 and then it will be time for individual study or reading or playing quiet games until bedtime at 10. The weekends are free except for physical training in the mornings, which will begin at 8 rather than 6 as it does on the weekdays. Any questions? She looked around at the group, one eyebrow raised in questioning, but no one had any objections. In fact, Professor Snape looked almost eager for the opportunity to brew potions with Nicholas Flamel, even if he had to suffer having the imbecilic brats with them to do it. The adults had all discussed and organized the schedule the evening before after the children had been sent to their rooms, so they had all agreed on it the night before. Professor Snape and Nicholas would have mornings and evenings off to do whatever they liked, though Severus would need to spend a large portion of his time in regaining his strength, since they only had 3 weeks for him to recover from the near-fatal beating he had received from Harry's uncle. Tonks and Sirius would be up working early with physical training and then dueling, but then they had off until they would supervise and just be available in the afternoons during free time if it was needed. Perenelle and McGonagall would be teaching every morning, but then they would have the rest of the time off, though Minerva wanted to take time each evening to help the Turpin girls over their grief and begin to develop a mentoring relationship with them if possible. In fact, the only ones who would have a full day schedule were the children, though Sirius would also be working hard to devise class syllabi for all 7 years of Dada classes before they returned. It would be difficult, but Tonks had offered to help him during her free time, since Umbridge's old ones were worse than useless. The group finished up their breakfast. Ron and Harry each grabbed a last scone to eat on the way out of the room, and the groups split up to go to their different classes and assignments. Severus was having a hard time masking his excitement as he sat at the table, waiting for the blasted children to finish eating lunch so they could all go down to Nicholas's excellent potions lab in the basement. He glared at Poppy as she finished eating her pudding. The miserable taskmaster had insisted he spend the entire morning resting after the very painful deep tissue massage the massive healer named Hans had given him. He swore silently that the man could have been Hagrid's little brother by the size and strength of his massive hands if he didn't know better. Though the very hot and fragrant whirlpool bath that followed had almost made the massage worth it, though he would never admit to anyone that he was much less stiff and sore after the long and tiring morning, but now he was terribly anxious to begin to brew. Finally, even the two teenage boys were finished and the group was led downstairs and into a well-lit and ventilated area set up with multiple brewing stations. 6 waist-high tables with tall stools were spaced evenly around the room, the walls lined with glass-fronted potions ingredient cabinets and huge shelves filled with every piece of potion brewing equipment he had ever seen or even just heard about. Severus felt his heart speed up and his hands begin to itch at the floor-to-ceiling bookshelves of potions books and grimoires that stood behind a massive oak desk. He swallowed loudly. He had actually salivated at the sight of his dream room. Harry pulled Ron to a table. Hermione paired up with Ginny and the Turpin girls took a third station after everyone put on the protective aprons that had been waiting for them on the stools. Severus noticed that Harry was whispering excitedly into Ron's ear, disbelief clear upon the redhead's face as the other boy chatted excitedly. Severus took up his own station apart from the children who would be taught today's lesson by Nicholas, who was smilingly standing in front of his own brewing station, facing his students as he began to tell them what they would be brewing and how to prepare the ingredients, as well as cautions about some of the more common mishaps with this particular brew. Severus pretended to be totally involved in his own brewing of dreamless sleep, but he was actually paying rapt attention to the master as he spoke, fascinated at the man's interesting and insightful lecture on so simple a subject as the very familiar burnt paste he himself taught mostly unsuccessfully to 4th years. The children watched as Nicholas prepared each ingredient, having the students copy what he was doing as he explained why he chopped one item and pulverized another. He showed them how to remove the dust from his finely chopped roots so that the dust didn't make the final potion cloudy or too thick. He would add an ingredient to his own cauldron and then stop to make sure each duo did exactly the same thing. Severus hid his astonishment, but even Ron and Harry had successfully brewed a prefect bite luminescent orange burn paste by the end of the lesson and were joining in on the end discussion with intelligent questions and comments. Nicholas had never raised his voice once. No one had made a single error, and the children and Nicholas were all laughing and happy as they discussed their successful afternoon when they all cleaned up their stations and bottled the paste for use in the local infirmary. As he finished his own cauldron full of sleeping potion, Severus pondered the afternoon, his thoughts comparing the enjoyable afternoon in a glaring contrast to the overtly negative experiences of an afternoon of his own classes. He knew that very few students ever went on in NEWT potions, and even fewer expressed any interest in gaining their mastery in the very difficult subject that he so loved. Several recent articles in his favorite journals had BMO.net the severe lack of suitable apprentices and how the shortage of new potions masters was adversely affecting the new potions that were being developed, as well as new refinements on the old standard ones that increased their efficacy or decreased detrimental or annoying side effects. Severus finished bottling his potion, absently cleaning his station without conscious thought as he evaluated his own culpability in the decreasing number of qualified students. Without the massive ball of hate and anger he had nursed for the past 2 decades, he could admit with deep ever-growing shame that he had personally been responsible for the rapid decline of willing students. Instead of encouraging and sharing his deep love of brewing, he had made it a painful and humiliating experience for all but a few specially selected students. If he was being toughly honest with himself, even the few students that had succeeded in his classes were related more to their parents' political standing and their house affiliation rather than any particular natural talent the child possessed. He always privately tutored several Slytherin students each year to assure they passed both their OWLs and their NEWTs, but none of them were more than adequate at brewing memorized formulae if he was being scrupulously honest, and none of them were capable of the flashes of insight and creativity necessary to modify existing potions, let alone the genius necessary to begin to develop new potions. Severus spent the rest of the afternoon and evening in quiet introspection and self-analysis before coming to a very painful and humiliating conclusion. He stood up from the comfortable armchair in the library and went in search of Nicholas to beg for the man's help in totally revamping and revising his teaching of his beloved subject. He was filled with determination to change his intimidating teaching methods before he turned the study of potions into a terrifying nightmare for another generation of Hogwarts students. After the first fun potions class that the students could ever remember having, they trooped outdoors to enjoy the spring sunshine. Harry and Amicus eagerly leading the way to the huge barn and the oversized green pasture to meet Amicus' parents and the rest of the varied flocks and herds of animals that reside on his grandparents' enormous estate. Harry and Lisa rode several of the thestrals as the other four took turns riding horses in the paddock, the helpful elves giving impromptu riding lessons as the animals enjoyed being exercised. Hermione and the Turpin girls had all ridden horses before, so they were also helping the Weasleys and Harry. Harry, of course, was a natural rider, almost as much a natural as he was at riding a broom, but Ron and Ginny weren't far behind him. Their broom riding served as excellent training for riding a horse, it seemed. With an invitation from the elves to return each afternoon to ride, the six wandered down to the pasture and were introduced to the two adult griffins before the boys and Ginny managed to drag the other three behind the huge manor house to the small Quidditch pitch and the broom shed Harry had found on his explorations during the past week. Laurie joined the others in flying gleefully, but Hermione and Lisa each pulled a book out of their small packs and settled back to read, looking up every once in a while when one of the four would squeal or yell particularly loudly at some antic. All six looked pink-cheeked and carefree as they joined the adults for supper and excitedly chattered about everything they had done that day. Perenelle had separated Harry from his friends for the evening to just visit with her grandson and gently discuss his heritage and all that it entailed, while Poppy took the Turpin girls with Professor McGonagall into a small study to counsel them and begin to discuss exactly how their lives had changed and what options were now available to them. Minerva had liked Lisa as a student. She had a bright mind and a very pleasant personality, so she was hoping that she could eventually offer to become the girls' guardian, at least until they found out if the two had any other relatives that would want to take on the guardianship. Ron challenged Sirius to a game of chess and found himself having to scramble against a very equal opponent, something he hadn't had to do for years. He was enjoying himself tremendously. He liked winning, sure, who wouldn't, but he also enjoyed having to really work against a formidable opponent even more. At evening's end he had managed to win one game, they had tied another and Sirius had won the first game. Ginny, Hermione and Tonks had spent a long giggly evening discussing gossip, fashion and hair care, just being the girls, while Tonks demonstrated ever more elaborate and hilarious outfits and hairstyles for the others. Nicholas had listened patiently to the much younger man as he finally poured out his heart to the ancient alchemist. Severus had finally found a willing mentor. Albus had tried over the years. But the inherent hatred and anger from their relationship during Severus' school years and his lingering resentment against the Marauders had tainted their relationship so that Severus had always held back, unwilling to completely let go and trust the older man unconditionally with his deepest secrets and fears, even though Albus had always been willing to wait patiently and gave the harsh, bitter man all the time he needed to gain that trust. Nicholas had no personal history with Severus to overcome. He was a gentle, kind and understanding man, and their mutual love for potions brewing forged a friendship and respect that was almost instantaneous when the two met for the first time. Severus held Nicholas almost in awe because of his reputation and accomplishments, while Nicholas was deeply grateful of the danger and difficulty that Severus had faced to sever the unnatural and inhuman beast's vile connection that was eroding and damaging his grandson's mind. Albus had explained about Snape's culpability in the original withdrawal of Harry into a coma, but Nicholas was willing to overlook that because of Severus' subsequent actions. And when Severus haltingly admitted and confessed of his deception and its unintended consequences, the two men bonded on a deep and almost inexplicable level. That night, all 13 people in the ancient manor slept better and deeper than any of them had for a very long time. The next day, Perenelle had regaled everyone with a wonderful history lesson during the long lunch period. Her expertise at weaving a spellbinding story made everyone forget to even eat at times as they became entranced in the retelling of tales from old wizarding England. Because she had lived through many of the events she spoke of, she could put a face and a personality on names they barely recognized from their dull lessons with the ghost Professor Binns. Even the adults were fascinated with a peek into the elder witch's long and exciting life. She spoke of centuries-old events with a fresh, first-hand perspective, and Nicholas even interrupted occasionally to add his own voice to the retelling. The children sat in awe at the table as the 640-year-old Lady Ravenclaw told family tales about the founders told to her by her over 200-year-old grandfather as he spoke of his own grandparents, Lord and Lady Ravenclaw and their friends, the Gryffindors who became Potters in a grand and glorious wedding of the Gryffindor daughter to the heir of the Potter family. The gentleness of Helga Hufflepuff and her willingness to accept almost anyone until they were proven unworthy of her high regard. Giving friendship and trust so easily to the bitter betrayal of Salazar Slytherin after the murder of his wife and infant son by a mob of crazed muggles on a simple trip to visit her father's keep, to the long-forgotten but eventual reuniting of Gryffindor and Slytherin decades later when the very existence of Hogwarts was threatened by the Norman invaders after the Battle of Hastings. Every lunch became an impromptu history lesson as Perenelle and Nicholas enthralled their audience with colorful pageantry, memorable personages, bloody battles and the insane political maneuvering and skullduggery behind those conflicts. History came alive for the small group in a way that a history book and the dry monotone of a long-dead professor never could. Even Minerva learned things she had never heard of while a student long ago herself. Those first days set the pattern for the rest of the time spent at Tir na Nog, and the 3 weeks passed quickly, too quickly for everyone concerned. All 6 of the children grew stronger, healthier and much happier. Severus and Harry had returned to full health and the adults had relaxed and recuperated fully from the stress and ordeal that had marred the previous months. Even Snape had gained some weight and the beginnings of a tan. And everyone was finally getting used to a Severus Snape wearing colors other than black. When Perenelle had arranged for the wardrobes in each person's room to be filled, she had removed Snape's heavy teaching robes and replaced them with spring-weight robes. True, they were still dark-colored, but the greens, grays, browns and blues were not black, merely dark. She refused to return his own black teaching clothes until the day before they were to leave. So after a much too short 3-week visit, Harry clutched Amicus to his chest with his much stronger and finely muscled right arm as his left hand touched the rope his grandfather had spelled as a return portkey, smiling a deep and truly happy smile for the first time in many years as he looked at the mismatched group grabbing onto the long rope around him. He couldn't believe how much happier and younger both Professor Snape and Sirius looked after just 3 weeks. Tonks was always irrepressible, but now Ginny, Hermione and Ron had lost any traces of the strain that Harry's illness and the misery that both Umbridge and Snape had inflicted on them during the last school terms had disappeared completely. Lisa and Laurie had lost the grief-stricken hollowness from their faces as they smiled up at Minerva McGonagall, their new guardian. Poppy Pomfrey had a large trunk full of potions that Severus and Nicholas had tweaked and greatly improved from older potions grasped securely in her right hand as her left clutched the rope tightly, and she looked very pleased with the recovery of her 2 patients as well as the marked improvement in the mental health of everyone there. Harry turned to receive a final rib-crushing and tearful hug from his grandmother Perenelle and then another hug from his grandfather. Nicholas whispered into his ear so that only Harry could hear, "It's only 6 weeks, child. We have already arranged for you and Sirius with all of your friends to spend the summer here. And we will be watching over you. If you ever need us, just tell Amicus, he can contact us no matter how far away you are through his parents. Keep safe and remember always, that we love you and always will, child." With both their eyes suspiciously wet, the 2 wizards hugged tightly before the portkey activated, returning the 11 to the real world and new adventures once more. The 11 landed almost smoothly until Harry overbalanced as usual and pulled the other students down into an undignified heap. Ron and Hermione laughed while the others looked rather surprised. He battles evil dark wizards, slays a basilisk, and steals an egg from an angry mother dragon, but he can't land on his feet from a simple portkey. Ron quipped at his best friend. "Oh, shut it, you prat." Harry was used to the ribbing, so he just struggled to his feet, Amicus complaining loudly at having been fallen on. Lisa turned and looked at Harry, surprise making her eyes wider than normal. "You mean they haven't taught you the trick to landing on your feet after using a portkey or the flow?" She looked askance at the tall Weasley boy who was laughing so hard his face was almost the same color as his hair. "Well, that's not very nice of you, is it? I thought he was your best mate." She reached over and grabbed Harry's arm, pulling him to the side of the empty salon of Grimmauld Place where they had arrived just moments before. "Harry, you don't actually move. You see, it's all an illusion of movement, so don't tense up or brace yourself or lean." If you just stand still and let the magic do all of the work, you won't fall down. Harry looked murderously at Ron, the tips of his ears turning red and his eyes beginning to glow an eerie luminescent green that was downright frightening. You great bloody git. Were you ever going to tell me, or was it just too much fun laughing at me? Ron put his hands up defensively as he started to stutter in his haste to explain. Well, we all knew that you had never been taught. I mean, you were raised muggle, and we all, that is Dean and Seamus, and me, well, we thought it was kinda funny, you know, about how you are so bloody brilliant at everything. His voice trailed off as he turned tail and ran out of the room, an irate Harry at his heels screaming at him like a banshee. Molly Weasley was standing right outside the door as the two peeled around the corner, and reached out both arms to hug the boys, but Ron had too many years of escaping his mother to be caught. He simply ducked under her open arms and continued, running up the stairs, 3 steps at a time in his haste to escape. Harry wasn't so lucky and ran right into a smothering hug, thankful that he had grown enough that his head was no longer embarrassingly buried right between her Ambleby Easts, and that he was actually taller than the short, plump woman. Let me look at you, child. My, how you have grown, and you look healthy, thank Merlin. The island certainly agreed with you. She pushed him back just far enough to inspect him carefully, her hands still holding both his shoulders in a surprisingly powerful grip as she beamed at him. She let go of one shoulder and stroked her free hand through his messy hair as she clucked over him. How is it your hair never lays flat? Were you born with your hair sticking up all over? Remus and Sirius just laughed as they exited the salon, following Ron and Harry at a much slower rate. The rest of the group was right behind them and stopped to listen to the cheerful conversation. As a matter of fact, he was born with that mop. Drove Lily mad, it did. She tried everything, even Muggle hairspray, but nothing worked for either Harry or James's hair. Remus said as Sirius nodded in support. Hermione looked at her friend and thought back over the years she had known him as something strange occurred to her. Harry, have you ever tried to grow your hair longer? See if a little more length gives it enough weight to lie flat. No, Hermione, you know I haven't. The last time I had a haircut I was about 9 and my aunt cut it herself with the kitchen shears the night before school started. It was a mess, little bits of hair sticking up and almost bald everywhere else but my fringe. I was so upset and worried that I spent all night locked in my cupboard crying and wishing my hair would return to normal. And by morning it was all grown back just like always. If it hadn't been the first day of school, she said she would have locked me up for 2 weeks. As it is, I had to spend any time not at school locked in my cupboard. Harry had found it almost cathartic over the last 3 weeks to speak about his dreadful treatment at the hands of his relatives. Since everyone already knew his innermost secrets, it felt as if a huge weight he had not even been aware of had lifted off of him. Tonks came over and stretched up a hand to run her hand through his short hair. You do know, Harry, that's not normal, don't you, even for wizards? She tipped his chin up from where he had ducked his head down and looked him straight in the eye. You and I are going to have some serious discussions this summer about being a metamorphagus, because I'm the only other one who never needs a haircut that I know of, well, except men who are totally bald maybe. Albus had made a sizable dent in the massive amount of paperwork that seemed to materialize on his desk every time his back was turned by Saturday afternoon, so he decided that a short visit to Grimmauld Place would be a good reward. The travelers had returned late last night after their time at Tir na Nog. It had only been 2 days of real time, but it meant that Harry had almost a month while everyone else had 3 weeks to relax and heal mentally and physically. He had a strong suspicion that Severus had never found the courage to tell Harry about his culpability in his initial collapse, and he wanted the matter confessed to before the group returned to Hogwarts. It would not do to let the knowledge fester between the two, and he didn't wish to witness the explosion of anger that would most likely result should Harry learn the truth through a casual mention from someone else. Albus knew that too many people knew of the matter for it to remain a secret much longer. Albus stepped through the grate into the kitchen just as Dobby and Molly were putting the finishing touches on a magnificent tea. He nodded greetings to them as he stole a delectable petit four covered with pastel pink frosting, popping it into his mouth with a sigh of enjoyment. He picked up a yellow one to eat on his way out the door. Albus, you wait for the others. Molly's half-hearted rebuke faded as the door closed behind him. Ah, Severus, just the man I was hoping to speak with. Albus spotted the tall man just as he was leaving the black library, his nose buried in some ancient text, judging by the yellowing of the pages and the traces of dust that still remained. Snape just looked up and lifted one elegant eyebrow at his friend as he stopped walking and stood just outside the door while Albus finished walking up the stairs toward him. Snape could feel the intense scrutiny the older man was giving him. "Do I pass inspection then, Albus?" A hint of sarcasm touched the otherwise mild words. "Yes, yes, I am pleased to see you fully recovered, my boy. I will not deny that you gave me quite a scare. It still makes my heart shudder when I remember my first sight of you lying so still, bloody and beaten on Arabella's couch. I am so sorry for sending you there, but even sorrier for sending Harry there so many times. I was so arrogant, so certain that any decision I made would be for the best that I gave no credence to the stories and rumors that circulated about Harry and his relatives. Can you forgive an old man his arrogance and foolishness?" Albus looked every bit his age as he stood head bowed and contrite before the younger man. "I cannot condemn you for the same arrogance and unwillingness to confront the truth when I am just as guilty, now can I? At least you wished the boy no harm, and your error was because you have always seen the good in everyone and cannot comprehend that evil that some can inflict upon their own innocent children. I have no such excuse. I know full well how abusive some parents can be. I know the signs and yet refuse to give them credence, let alone actually investigate for proof." Severus waited patiently, his hands clasped tightly behind his back as he waited for the man to acknowledge the truth of his words. "Well, let us vow to do our best to never repeat our mistakes together then, shall we?" Albus moved up to the waiting man and ushered him back into the empty library. Looking around to make sure the room was really empty, he pulled his wand and cast a privacy spell to ensure the confidentiality of their conversation. As the two men took seats on comfortable armchairs across from each other, Albus leaned forward, his hands upon his knees as he looked deeply into Snape's eyes, willing the younger man to know without a doubt of his support and love for the man he considered a son in many ways. "It is pleasing to see you look so healthy, child. I don't believe I have ever seen you looking better. And wearing colors. Oh, my Perenelle has really wrought a miracle." Snape twisted his mouth in annoyance. "And a tan of all things. She must have really threatened to get you outside enough to gain a bit of color." Albus was chuckling at the other's discomfort. "I am sure that my attire, no matter how sartorially pleasing to you, has not precipitated your visit this afternoon or the privacy charm you have just cast over this conversation." Snape's dry wit was still evident as he used words to show his displeasure at the man's comments, no matter how accurate they were. Especially about the threats that Perenelle had indeed issued, backed up by Poppy's very loud outspoken approval and support. The two women had conspired with the willing help of the blasted elves to forcibly bar him from the manor every afternoon while the children were busy in lessons. At least the vile creatures had allowed him to just sit in the mild sun and read without interruption, besides making sure he never ran out of snacks and chilled juice, which had been rather pleasant, though he would never admit any such thing to anyone while a single breath remained within him. Albus turned serious once more. "No, I dare say you are correct in your assumptions. What I wish to speak of is a much more difficult and unpleasant subject. Am I correct in assuming you have not discussed with young Mr. Potter your actions, concerning the pensive, that precipitated the entire sordid incident?" Snape had the grace to look ashamed as he simply shook his head no. "I am sorry, Severus, but I insist that you tell Harry about your actions before the two of you return to school, or he learns of the fallacy of your memory from someone else. It is no secret to most of those residing here, and a simple remark could destroy the fragile peace that you two have managed to salvage from your shared experiences. I will also insist that Harry accept some of the blame for going uninvited into a pensieve, but I will admit that it is partly my fault for not explaining how very private pensieve memories are, and the unacceptability of invading another's privacy in such a blatantly rude fashion. When Harry accidentally fell into my pensieve during his third year, I did not explain it to him, and for that I apologize to you, just as I shall apologize to him for not taking the time to explain. And yes, I know that incident was totally an accident. The images were floating above the pensieve and he simply leaned too close to see something he had never seen before and simply fell in. The portraits informed me of the events as soon as I returned to my office after Minerva informed me she had sent Harry up unescorted to wait for me." As Albus looked down his long crooked nose at him, Snape gathered up his thoughts before tacitly agreeing. I will do as you request, Headmaster. Both of them knew it was not a request but an order, and Snape's use of his formal title let them both know the order was understood and would be followed, no matter how distasteful or embarrassing it might be. Dumbledore simply patted Snape's knee and stood up, speaking over his shoulder as he left the man sitting morosely in his chair. I'll just send Harry into you now then, shall I? Snape just nodded in defeat, his mind devising and discarding different scenarios about how he could tell the Gryffindor about his duplicity and still maintain the fragile trust that was just beginning to burgeon between them. Draco had asked his mother to help him draft a reply to the missive from his cousin accepting his offer of support and granting Sirius Black the authority and fealty required by his formal acceptance of the man's offering of name and family. It had taken several hours, interrupted by a very pleasant and filling lunch before the two returned to the task. Draco and Narcissa wanted the formal acceptance of wardship in place and duly signed and registered at the Ministry in Hogwarts before Draco had to return on Sunday afternoon to Hogwarts for many reasons, not the least, protection from his fellow Slytherins. With a theatrical sigh of relief, Draco sealed his acceptance letter into the heavy vellum envelope his mother had provided and sent it off with the owl that had belonged to him personally rather than the Malfoy estate. He ed his mother gently on the cheek, giving her his unspoken thanks for her help, and ran up the stairs hoping to entice Pansy out into the glorious spring afternoon. It wouldn't matter if they had to take their school books and continue their studies, somehow being outside and in the sun while they read would make it much better. Amelia Bones had been quite pleased with her efforts in drafting a new law for underage magic use which she had presented to Scrimgeour before leaving early on Friday afternoon to spend a long weekend with her niece Susan. She had been her guardian ever since the young girl's parents had been killed in the last war. In many ways her niece was even closer than a daughter would have been. She looked over at her niece who was curled up on her favorite chair, reading a Witch Weekly magazine and twirling her hair absently with her fingers as she read. Susie, I want you to know that you can always come to me with anything. She spoke softly, but the teenage witch looked up at her when she broke the peaceful silence of the afternoon. Susan smiled at her aunt's use of her old childish nickname. I know that, Auntie Am. I always have known that. What brings it up now though? Susan had replied with her own nickname for her aunt when she had been much younger and Amelia had been too much of a mouthful for a toddler. I was just thinking of all the recent trials and how everyone was hiding secrets from everyone else, and I didn't want that between us, because I love you, you know. Susan got up and walked over to give her aunt a hug and sit down beside her on the sofa. I love you too, Auntie. I always have. She reached over and ed her aunt's cheek. Is there anything else you wanted to tell me? She smiled impishly. Of course, if you really loved me you would take me out for ice cream instead of just sitting here reading. Amelia smiled deeply, thankful her Susan never had and never would go through the horrors that Harry Potter had before standing and taking her niece to Diagon Alley for the afternoon, enjoying herself after the hard but satisfying work of the last 2 years. Sirius had received the owl with Draco's acceptance letter that afternoon as soon as he had returned from the island, and now he was just waiting for the right moment to tell Harry that he would be, well, not brothers, but maybe cousins, with his school nemesis, and that he would be expected to not only tolerate the boy but somehow make his peace and perhaps even form an alliance. Sirius had only met the boy once or twice before he was thrown into Azkaban, but he had no doubts that the stories the children had told about his new ward's attitude and personality were all too accurate. He pulled the carefully written missive out of his inner robe pocket and read it again. Dear Uncle Sirius, I am most humbly grateful to you for your support and encouragement. It is with heartfelt gratitude that I write to accept your most generous offer of support. I will abide by your terms and welcome your offer of guidance and familial support. I look forward to meeting you upon our return to Hogwarts and am most grateful for the truce offered to me by your adopted son, Harry Potter Black. I also offer my hand in peace and vow to change and honor the truce between us. Thank you, sir, for your support, both financial and familial, to both my mother and myself during these most trying and turbulent times. Your nephew, Draco Black. The second page in the envelope had been strictly formal, and Sirius had scrawled his own signature across the bottom in acceptance before the letter flashed in a burst of golden magic and vanished to be instantly recorded and filed with the proper department in the ministry. Sirius knew the self-updating records at Hogwarts and elsewhere in the magical community would also change at that moment, signifying the change in Draco's name and status. I, Draco Amgius Malfoy, do hereby renounce and condemn my biological father, Lucius Malfoy, and abdicate and repudiate the name of Malfoy. I accept and confirm the offer of Lord Sirius Orion Black, Baron Blackmore, to become his ward and charge, to submit to his control, to follow his guidance, and to become his ward in thought, word and deed for all time. I swear to these things with all my heart, mind and magic. Draco Amgius Black. Sirius sighed and went to find Harry to tell him the news about Draco and hopefully to plan some strategies together to smooth the awkward times he knew would occur soon. Harry ducked his head inside the library and then entered when he found Professor Snape sitting lost deep in thought, his fingers steepled in front of his face, thumbs just touching his chin while his large nose rested on his forefingers as he stared, unblinkingly ahead. Professor Dumbledore told me you wanted to talk to me, Professor. Harry asked with much more respect than he would have just a month ago before all of this mess started. He felt overwhelming relief as the hatred and rage that had once surged at the very sight of the greasy-haired man didn't occur. He had been afraid their truce and the lack of emotional discord between them would reoccur simply because they were off of his grandparents' island. Severus sighed and pointed to the chair that Albus had just vacated. Please, sit down. We have much to discuss, Mr. Potter. Severus' voice was flat, lacking the usual vitriol and spite, but still not welcoming or even overtly pleasant. You were calling me Harry in my mind and then on the island. Could you call me Harry now? My relatives never called me anything but Potter or Freak, or, well, I don't really want to repeat what they called me. I'm sure you heard it from them if you were disguised as me. Harry gave a small smile, hoping to regain some of the understanding and tolerance their shared experiences had forged. As you wish, Harry, and you may call me Severus, but only in private as you did in your mind. Harry just nodded, unwilling to irritate the man before him. Snape seemed to be deep in thought, and whatever he was thinking about, it didn't seem to be too pleasant to him. I must confess my deceit to you, Harry, and I hope that you are willing to listen to the entire explanation and my apology before speaking, if you might. Snape was actually going to apologize to him. Harry thought he must have heard the man wrong, but he nodded anyway. The incident that you viewed in the pensieve was not entirely accurate. I admit the very sight of you brought back the most painful and embarrassing moments of my own school days, and I refuse to even entertain the idea that you might not be exactly like your father, since you looked exactly like him. I mistook your willingness to stand firm in your beliefs as arrogance. I was mistaken. You look like your father and have a few of his mannerisms and expressions, but your heart and your conscience is pure lily, which tormented me even further since I was in love with your mother. No, I never gathered up the courage to admit it when we were younger and studied together, and then when your father finally grew up some, she chose him without ever knowing about my feelings. Harry looked stunned as Snape continued, too stunned to interrupt the man even if he had wanted to. Your father and his friends tormented and harassed me during all 7 years we attended school together, and I was filled with blinding jealousy of him every time I saw James and Lily together. I was not blameless by any stretch of the imagination, but the pranking quickly became vicious and malicious rather than harmless pranks like the Weasley twins do. It is funny to be turned into a canary or to have blue hair, for example. It is cruel and embarrassing to have someone relentlessly highlight every shortcoming and fault that you have to the entire student population when you have no means of retaliation. I was a loner, a pariah even in my own house. Your father was a wealthy, bright student and very talented at Quidditch. He had people following him, idolizing him, and doing all of the things I wrongly accused you of doing. The teachers loved him but barely tolerated and in some cases downright loathed me. My father beat the dark arts into me before I was even old enough to know what they were. So in first year, when your father shot me in the hallways with a jelly legs curse, I retaliated with a bone-breaking hex. I had wobbly legs for about 5 minutes. Your father had a broken leg and ankle. I was condemned by everyone and I blamed it all upon your father. When his 3 friends retaliated, I felt justified in developing more and more potions that became increasingly embarrassing to the unwilling victim. Snape took a drink of tea after re-warming the cup that was sitting on a small table to the side of his chair. He looked at the boy sitting shocked, speechless in front of him, and sighed before continuing his confession. Let us just say that by the end of 7th year, we would gladly have murdered each other without thinking twice about it. I suspect that you and Draco would be at the same if you actually started any of your confrontations. I confess that I actually do know who starts the fights by his constant taunting and harassing of you, Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger, but with my connection to the Dark Lord and Mr. Malfoy there was little that I could do about stopping the harassment. And to be truthful, I did not want to admit even to myself of my bias. Every time I saw your face I saw your father and his arrogance, but it is your mother's eyes that haunt me with what never was and can never be, a wife and family of my own. I admit it was the thought that you should have died and she should have lived that caused most of my tormenting you. Your father was merely a convenient excuse. Harry swallowed hard, not sure if he knew what to say to the man. Their conversation was longer and more civil than anything he could ever remember having. He nodded his understanding of what the man was confessing to him and waited for Snape to continue. The point of this whole painful confession is this. The memory that you witnessed did not actually occur. I was the one who turned your father upside down that day. There were many instances of humiliation and torment, but I must admit most of the truly disgusting behavior was from my side, rather than your father's. He tended to prank me and the other Slytherins with mostly harmless but embarrassing physical pranks, while I used more subtle but painful retaliations. And the worst of the harassment was the mutual animosity between your godfather and myself, which was encouraged by my family in particular as well as all of the other Slytherins who considered him a blood traitor. Harry sat in silence, trying to digest all that he had just heard, but finding his mind incapable and unwilling to think straight. It was a lie. It was all a lie. He looked up in a combination of anger and hope. Snape nodded, afraid to speak as the ever-changing emotions flashed across the boy's face. I knew you couldn't resist entering the Pensieve. Albus told the staff about your accidental incursion in his during the Tri-Wizard tournament. I set a trap that I knew would be irresistible to you. And then I arranged to leave my office to set off the trap. I did not expect your reaction, nor did I know about what you had suffered at the hands of your relatives. I cannot say with any certainty that knowledge of the Dursleys' treatment would have changed my behavior towards you, but I cannot but hope that it would have. No one, no matter who their parents are, should be forced to live through that hell. Severus stopped talking, hoping he had not overwhelmed the boy again, but he knew from the last 3 weeks spent with the child on top of the hours they had spent alone in the empty landscape of Harry's own mind, that the boy was much stronger than he had ever been in his life before. Harry looked calculatingly at the oddly quiet man sitting in front of him and nodded just once, barely moving his head. Thank you for telling me, Professor. Now, if you will excuse me, I need to think about everything you have just told me. Without another sound, Harry left the room, intent upon finding Amicus and sending a message to his grandparents for their advice, leaving a quiet man who was certain the fragile peace between them had been shattered irrevocably and oddly sad about that fact. Harry and his friends were all quiet in their own ways on the train back to Hogwarts on Sunday. For once they had even arrived early at the station, but that was probably because Dobby and Winky were in charge of returning all of their luggage to the school, so everyone only carried a small bag with a few items to entertain themselves and a set of school robes to change into. Harry, Hermione and Ginny were all reading ahead in their textbooks, Harry and Hermione for their upcoming OWLs and Ginny because she had a huge arithmancy test looming over her for next Friday's class. Lisa and Ron were quietly playing chess. It appears that Lisa wasn't quite as good a player as Ron or Sirius, but she was close and she challenged Ron in a way none of his other housemates ever could. For the first time in a long time, everyone was looking forward to the return to school. No Umbridge, no Filch, Sirius as the new Dada teacher and who knew what changes amongst the Slytherins after the exposure of their Death Eater parents had been made very public over the last 2 weeks. Harry for once was well rested, well fed and found that the release of the bind on his magic and the mother's blessing that his grandmother had given him in combination with all of the organizing and studying of the knowledge from all of his previous years he had done whilst stuck in his own mind, he was having no problem assimilating and fully understanding any new information. Hermione, however, was beginning to panic. She had shared lessons with Harry and Lisa on the island, and Harry had easily outpaced her in learning, even in subjects he hadn't even taken before like ancient runes and arithmancy. He no longer had to even study in Transfiguration, Dada are charms, and there were no words to begin to describe his new insight and abilities in potions, particularly since he had soaked up the intensive training that Nicholas had given them all. She just hoped she could keep up, for she knew she no longer was top of all of their classes, not just Dada like before. She had several long talks with both Perenelle and Professor McGonagall to help her over her unreasoning need to excel and be the best, but she still couldn't help feeling a little unneeded by the new Harry. Draco and Pansy had made certain to talk to every Slytherin student they could find on the Hogwarts Express, wanting to sound out their housemates in the neutral territory of the train rather than in their isolated common room after the returning feast later that night. So far they had managed to extract pledges of neutrality from most of them in return for Draco dropping his pattern of harassment and superiority, which wasn't too hard, since Draco's entire world, including his family heritage and birthright, had been shattered and then stripped from him in just the last 2 weeks. They had even managed to forge a couple of truces and might have even taken the first tentative steps towards a few new friends from amongst the Slytherin students they had mostly ignored in the past. No one seemed surprised that Crabbe and Goyle would not be attending. Without the support of the corrupt members in the Department of Magical Education, there would be no way for them to pass even the minimum of 3 OWLs needed to continue. But to be truthful, no one would actually miss his rather stupid but blocky bookends, not even Draco. With only about another half-hour ride before they reached the station at Hogsmeade, Draco left Pansy with her friends Daphne and Millicent before going down the long corridor looking for the compartment that contained Potter and his friends. He saw them in the next compartment, heads bent over chess and books, so he drew himself up and took several deep breaths, mustering all of the courage he could for the coming meeting, hoping it wouldn't digress into a confrontation, but not expecting much of anything pleasant from his former nemesis, who was now the very powerful son of his liege lord. He slid the compartment door open, his hands up and open, to show he was holding nothing, and posed no threat to the occupants now looking up curiously at him in surprise to see him without his ever-present bodyguards. He bit his lower lip before shutting his eyes, gathering his courage and his thoughts before beginning to speak. With only about another half-hour ride before they reached the station at Hogsmeade, Draco left Pansy with her friends Daphne and Millicent before going down the long corridor looking for the compartment that contained Potter and his friends. He saw them in the next compartment, heads bent over chess and books, so he drew himself up and took several deep breaths, mustering all of the courage he could for the coming meeting, hoping it wouldn't digress into a confrontation, but not expecting much of anything pleasant from his former nemesis, who was now the very powerful son of his liege lord. He slid the compartment door open, his hands up and open, to show he was holding nothing, and posed no threat to the occupants now looking up curiously at him in surprise to see him without his ever-present bodyguards. He bit his lower lip before shutting his eyes, gathering his courage and his thoughts before beginning to speak. Chapter 30. Griffins and Quidditch. His brilliant green eyes flashing, Harry looked up from the book he had been reading and said, "Malfoy," without any inflection or emotion to give the hesitant Slytherin a clue about how this meeting would end. "My name's Draco Black, Mr. Potter Black, and I would like to issue a formal apology to you and your companions for my reprehensible attitude and behavior over the last few years. I have been forced to acknowledge the errors of my biological father's morals and beliefs in the last few weeks." Draco nodded a short half-bow, not taking his silver-gray eyes off of his sworn liege's adopted son. He knew Potter Black's acceptance or even tolerance of him now would make all of the difference between surviving the upcoming ordeals, or him having to endure a living hell for the next 2.5 years. A small glimpse of hope shined in his eyes before he ruthlessly squashed any emotion from his pale, thin face. "Well, as Sirius explained it to me, you are now his fosterling and under his direct supervision and guidance. And since I am his son now, that makes us sort of old-fashioned foster brothers. I still don't like you, you are too much of a bullying git for me to trust you without proof. But I won't start anything, Black, if you leave us alone. After all, that's all I ever wanted, for you and your foul mouth to just leave us alone." Draco nodded his acceptance of Harry's terms and bowed even deeper toward Hermione. "I apologize, Ms. Granger, for my unseemly and ungentlemanly use of derogatory language in your presence. I vow to abstain from personally insulting language and will do my utmost to discourage that language from being used towards you or any other students by myself or any other members of my house." Hermione looked surprised at the vow and was actually speechless for once. Her cheeks tinged pink. She merely nodded at the surprisingly formal Slytherin and his girlfriend before turning to look at the third member of the Golden Trio. Ron's ears were almost the color of his hair as he silently witnessed the humiliating public apology that Draco was giving them. Draco looked at Weasley and gulped, unsure if he could actually deliver the apology he had practiced so diligently with a straight face and without losing his temper. He had baited Potter and tormented Granger, but Weasley had been the one he most often wound up physically fighting. He had put a lot of thought into analyzing his behavior over the last 2 weeks and had realized that he could never be as coldly calculating and cruel as Lucius, nor as brilliant as Snape. He was never at the top of any class, well except for potions, and he didn't even try to fool himself that his grade in that class had ever been truly accurate. He was a medium-powered wizard, his only advantage his unspoken but very obvious backing of his head of house and his father's name and position on the board of governors. He suspected, hell, he knew without a doubt, that if Potter had ever let himself go he would have wiped the floor with him, even with the support of Crabbe and Goyle. It was only the Gryffindor's selfless and bewildering blind adherence to some misguided sense of fairness and honor that had kept the Slytherin house from being wiped out of existence long ago. And Draco and every other Slytherin knew it and used it to their advantage to verbally harass and torment the other students until they lost their temper. With Snape's support they could always claim the other student threw the first punch or pulled their wand first, and they knew they would always be believed and supported, no matter what led up to the physical confrontation. But that was no longer the case, and the pecking order at Hogwarts had changed drastically. Draco now knew he was at the bottom of the pecking order unless he was relentless in mending fences and forming alliances, so he swallowed his badly bruised pride and spoke to Weasley. "Mr. Weasley, I must apologize to you most of all. I can only offer the explanation that I was under considerable pressure from Lucius Malfoy to torment and harass you as much as possible since he considered you and all of your family blood traitors. I know that it is an excuse and a poor one at that, but I had been raised that way all of my life and suffered rather severe punishments if it was even suspected that I did not believe his teachings. I hold no personal animosity towards you and your family, and I regret that my past actions have caused you such anger and stress. I am hopeful that we can cease the useless animosity between ourselves and pledge to refrain from deliberately inflammatory language and behavior on both of our parts. I am truly sorry for the things I have said and done to you and your brothers and sister." Ron didn't look like he wanted to accept the offer of a truce, but a sharp look from Harry and a nudge in the ribs from Hermione made Ron nod at the other and mumble a simple answer. "I won't start anything, Malfoy, but I will finish it if you do." Draco tilted his head slightly as he nodded again at the obviously angry redhead. "Thank you," was all he said as he turned his back and motioned Pansy back down the corridor to return to their own compartment to compose himself and get his heart rate back to normal before the train finally arrived at the station. When the compartment door slid shut behind the two Slytherins, Harry turned to look at his gobsmacked companions and shrugged his shoulders in his own astonishment. "Sirius explained to me all about what would happen with Draco being a fosterling. It's like a medieval thing where young boys would be sent to a male relative to become part of their family to be trained and raised away from their own family. He said I would be his cousin now but also foster brothers, so I would have to tolerate him at least, and I understand and accept that we need to choose our battles, and being angry with Malfoy all of the time didn't help me at all. But I didn't expect him to make such an effort already, and I never thought he would make a vow to us." Hermione looked excited about it as she bubbled, "I read about fosterlings when I was doing a report for my old school. It was almost like an apprentice for a tradesman. The noble families would take in a young boy and train him up to become a leader of his forces, how to run a large estate, how to fight, and everything else they needed to know. Since there wasn't any real schooling to be had, she hadn't taken a single breath in her excitement, but Ron and Harry had burst out in laughter at her usual response to any new situation. Ron reached over and patted her leg. "Of course you read a book about it, Hermione. If you hadn't we would think the world was coming to an end, you know." Harry had leaned against Lisa as he giggled at Hermione's now contrite face. "Don't ever change, Hermione." Lisa pushed the teen off of her shoulder while giving him an annoyed look. "Of course she read about it, so did I. As soon as Mr. Black mentioned it at Grimmauld Place, Your grandparents' library had quite a few books on apprenticeships and they mentioned fostering as well. Both Hermione and Lisa were looking at the others suspiciously now, but their looks turned to bewilderment as Ginny and Neville joined in the laughter as well. Ginny looked at them and explained through her own giggles, "We didn't know that Hermione was contagious, Lisa. Perhaps you better move away from her." Ron had slipped off of the narrow seat and landed on the floor, so Hermione just reached across and slapped him on the top of his head. The long ear-splitting whistle of the train as it slowed to pull into the Hogsmeade station forced the giggling teens to quiet down and begin gathering their scattered belongings for the trek up to the castle. Sirius smoothed his new teaching robes once more, the almost too far away to hear sound of the train whistle letting the teachers and staff know that the train had arrived at last. Dumbledore motioned for the milling adults to take their seats at the long head table in preparation for the imminent arrival of the students and leaned over for one last pat of Sirius' shoulder, whispering, "You'll do just fine, Sirius," as he turned and sat down at his own chair beside Professor McGonagall. The sound of the thundering footsteps of almost 1,000 teenagers announced their arrival almost as soon as the steady hum of that many excited voices climbed the steps and walked through the entrance hall and into the huge Great Hall. Eagerness to be back, anticipation of the food soon to be spreading the tables, and reluctance to leave their friends from the train ride made small clumps of students block the entrance momentarily before being pushed inexorably forward like the relentless push of the tide. It took a good 10 minutes for everyone to finally enter and sit down at the 4 longhouse tables. There were several empty seats at each of the benches, most under the green and silver banners of Slytherin, but several at each of the other 3 houses also. Harry looked up at the head table and grinned madly at his new father, sitting so nervously and stiffly in his neatly pressed dark blue robes, his now short black hair plastered to his head. He met his son's eyes and matched his goofy grin before turning back to speak with Professor Vector, who was blushing girlishly at whatever Sirius had just told her. Harry looked down the long table, noticing the addition of several new faces and the glorious absence of both Umbridge and Filch. His eyes stopped on the almost nervous-looking face of Severus Snape. Harry's own expression flattened as he tried to decipher the unusual expression on the usually dour and acidic man's face, but he wasn't too sure how he felt about Snape and his totally unexpected revelations yet, so he turned to look across the large hall to see how the Slytherins were reacting to the new faces. It wasn't too surprising to find Crabbe and Goyle's stupid mugs missing, but several of the other familiar faces seemed to also be gone. Harry didn't know all of the missing students' names, but he did notice Nott, Montague and Pusey were all gone. That had to completely wipe out the Slytherin Quidditch team with so many of their members now gone, he whispered to Ron, who nodded. Harry noticed that most of the Slytherin students were staring, mouths open in shock at the sight of their head of house sitting calmly in his usual spot. Harry grinned, thinking of their shock that the man hadn't been arrested in the well-documented and publicized purge of Death Eaters. He wasn't sure how he felt about the man and his deliberate deceit, but he thought he might just be able to hold a truce at least, provided it wasn't just one-sided, that is. Come on, some of us are starving here. Ron was whispering loudly, hoping that Dumbledore would take the hint and call for their meal to appear soon. Hermione kicked him in the shin softly and said, "Hush, Ron, you know the headmaster has to do announcements first." With a tinkle of McGonagall's spoon against her water goblet, Professor Dumbledore stood up, his bright blue robes decorated with madly spinning multicolored planets and moons in a dizzying blur that moved in an eye-numbing pattern around the hem and sleeves. Welcome back to all of you. As many of you are already aware, many things have changed during the last 2 weeks. You may notice that our old Dada professor, Dolores Umbridge, Dumbledore had to stop until the cheering and mad foot-stomping noise settled down to continue, and our caretaker Mr. Filch, the roar was almost more deafening for this announcement, and the ancient wizard waited patiently once more until McGonagall's lips thinned in exasperation and she shot red sparks out of her wand to gain the wildly cheering students' attention once again. Ah, yes, thank you, Professor McGonagall. Now where was I? Oh yes, I would like to introduce you to several new staff members. Firstly, I would like you to welcome our new Dada professor, Sirius Black. There was a sharp intake of breath as the students realized the name of the darkly handsome man sitting nervously beside Professor Vector and Hagrid. He has been exonerated from all charges and is a fully qualified, or so I expect, exemplary behavior from all students towards Professor Black. He looked down the long rows of students, his chin down so that he could look over the top of his half-moon spectacles as he met each student's eyes individually. He continued, and our new caretaker and defender of the keep could not arrive until tomorrow morning due to the necessity of packing up and moving. But I expect you all to welcome and obey. He looked pointedly at the Weasley twins as he said this, Mr. Alistair Moody, and yes, he is the real one this time. Fred and George looked at each other crestfallen at the knowledge that pranks would be much harder with old Mad Eye's magical eye watching them. Harry's breath whistled out as he imagined a detention under old Mad Eye's supervision and he leaned over to whisper in Ron's ear. We'd best not be getting any detentions from him. No telling how much of us would be left when he was done with us. Ron nodded, his face slightly green as he agreed with his best mate. Dumbledore clapped his hands as he finished speaking before sitting down once more. That said, now enjoy the feast and have a good term. The tables almost groaned as plates, platters and huge bowls of delectable food appeared on them, and with a subdued roar, the students tucked it, making the mounds of food disappear almost like magic. As luck would have it, the Gryffindor fifth years had Dada first the next morning, and Harry was almost as nervous as Sirius was. The trio arrived almost 5 minutes early and took a desk right up in front to lend their moral support to their new teacher. Of course, he didn't have to do much to be loads better than any other Dada teacher besides Professor Lupin, but that didn't actually ease his nerves any. When the class had all filed in and sat waiting patiently, the door to the Dada office opened and Sirius strode in, well-groomed and exuding confidence. Good morning. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Sirius Black and I am your new Dada teacher. Today I would like you to put away your books and pull out your wands. I would like to do a little testing to find out exactly how far behind you are. The students all obeyed with cheerful comments as they rapidly moved to comply. He had them all stand up and banished their bags, desks and chairs against the back wall, leaving a large open space for them to move in. I have a list of spells that you will all need to be able to cast perfectly by the end of the year and your OWLs, so let's just begin with those, shall we, and see how far we get. Everyone against that wall in twos, spread out so you have an arm's length between you and the next pair. As the group moved to the outside wall, Sirius flicked his wand and produced stationary targets for them on the inner wall. Okay. First spell is a simple stunner. Take turns and practice. The targets will record the accuracy and strength of each spell cast, so be sure to just hit your own target. Anyone fooling around or deliberately aiming at another student will be removed from my classroom and you will not be returning. His voice was almost as stern and warning as Snape's as he spoke before allowing them to begin their testing. Ron, Neville, Hermione and Harry were talking excitedly on the way to lunch, each holding the parchment that held their accuracy and power scores that Sirius had duplicated for each student as they left his classroom. Harry had been shy to share his results with the others, the old fear of being better than Dudley coloring his excitement at his own results. Ron looked over his shoulder though and couldn't help letting out a low moan. N of wonder. Wow, Harry, I knew you were good and a very powerful wizard, but that's something, ain't it, mate? He had grabbed Harry's parchment and passed it to the other two. Hermione grabbed Harry in an excited hug, almost bouncing on her feet. That's great, Harry. I knew you could do it. I mean, you've always been the best, and with the DA and you teaching us and everything, I knew you had to be stronger than us. Neville looked a little gobsmacked, but he nodded also. Harry chewed his bottom lip. You mean you're not angry, or? Merlin, no, Harry. We're just proud of you. You get. Ron was thankful he had finally overcome his unreasoning jealousy and was honestly happy for his friend. Lunch was going uneventfully as the students alternated between eating and talking about how much they were enjoying their new classes when the outer doors banged open and the clumping asymmetrical sound of Mad Eye Moody entered the hall shortly before the grizzled old retired Auror entered himself. His shoulder-length hair was streaked with more gray than black. The long clumps rivaled Professor Snape for greasiness, his face a mass of old-healed scars, his nose lopsided and missing a rather large chunk from one side of it. His peg leg ended in a carved animal foot, probably a bird of some kind judging by the sharp talons it sported. He floated a huge trunk in front of him, his wand holding it steady at chest height as he made a dramatic entrance, the bright sunlight coming from behind him through the open outer doors highlighting his outline and giving him an otherworldly and utterly menacing appearance. His magical, neon blue eye was spinning madly, flashes of white showing as the eye looked out the back of his head as well as forward, up, down and all around the edges. Well, what are you lot all staring at? Get back to lunch before I give you all detention. A massive intake of breath signified that each and every student had inhaled sharply at the sudden appearance and the overt and very real threat. Everyone hurriedly returned to eating, though the talking never reached the volume it had been just before Moody entered the great hall. Most of the staff was trying hard to refrain from smiling, or worse, laughing at the old Orr's dramatic entrance, but Dumbledore simply smiled benignly and Snape was openly approving the man's intimidating manner. Harry and his friends finished up eating as quickly as possible and escaped out the heavy doors to the beautiful spring afternoon, heading for the greenhouses and herbology class. He's gonna make detentions right fun, isn't he? Ron muttered darkly. Hermione punched him in the shoulder and gave him an exasperated glare. Ronald, detention isn't supposed to be fun. And you shouldn't be doing anything to get a detention. You know, if you just followed the rules and didn't lose your temper. Harry snickered as he leaned over towards Neville and loudly whispered, "And they're off." Neville put up a hand and snorted as he commented. Sounds just like an old married couple, don't they? I wonder when they'll figure out they like each other. Harry led Neville away from the bickering couple who didn't even notice their two friends escaping. Well, they'll either get together or they'll kill each other. And I'm not taking bets on which one of those happens first. He had just turned back when he was thrown to the ground by a missile hitting his chest. Before he could even react properly, his ear was being nipped gently by the razor-sharp beak of his griffin, Amicus, who had been banished outside the castle and left under the gentle but over-exuberant care of Hagrid while Harry had classes. Harry grabbed his familiar around his lion-like chest, avoiding the eagle talons on the front legs, and squeezed him in welcome and love. Hey Amicus, I've missed you. How has it been with Hagrid? The large one treats me like a hatchling, master. I am long out of the egg and do not require his assistance. I wish to stay with you. I will be still and not eat any of the other students, well, unless they are a danger to you, that is. Please master, let me stay with you. Harry hadn't known it was possible for someone to whine telepathically, but Amicus was doing a fine job of complaining rather loudly. Harry pushed Amicus off of his chest as he rolled over and pushed himself up off of the wet ground, throwing his supplies and books back into the school bag that had spilled when he had been tackled. Since when do you call me Master, Amicus? We're friends and you might be my familiar by I don't ever want to be called Master. It sounds too much like what Voldemort's followers call him for me to be comfortable with it. Harry looked slightly annoyed at the small griffin as it hung its head in apology. Please let me stay with you. The large one is annoying and I might have to bite him to get him to leave me alone. Harry slung his book bag over his shoulder and onto his back as he leaned over and ran his fingers through the feathers on his friend's head. All right, you can stay with me, but if you get into too much trouble, your mother said she would make you stay on the island with her until summer. True to his word, Amicus laid under the table in front of Harry's feet all through herbology, his snide comments about the very unlikely but decidedly humorous uses for the plants they were repotting making Harry occasionally seem to grin for no reason or suddenly snort in amusement. He would then lean over to Ron on one side or Neville on the other and whisper what Amicus had said. Hermione just glared at all three boys whenever it happened, rolling her eyes and sighing theatrically until they would return to the dirty, messy work they had been assigned by Professor Sprout. At Quidditch practice that afternoon, Amicus was enjoying himself immensely, swooping and diving through the chasers, sending Ron scrambling behind the goal posts at the sight of a screaming griffin plunging straight at him was rather unnerving for the still nervous new keeper. Katie Bell was annoyed at the young griffin's antics at first until she realized how much the players had to concentrate on their game in order to not become griffin fodder. It was probably as close to having an opposing team to practice against that the Gryffindor team had ever had, and it was forcing them to play at game pitch rather than their usually laid-back practice pace. But Harry was the one having to focus his entire attention against his familiar. There was no way he could beat the eagle eye of the griffin to find the snitch each time it was released, and only his years of flying combined with the relative young age of Amicus made them somewhat equal in flying skill, and Amicus was stretching Harry's flying abilities like no one ever had before. "Cor blimey!" yelled Seamus, who had come down to watch the practice for a little while. "Hey Potter, Looks like you got some serious competition for Seeker next year. Harry wiped the dripping sweat off of his forehead as he yelled back, I'm just thankful there's a rule against non-human players on house teams or I'd be gone now. The entire team started laughing, though it did cause a thoughtful expression on Katie's face. Ah, Katie, whined Harry. I'm thinking. You know, Harry. I don't think there is such a rule, Katie stated thoughtfully. You can't replace me, Katie. You know you need me. Snape would never allow Amicus to fly in a real game, Harry pleaded before Katie broke out in a wide grin. Got you, Harry, now let's see who can catch the snitch first again. She winked at Harry before releasing the fluttering gold ball once again. The snitch hovered for a brief second, the wings moving too fast to register as anything more than a sparkling blur in the sunlight before it disappeared once more, the two flyers taking off from the ground in a dizzying blur of red robes and golden fur and feathers. Harry was dead tired as he trudged up the stairs heading for the Gryffindor common room. A hot shower and then bed after the long and grueling practice followed by a long visit with Hagrid about Amicus' lack of need for care, when he felt a spell hit him between the shoulder blades, pulling him backwards as he lost his balance, one foot teetering on the top step, his arms windmilling as he tried in vain to flip his body forwards to fall up the stairs instead of backwards and down the long flight of stone steps that spread out for 6 stories below him. He dropped his broom and book bag, hoping that was enough as he threw his upper body forward in reaction, when he heard the sound of another unknown spell being cast. His vision tunneled until all he could see was a pinprick of light, encircled by ever-encroaching blackness. He felt his body begin to fall inexorably backward, a scream involuntarily leaving his lips as the blackness overwhelmed his senses, a second inhuman screaming joined into his own before he knew no more. A golden blur plummeted down from the crenellated ceiling high above. Like a rock, his wings tightly furled for maximum velocity, Amicus Dove, beak open with the sound of his inhuman scream rending the air like a banshee with a toothache. His front claws extended and clutched the outer robe of his falling wizard, pulling up just a split second before Harry's head would have made contact with the unyielding stone steps below him. His wings pumping, adrenaline pounding to add lift to his madly beating wings, the juvenile griffin filled the entire castle with his angry, anguished screams. Doors slammed open, the sounds of hundreds of feet pounding as their owners ran to find the source of the inhuman screams that seemed to torment their very souls with the sound of its suffering. Amicus let go of Harry's body onto the top landing, disentangling his claws as the boy slumped to the cold stone. Another strong beat of his wings and Amicus was once more airborne, his cry changing from anguished hurt to full powerful predator as he spotted his prey trying to disappear into the crowds of now milling students. The staff was trying unsuccessfully to wade through the crowds, wands drawn, prepared for battle as they tried in vain to determine exactly what was going on. With a scream of triumph, the small griffin furled his wings once more and dove, until with a mighty backwash of air, he opened his wings, using them to break his dive and extended his front legs, sharp talons stretched and ready. He snatched the madly running student by the back of his robes, uncaring that the cruel knife-sharp blades of his claws shredded the material like tissue paper and buried themselves deep in the flesh of his prey. Amicus dropped the screaming boy from a height of 10 feet to land in a bleeding, screaming heap at the feet of the headmaster. A handful of strong pumps of his wings, and Amicus was once again at the top of the stairs where Sirius and Poppy were kneeled beside the two still form of Harry, his friends forming a protective circle with their wands drawn and ready to protect their unconscious friend. Albus cast ropes to bind the now crying mass of black robe and red blood before using a foot to turn the attacker over to see his face. Zacharias Smith, do you have any explanation for attacking a fellow student, especially an unarmed student from behind? It took no legilimency to know Smith's guilt. The boy was radiating guilt, hatred and fear like waves battering against Albus' occlumency shields. Moody was tired of trying to push his way through the jam-packed students that blocked the staircases from side to side, so he pulled his wand and added stinging hexes to his bellows of, "Move you bloody morons, let me through." The hexes made a wide path open up almost immediately and Moody stumped his way up to stand beside the crumpled and blubbering tightly bound figure at the headmaster's feet. He swooped like a cat catching a mouse and snatched up the boy's dropped wand. Priori incantatem. Moody cast with his own wand onto the confiscated wand of Zacharias. A ghostly fog spilled from the end of the slender shaft, showing a stunner with an odd yellowish-green cast rather than the normal red beam and an equally oddly colored confundus charm right after an accio. These spells are woven with Iasio Azalica per malum liver, and were meant specifically for Potter's magical signature. This boy didn't act alone, he had some mighty powerful help in spelling his wand. He used his wand to hex the students out of his way once more as he climbed the last flight of stairs up to where Poppy knelt beside the still unconscious form of Harry Potter. Poppy, I can neutralize the dark magic that was cast on the boy, but I will need Snape's help to do it. Then it's just a stunner and a confundus you'll have to deal with. Poppy looked relieved. She had been unable to ascertain exactly what had been spelled on the poor boy and had been reluctant to move him without knowing what exactly had injured him. She cast a mobilicorpus and floated the boy carefully down the stairs, Moody and Sirius walking in front of the procession, making sure the students moved out of the way and dispersing the crowd back to their rooms for the night. He'll be right as rain by tomorrow morning, so go back to your common rooms, nothing more to be seen here. Moody's eye was spinning madly as he watched for signs of guilt on any of the other students they passed. After all, the Smith brat might have had an accomplice. His snarling convinced the teens to leave rapidly. No one wanted to give him an opportunity to single them out for a detention after all. Many of them were still rubbing sore body parts as the effects of Moody's strong stinging hexes hadn't worn off totally yet. Dumbledore stopped Moody and asked him to come to his office after they got Harry sorted out and left, floating Smith in front of him down the stairs and over to his office. He would need to contact Amelia Bones as the head of the MLE and also let Nicholas and Perenelle know that Harry had been attacked but that he would be just fine. It felt odd to have people to notify about the odd happenings that always occurred around Harry. The Dursleys had point-blank told Dumbledore not to bother them unless the boy somehow managed to kill himself somehow, otherwise they didn't wish to be bothered with news from his school. Dumbledore berated himself for not wanting to realize that something was dreadfully wrong with Harry's home life before the bleak reality was so dramatically forced on him just a short time ago. Draco had been following behind the group. His natural curiosity and the years-old habit of clandestinely following Potter about the castle had led him to inadvertently witness the attack, though he had been much too far away to do anything about it, so he split off from the group and slipped down a secret passage that allowed him to reach Snape's office in the dungeons before the other group had gone down 2 flights of stairs. Professor Snape, sir, are you still here, sir? Draco's voice echoed in the darkened hallways of the potions area as he knocked respectfully on his head of house's office door. The heavy wooden door was jerked open with a muttered curse before Snape realized who was standing before him. His lips turned up in an unpleasant curl as if he was standing knee-deep in dragon dung as he spoke sharply. Black, what do you want? It's nearly curfew. Sorry to disturb you, sir, but Potter's been attacked and Mr. Moody said he would need your assistance to remove a dark curse before Madame Pomfrey would be able to heal him. Draco was showing more respect than Snape thought the arrogant little prick had in him, and he admitted to himself that his opinion of the Malfoy spawn had just raised a notch in respect. He looked up at the ceiling in consternation before muttering, Potter, the things you managed to get yourself into, before wiping his face of any emotion and lowering his head back to regard the Slytherin standing patiently and respectfully in front of him. Return to your common room, Mr. Black, and 5 points to Slytherin for your timely notification of a professor. Snape closed his door behind him, activating the locking and warding charms that were permanently cast upon his private spaces and strode down the long torchlit corridor, his black outer robes billowing like wings behind him as his long legs ate up the distance. Poppy floated Harry's body into the infirmary and onto his bed. Sirius had stopped at the entrance, intent upon watching his son without getting into the way when he was hugged from behind by a very familiar pair of strong arms. How is he, Sirius? Perenelle whispered into his ear, not wanting to disturb Poppy in her work. Amicus' message to his parents was rather garbled, something about Harry being attacked from behind and falling down a flight of stairs. Her voice cracked with concern as she fought back the tears that threatened to overwhelm her. Sirius turned quickly and rapidly explained the situation, watching the worry and concern melt off of the old couple. To be rapidly replaced with gratitude for Amicus, swift intercession, and finally a look of deep satisfaction when Sirius went on to describe Amicus' subsequent capture of the offender and the damage that capture had inflicted. Nicholas moved around to the other side of Sirius and wrapped a supporting arm around the man's shoulders as the three moved into the ward and over to the side to watch the Medi-Witch work. Moody had peeled off when the group reached the fourth floor where the infirmary was located and continued on down the stairs intent upon reaching the dungeons to find Snape, but he had only managed to clump down one more flight before he spotted Snape striding swiftly up the stairs, taking the steps two at a time in his haste. "Ah, good. Just the one I was going to fetch." Moody's raspy voice sounded even more gruff than normal in the silent halls. "Draco notified me before heading to the Slytherin dorms. How is he? Do we know what was cast upon him?" Snape appeared to be actually worried about the Gryffindor, so Moody filed the odd bit of information for further analysis when he was not so busy with the current crisis. Zacharias Smith hit him with an Accio at the top of the staircases, then a Confundus, and a standard Stupefy, but his wand was spelled with Iasio Azalica per malum liver before he sent them, and it was modified in such a way as to be specific for Potter's magical signature alone. Moody looked disgusted at discussing the Hufflepuff chaser who had attacked someone in such a cowardly fashion. Mr. Smith is at best a mediocre wizard. He would be patently unable to cast an evil malice casting spell upon his own wand, particularly one attenuated to Mr. Potter's magical signature. He has had outside help, very powerful and proficient outside help. Snape rubbed his chin with his long potion-stained finger as the two men hurried back up the stairs to the infirmary. "Where is Mr. Smith now? Has he been questioned yet?" Moody explained about the capture and subsequent removal of the offender, giving an unapologetic chuckle at the swift and rather viscous capture by Potter's enraged familiar as the two hurried as fast as Moody's fake leg could manage. As Moody pushed open the doors and noticing the new occupants of the room, he flicked his wand out and took a protective stance, pointing his wand directly at Nicholas, who he had instantly assessed as the greater danger. Nicholas smiled and waved a hand in a languid but precise fashion, causing Moody's wand to clatter to the floor and slide out of easy retrieval reach. Now, Mr. Moody, is that any way to treat Mr. Potter's grandparents?" Snape drawled sarcastically, doing an almost perfect imitation of Lucius Malfoy's aristocratic and snobbish tone, as he hid a snigger at the old Auror's gobsmacked expression. It was exceedingly rare to watch someone get the drop on the paranoid wizard, let alone someone unarmed and apparently harmless. "Moody, may I introduce Lord Nicholas Flamel and Lady Perenelle Ravenclaw Flamel, Mr. Potter's great-grandparents. My lord and lady, this is Alistair Moody, the new caretaker and protector of the keep." Sirius performed the introductions, grinning at old Mad Eye's widened eyes and openly gaping mouth as the two living icons moved graciously and gracefully forward to shake the hand he automatically extended to the couple, his motto of constant vigilance, completely forgotten as his brain refused to work. Poppy looked up at the distraction and noticed the arrival of the two wizards she needed. "Come, Severus, Moody, I need you to disperse the dark curse before it does further damage. I cannot counteract the stunner and the Confundus while the other spell is active." Potter's uneven and labored breathing sounded harsh in the unnaturally still and echoing ward. Moody stood beside the head of the bed on one side while Snape stood in the same place on the other. They then pointed their wands together at the middle of Harry's forehead while Poppy moved over to stand with Sirius and the Flamels to watch from a safe distance in case the dark magic released a backlash as it was dispelled. "On three," said Snape. "1, 2, 3, salvo as atrum beneficus ex undes venet." The two chanted in unison, Snape's silky smooth baritone oddly contrasting and blending with Moody's harsh grating bass from his too often injured vocal cords. An ugly sickly greenish-yellow fog that oozed malevolence misted out of Harry's body, forming a noxious cloud, roughly man-shaped, that floated a mere half-meter above the bed. Snape nodded at Moody and counted again. 1, 2, 3, salvo as atrum beneficus ex undes venet. The second casting caused crackles of bright blue and white flames to spark and ignite within the malevolent gas until, with a mighty flash of bright white light that left everyone seeing spots for several minutes, the miasma disappeared completely and Harry's breathing evened out and grew deeper and more natural. Poppy rushed forward spelling a simple, finite incantatum, followed by an enervate, before Harry blinked his eyes, looking around madly as he tried to remember exactly how he had managed to wind up in the hospital wing once more. His mouth opened in shock when he realized that not only was Sirius hovering beside him, but his grandparents were also. A loud screeching and indignant squawking announced the arrival of Amicus as the griffin pounced upon Harry, causing him to grunt at the impact of 80 pounds of very unhappy familiar onto his chest. Perenelle stroked the eagle feathers on the beast's head as she praised him for not only saving Harry but catching the perpetrator in such an expedient manner. Poppy looked Harry over again, but could find no reason to make the teen spend the night in hospital, so she reluctantly released him and the entire group trudged silently up to the headmaster's office, each lost in their own thoughts about the incident. After checking to be sure that Smith had suffered no life-threatening injuries from his capture, Albus bound the still blubbering student to a hard-backed chair, and sent a brief parchment with a short explanation to the MLE with Fawkes. He had just greeted Kingsley and Tonks when his connection to Hogwarts told him he had a large group of people entering the staircase to his office. He pulled his wand and conjured seats for the group, only mildly surprised to sense the familiar magics of Nicholas and Perenelle included with the others. He had intended to notify them after questioning Mr. Smith, but apparently they had a much firmer bond with their grandson than he had realized. Enter please and have a seat. Good to see you up and recovered, Harry. If you feel up to it, could you explain what happened from your perspective, my boy? The twinkle had reappeared after he had a good look at the boy. Reading his magical aura, he sensed only healthy magic, no residue of the sickening malevolent spell remain, he was most pleased to note. Harry looked back at Sirius and Nicholas, who were sitting directly behind him. Perenelle had situated herself close enough to her beloved grandson to pull him close to her side in support, one arm comfortingly heavy on his shoulders as he looked up into the headmaster's blue eyes. Professor Sprout walked over to stand behind Smith, the displeasure with a member of her house plain upon the stout little witch's face, but as his head of house, it was her job to make sure he received his due rights, no matter how disgusted she was with the teenager. As Harry leaned against his grandmother's shoulder, he could feel his grandfather's hand on one shoulder and his father's hand stroking his hair in support. So he took a deep breath and began to recite the painful story. Well, we had finished up Quidditch practice. He motioned his hands down at the sweaty and dirty Quidditch robes that he was still clad in, and then I went by Hagrid's hut to ask him not to baby Amicus so much. Amicus threatened to bite Hagrid if he didn't stop treating him like a hatchling. I didn't realize it had gotten so late, so I was hurrying up to make curfew. I had my foot on the top step when I heard an Accio spell coming, and it hit right between my shoulders before I could do anything. It sort of pulled me backwards. I don't know how I fought it, but I did. And then I remember trying to fall forward. My bag and broom went flying as I tried to throw myself up onto the landing before I got hit with a confundus, but I could feel myself falling and everything was going black. He stopped talking, his face reflecting the horror of his memory as his grandmother rubbed her hand soothingly up and down his back, offering comfort to the teen. Harry took a deep breath and blew it out before he continued. Then I sort of remember another spell being said, but my ears weren't working much better than my eyes, and I think I screamed because I knew I was falling down the stairs, but everything sort of went black then, although I think I remember hearing Amicus screaming too. He shrugged, indicating he had no more knowledge of the events, and leaned into his grandmother's side, thankful he didn't have to remember the horrific feelings of helplessness that had almost paralyzed him when he realized he was falling and there was nothing he could do to stop it anymore. Tonks had been taking meticulous notes as Harry spoke. Kingsley turned to Smith, who had thankfully stopped blubbering, but his face was red and splotchy and his breath still came in hitches like a toddler after a temper tantrum. The deep bass voice of Kingsley filled the office, though the tall black man didn't raise his voice at all. What do you have to say for yourself, Mr. Smith? Zacharias paled as he looked up at the powerful orb towering so menacingly over him. I had to. My family. His voice broke as he tried to stifle another sob. My mum and uncle wanted revenge. My dad was arrested in Azkaban now. The disjointed fragments of speech were just barely coherent as the boy rambled for long minutes, his expression getting more frantic as he searched in vain for some hint of support from the adults all gathered around him to decide his fate. When Smith seemed to have finished, Tonks spoke, her voice unable to completely conceal her disgust. Your dad was arrested for collusion and taking bribes, so your mother and uncle decided you should kill Harry and make it look like an accident. Your uncle cast the dark spells on your wand and you waited in ambush for Harry to return to his tower after watching to see that he would be alone. Then you attacked him from behind with an accio, hoping he would fall down the stairs and everyone would think it was an accident. When it looked like he was going to be able to save himself, you then cast a confundus, which didn't seem to work too well, so you finally resorted to a stunner. And were going to throw his unconscious body down the stairs and hope everyone would think he simply fell on his own. Is that about it, Smith? Her sarcastic tone matched the best that Snape could manage on a good day. Smith looked up, his eyes watering as he nodded yes in resignation and hopelessness. Yes, ma'am. His voice was soft and hesitant as he answered, knowing how damning his own testimony had been. Kingsley questioned next. You are not claiming coercion or imperious, then? No, sir, I know that what I did was wrong, especially after Harry has been teaching me all year, but I just couldn't see past the hate and the need for revenge that my uncle and mother pounded into me all holiday. He looked pleadingly over at Harry, his eyes wide with desperation. I'm sorry, Harry, I'm so sorry. Please don't hate me for what I did. I'm glad it didn't work. I don't know how I would have lived with myself if it had. You believe me, don't you, Harry? He was pleading for understanding as he locked eyes with the boy who had taught him the very spells he had used against him. Harry gave a very short nod before burying his head into his grandmother's shoulder, wanting the whole mess to just go away and let him be a normal kid. Tonks, Kingsley, Professor Sprout, Albus and Sirius moved to one corner of the headmaster's office to discuss what would happen in low but passionate voices, Sirius' arms waving as he gesticulated wildly while hissing his opinion of the whole traumatic event. Albus finally urged Harry to join them and leaned down to look directly into Harry's face as he explained the alternatives to the teen. Harry, there are 3 options available and we will accede to your wishes on which of the 3 will be implemented. First, we can simply turn Mr. Smith over to the ministry, and he will be prosecuted for attempted murder and assault. He will most likely have his wand snapped and receive 5 years in Azkaban with another 10 years of probation when he is released. Second, Mr. Smith agrees to testify against his mother and uncle in exchange for a reduced sentence of simple assault. He would again have his wand snapped, spend 6 months in Azkaban and a period of 10 years of probation. Or third, he testifies against his mother and uncle and remains at Hogwarts under strict probation. His wand is confiscated after classes and returned during his first class of the morning. He can only use magic under strict supervision of a staff member, and he will serve 2 evenings of detention each week until the end of the year with Mr. Moody or another staff member. During the summer and all holidays, his wand will remain here at Hogwarts and he will be monitored closely for a period of 3 years, until he graduates. He will be placed with his maternal grandmother, a witch I know quite well, who is much like Neville's grandmother and whom I trust implicitly to diligently oversee Mr. Smith's probation. Harry leaned into Sirius' side and pulled him away from the others, wanting to discuss his feelings with his new father. I don't want the first one, Sirius. I know Zacharias and he wouldn't have done something like this on his own. I just don't know about the other 2. I mean, it's his mother and uncle that should be punished the most. Sirius ruffled Harry's hair in affection for the boy's good heart. Well, let's talk through the 2. If he goes to Azkaban, he forfeits his education and almost any meaningful job for the rest of his life. I know the Dementors are no longer there, but Azkaban is still a dank, dark, miserable existence for anyone, let alone a 14-year-old. But are you going to be able to see him in the Great Hall and in classes without remembering what he did to you? It's your decision. I will stand beside either one, pup. Sirius pulled Harry into a one-armed hug and waited while Harry thought about the options. Well, I don't want to drive anyone into Voldemort's camp and I can't see anything else coming out of the first option. I suppose if I can have a truce with Malfoy, I can handle one with Smith. I don't really have any classes with him. He's a 4th year and he certainly won't be welcomed into the DA anymore, so it would just be in the Great Hall or in the corridors. I guess I can handle that. I really don't want his whole life screwed up for one bad decision. Harry looked up at Sirius, his determination and resolve clear. Good for you, pup. I'm not sure I would be as forgiving, but I suppose I can't talk after leading Snape into the clutches of a fully transformed werewolf in 5th year now, can I? Harry spluttered and yelled, "What?" before he realized Sirius had led him back to the waiting group with a whispered, "Later, pup, I'll explain later exactly why Snape hates my guts." Tensions were still running high the next morning as the rumors of Harry's accident and the subsequent punishment handed out to Zacharias Smith spread. Smith had been suspended for a week, so even the Hufflepuff table was free to gossip about him during breakfast. Harry glared at anyone bringing up the subject within his hearing, but the big smile he wore whenever his eyes met either of his grandparents where they were calmly eating breakfast at the head table that morning cheered his mood up. Harry stuffed a last piece of bacon in his mouth before grabbing the remainder of the crispy strips from the half-full platter in front of him and wrapping the greasy meat into a napkin before stuffing it into his robe pocket. Ron snorted at his friend. "Hungry are we, Harry?" "Nah. We have potions first thing this morning and Amicus refuses to leave my side. I figure I can keep him quiet and under the table if I bribe him with bacon every once in a while." "Come on, we don't want to be late." Snape may have mellowed some, but I don't think it covers being late, and I want to get Amicus settled under the table before he comes in. Harry had slung his book bag over his shoulder while Amicus clambered out from under the table where he had been eating his own breakfast of strips of bloody raw meat and followed, resembling an overgrown puppy following his master as he trotted behind the 3 Gryffindors rushing down to the dungeons. The usual clump of students was anxiously awaiting the arrival of Professor Snape in the dimly lit corridor as usual. The Slytherins seemed subdued and were barely talking. Malfoy, Oops, Black, and Parkinson were standing alone to one side, behind the others in an unusually quiet and subdued manner as the others grouped around Zabini and Greengrass. Harry looked over the group, carefully assessing and analyzing the groupings and what it meant for their safety. His Ravenclaw heritage was pushing to the forefront more and more as his Gryffindor impulsiveness mellowed and faded. Both the long period of enforced reflection in his mind and the patient tutelage of his grandparents had encouraged his growing maturity and enhanced his mother's traits rather than his father's much more impulsive behaviors. And the absence of Voldemort's artificially induced rage and anger had helped greatly in his new more analytical and logical thinking. Right as the first bell rang, Snape swooped down the hallway from his quarters, robes billowing as he flung open his classroom door for the waiting students to enter. The first group barely made it into the room before they froze, only moving when the ones following them pushed them forwards. Everyone quickly made it to their accustomed seats before turning as one to watch Snape's entrance into his transformed classroom. Gone were the dark, cobwebbed corners as gentle soothing light dispelled the shadows from Muggle-style overhead fixtures that reflected off of the now pale gray painted walls. The years of ground in spilled potions on the worn stone of the floor had been replaced with clear, smooth dark gray flagstones in a smooth abstract pattern. The worn lab tables and high stools had been replaced by waist-high gleaming white marble-topped tables with new more comfortable stools with footrests and seat backs as well as a shelf for book bags between the legs. Each table had a small area to organize ingredients and implements on each end, as well as 2 cauldron stands complete with an adjustable gas flame under them. The shelves of ingredients and completed potions were still there, but they sparkled with cleanliness, and Snape's ancient battered and potion-stained desk was gone, replaced with an oversized marble-topped teacher's table, a mirror overhead hung at the proper angle so that everyone could see exactly what their professor did as they followed along. The blackboard had been moved to stand directly to the side of the teacher's station. A conveniently placed set of ingredient shelves stood to the other side of the station. Professor Snape had barely taken a few steps into the drastically changed room before he stopped and looked around, his usual scowl firmly planted on his face through sheer willpower alone. He didn't necessarily disapprove of the changes, he just wasn't sure who had the nerve and brass to go behind his back and change his personal classroom. He quickly analyzed his new teaching station and gave a small nod of acceptance. Yes, this should do nicely for my new teaching style, he thought as he regained his intimidating stride down the center aisle and took his place behind his work table, looking over the cauldron and gas fire apparatus that stood ready along with the shelves of alphabetized ingredients and gleaming clean utensils that stood ready for his deft touch. He flicked his wand at the board, bringing up the recipe for the sleeping solution the 5th-year Slytherin, Gryffindor class was scheduled to brew, his face scowling briefly as he noticed the large golden body of the griffin lounging insolently under Potter's table. He smirked as he realized that Longbottom was paired up with the teen while Granger and Weasley had taken the workstation directly ahead of them. After being in Harry's mind, and then participating in the potions classes given on the island, he was confident that Potter would be able to mitigate Longbottom's deplorable lack of skill in brewing, if only to keep his familiar safe from the cauldron explosion that was the usual result of Neville's brewing anything. Snape sighed as he acknowledged the uselessness of complaining about the presence of Amicus in his class. First, he wasn't sure that Albus would support him if he tried to ban the Griffin. Second, he knew that Black and the Flamels wouldn't hear of separating the two, and third, he wasn't sure. Hell, he knew he wouldn't last very long if the Griffin developed a dislike for the potion's master, let alone perceived a direct threat to his master. After seeing what the sharp talons of the beast had done to Smith's back last night in a single stroke, he shuddered to think what a full-blown attack of claws and beak would do to a body. Well, he certainly wasn't going to do anything to find out, especially not firsthand. Hermione was the first to begin sniggering and point out the large ornately decorated plaque hung prominently on the wall directly behind Snape's new teaching station. It read, "Professor Snape's 10 Rules for Teaching. 1. Education through intimidation, it's the only way. 2. Children should be seen, not heard. Anyone heard will receive detention. 3. Do not speak unless called upon, and don't bother to raise your hand, for I shan't call upon you. 4. The teacher is always right. If you don't believe me, just ask me. 5. If you don't agree with the grade given, tough, it's non-negotiable. 6. Criticisms will be graded and appropriate points deducted. 7. Unacceptable essays will be used for lining owl cages. 8. Extra credit to bring up your grade. You've got to be joking. 9. Botched potions will be fed to the brewer, so be careful how you brew. 10. Any complaints should be directed to my superior. Oh wait, I have no superior." As each student noticed the huge plaque and read it, the expressions on the faces that Snape was watching became a bewildering melange of shocked surprise, repressed glee, and pure reverence and respect. Snape watched his students for several long moments before he realized they weren't looking at him or the new workstation, but instead, intently focused on something behind him. He turned and rapidly read what had his students so unsettled. Severus read through the plaque several times, nodding to himself as he read. Then he did something that caused his students to wonder about his mental facilities. He threw back his head and laughed, his shoulders shaking and his face turning red as he realized who had so utterly and wonderfully pranked him. As the students sat in stunned silence while the very bizarre sound of Snape laughing echoed down the dim dungeon corridor, the potions classroom door opened once more and Nicholas and Perenelle Flammel walked in, and graciously seated themselves in conjured armchairs in the back of the large room. Snape wiped his tearing eyes, nodded a welcome to his mentors, and began to teach in a style and fashion never seen in Professor Snape's classroom before. The entire Great Hall was abuzz with chattering students as the story of Snape's remarkable meltdown and his new and much better teaching style was told over and over again, the students of all 4 houses moving back and forth through the room, artificial barriers of house membership temporarily forgotten as the astonishing tale was verified and expanded upon for those who had not yet had a class in the newly refurbished room. Dumbledore stopped behind Severus as he walked to his own spot and leaned over to whisper, "Good job, Severus the First, always knew you could do it. I am most proud of you, child, most proud." Severus felt a warm glow that he couldn't ever remember feeling before as the headmaster's words seemed to settle in a growing warmth in his chest. He let the corners of his mouth turn upward as he reviewed his morning classes in his mind, thankful the usual bitterness and frustration at the dunderheads was gone. He never thought he would actually enjoy teaching, but it seemed he had found a talent he had not realized he even had. Teaching had always been an expedient, something necessary for both of his masters. Dumbledore so that he could provide protection and employment for him, and the Dark Lord so that he would be close and able to divine the headmaster's secret plans, but it had never been an enjoyable experience except for the very few special students he had privately tutored each year. As he filled his plate with a hearty lamb stew and spread butter on his yeast roll, he thought with satisfaction that he might actually learn to like teaching. The students had gotten used to Snape's new teaching style, and everyone, even Severus though he would never admit it to anyone, like the new potions classroom that Perenelle and Nicholas had designed. Snape even left up the huge plaques with his teaching rules that Perenelle had made. Even Neville managed to lose a little bit of his nervousness, though he still didn't particularly like the still sometimes snarky Git. Harry had studiously avoided being alone with Snape for any reason. His new ability to retain what he had read and the individual tutoring he was receiving from his grandfather made his potions brewing as good as and frequently better than Hermione's, so Snape had no reason to single him out for detention. Snape for his part had tried to be meticulous and fair, though it had sometimes been quite an internal battle, and he did still sometimes lose that conflict. The dynamics of Slytherin House were still changing slowly but dramatically. With Draco, who had been the outspoken and tyrannical head of the pro-Voldemort group now being as unassuming and non-confrontational as possible, Blaise Zabini and Daphne Greengrass were now emerging as the leaders of the somewhat chaotic Slytherin House. Their families were both very old, almost all Slytherins, but had managed to maintain rather strict neutrality in both the First War and the current one. Altogether, the level of strife and hostility between houses was beginning to blur more than any of the current staff except perhaps the headmaster had ever seen before. The competition became more academic and team support rather than ambushing hostility and verbal sparring. Harry was disappearing more and more frequently as April ended. He met frequently with his grandparents who were staying in a comfortable apartment within the castle, all three of them reluctant to give up the still somewhat tenuous family bonding they had begun on the island. They spent several evenings each week with Harry doing his homework in his grandparents' quarters, talking and getting to know each other and sometimes brewing experimental potions with his grandfather in his private lab. Harry was also busy bonding with Amicus, which entailed a lot of the two of them flying endlessly over the grounds, golden wings and flashing red robes almost a blur as the poor Griffin tried to keep up with his master on his firebolt. The Griffin was becoming stronger every day, but Harry was still a much better flyer, even though he was sometimes jealous that Amicus didn't need anything artificial to fly on. And Harry and Amicus spent a lot of time in an abandoned classroom on the third floor that Harry had found, cleaned up and then sparsely furnished. The old sofa had been in a storeroom on the second floor and the big soft beanbags looked like they had at one time graced the divination tower of Sybil Trelawney, but he wasn't sure. Amicus loved to flop down and wiggle in the overstuffed beanbags, making a comforting nest as he and his master talked about anything and everything. I don't know Amicus. I mean, they were the only family I knew growing up, and I didn't really know how badly they treated me until I started primary school. I mean, I know they didn't treat Dudley like me, but I really did think I was somehow doing something wrong, you know. Harry found he liked having someone he could discuss anything and everything with. Amicus and he had bonded on a much deeper level than either of them could have imagined just a month ago. In a lot of ways, it was like having a conversation with yourself, but also having a second opinion. He couldn't explain it to Hermione and Ron. He just couldn't find any words for it. And the fact that Ron and Hermione seemed to be arguing over everything now just made him too uncomfortable to be around both of them, and any time he spent time with just one of his best friends, the other one managed to look hurt and jealous. So he and Amicus spent a lot of time in the sanctuary he had found. The Dursleys did many bad things to you, Harry, but the worst was the way they taught you to never tell anyone about how you were feeling and to not trust another, particularly an adult. Most of the dangerous situations that you have found yourself in stem from your inability to confide in or ask for assistance from another, particularly any adult. You will have to work hard to overcome this, or you will continue to find yourself in situations that you cannot handle, child. I know, Amicus, and I know I have to work on it, but it's really hard when you've been told all of your life that you are a freak and a burden and that no one could ever care for you at all, let alone love you. I suppose that's why I still have a hard time talking with Grandma and Grandpa. I mean, I know they love me, in my head, but my heart isn't sure yet. It will take time, child, but you are making great strides in beginning to believe that they can and do love you. Even Sirius and Remus are a lot closer than you have allowed them to be in the past. But what are you going to do about Severus? It isn't fair to leave him out of your life. He risked his own life to save you on more than one occasion, and he has been trying very hard to maintain your truce since he helped you vanish the connection. I know it's not fair to him. And I don't hate him anymore, I really don't. I mean, I only ever hated him because of how he treated me and always went on and on about how like my father I was. I was actually looking forward to potions before my first class. After all, I had been cooking at the Dursleys for years. It was the one subject, except perhaps herbology, that I felt I would do really well at, and then in the very first class, he takes every opportunity to belittle and humiliate me. How much of that was caused by the unwilling link between your scar and his dark mark, Harry? Some was an act, but I do acknowledge that a lot of it was his loss of a friend and how every time he looked at your rather distinctive eyes, he missed his friend all over again. I know, and I shouldn't have looked in his pensieve. I know it was wrong even if I didn't get in trouble for it before. But I just thought I would find out the secret that Dumbledore was keeping from me, not Snape's memories of my dad, even if they weren't real. I just don't know how to apologize to him. In fact, I really don't know how to treat him. We got rather close in my head and even worked together really well, but now, I just don't know. Amicus, what should I do? In the end, Harry couldn't decide how to act around the man he had hated for almost 5 years, so he continued to avoid any direct and personal interaction with the man. With the beginning of May signaling the final stretch of the school year before NEWTs, OWLs, and other end-of-year tests, the student body settled down for some serious revising. Dada was rapidly becoming the favorite class for more and more students. His serious, irreverent teaching style and his dogged determination to make learning defense as fun as possible, the deplorable lack of knowledge due to the parade of horrendous teachers was rapidly being overcome. Nicholas and Perenelle had decided to remain at Hogwarts for the rest of term, and Nicholas was helping Snape in his lower-level classes. He and Snape would take turns teaching while the other roamed around the classroom and made sure everyone was following proper brewing techniques to keep potions disasters to a minimum. The upper-level classes had even begun brewing harder potions as well as reviewing basic brewing knowledge that all of the Muggle-born students and even some of the purebloods had missed out on due to Snape's previous teaching style. Harry waited, talking quietly to the others in the DA as they waited for the last few stragglers to arrive in the room of requirement on the second Tuesday of May. He stood up straight as he noticed a group coming in the door that he had never expected to see. Professor Snape was leading 20 Slytherin students, including Draco, into the room and motioned for them to go stand to one side as he walked forward to speak with a surprised Harry, Hermione, and Ron. "Harry, I have a proposal for you, if you would be willing to listen." Snape's voice lacked the malice and spite that it had been permeated with for so many years. "Certainly, Professor. What did you want to discuss?" Harry was being just as polite and respectful in his reply. "I propose that your group be given official sanction, rather than continuing as a quasi-legal student group. I will offer my services as faculty consultant and advisor, though the actual teaching and running of the class will remain with you. I will oversee each meeting, remaining in the background unless needed. And in return you will allow these 20 students from my house to join you. I assure you they have my full support. All of them are willing to swear an oath to protect Hogwarts and fight against the Dark Lord. They are interested in bettering their skills in defense and have expressed a willingness to work as hard as is necessary to catch up to your group." Snape finished his spiel and waited patiently as the three moved away to discuss his proposition quietly. "They're Slytherins. We can't trust them, Harry. Just like Smith, they'll learn here and then use it against us later." Ron's red-faced objection was very predictable, even though he had spent the long Easter holiday with Snape and knew that the man had changed. Hermione was of course much more logical in her opinion. "But Harry, you know the Sorting Hat is always saying that we have to stand together or Hogwarts will fall from the fighting. I think we should give them a chance. Professor Snape says he trusts them all after all." Harry pursed his lips in thought as he mentally asked Amicus for his opinion. The Griffin was able to read emotions from magical people and had been very vocal about who Harry could trust or not trust. Harry, as his master, was the only human he could actually speak with, though he would develop the ability with a select few as he grew older and his abilities matured. "The greasy man speaks the truth, Harry. No one here bears ill will to any other, except Flame Boy, but his is nonspecific." Amicus refused to use names and had given everyone around Harry a nickname, most of them very unflattering and some downright derogatory. Harry had worked hard the last 2 weeks, and was now able to project his thoughts to his familiar without having to speak them aloud, which had been downright embarrassing on several very memorable occasions. Harry had been caught telling Amicus that he was very proud of him and that he loved him too in the Gryffindor common room, before he noticed that Colin Creevey was sitting in the chair right beside him at the large study desk and beamed at what he thought Harry had said to him. Unfortunately, the flaming homo say. Colin was now stalking Harry and trying to take very compromising photos at every turn, even in the Quidditch team locker room after practice one afternoon. Harry forced his thoughts back to the topic at hand after shuddering involuntarily over the memory of having Colin snatch away the towel he had tied around his waist as he left the shower and headed over to his locker. He had turned around in surprise, his mouth open to yell at Ron for the prank only to be met with the flash of Colin's camera. Luckily, George and Fred had heard his scream of outrage and confiscated the entire roll of film before Colin could escape. Sirius had promised to talk to the fourth-year Gryffindor, after he had stopped laughing at Harry's embarrassing predicament that is. Harry walked back to Professor Snape and offered a hand to him in agreement. He knew he would have to meet with the man soon. They had never had a private conversation after the one in which Snape had confessed his memory in the Pensieve was false. Harry had taken great pain to never be alone with Snape while he took the time to sort out exactly how he felt about the man's duplicity. On the one hand, it had hurt him deeply to believe the false memory, and it had precipitated a 2-week coma, but if he had not succumbed to temptation and sneaked a peek into the man's memories, nothing would have happened. And he had to admit he was much better off now than he had been before the incident occurred. His feelings were still mixed up. One day he hated the greasy git, the next he was thankful for the events that led to him knowing his grandparents, organizing his mind, breaking the connection to the Dark Nutter, and the wonderful blessing he had received that allowed him to learn much easier. He might never really like Professor Snape, but he did now trust him and even respected him. Slytherin had lost to Hufflepuff in a humiliating defeat that would go down in Hogwarts history as one of the worst routs in its long history, 510 to 150, but since Slytherin had lost over half of its team members after the Easter holidays, it wasn't entirely unexpected. The fact that Draco managed to catch the snitch after a grueling hour and a half was the only reason the Slytherins had scored any points at all. So the last Saturday in May shone bright and clear for the Quidditch finals between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, warm but not hot with nary a cloud in the sky. Harry had been able to force down his normal pregame breakfast of toast and sweetened tea, but nothing else, even with Hermione, Ginny, Amicus and his grandparents chiding him to eat more. Even Ron was too nervous to eat much. His keeping skills had improved a great deal, but he was still nervous enough that sometimes he just forgot everything he had ever learned about keeping. The Quidditch pitch was packed with the crowd almost equally divided in its support. Most of Slytherin was rooting for Ravenclaw while almost all of Hufflepuff had on red or gold to support the Lions. Luna Lovegood stood out in the sea of blue and bronze of the Ravenclaw stands in her bright red jumper and the odd roaring lion hat perched slightly sideways on her pale owned hair, roaring at odd intervals of time, startling bystanders every time. Lee Jordan was commentating, much to Professor McGonagall's dismay, and he was as biased towards his team as he ever had been. And here's the Ravenclaws. For beaters we have Carmichael and Entwistle, chasers are Ackerley, McDougal and Captain Roger Davies, keeper Michael Cornforth and the lovely seeker, Cho Chong. Let's give them a round of applause. The studious and usually quiet Ravenclaws were showing an unusual amount of support for their team, and most of the Slytherins were standing and cheering right along with them. After they took their flight around the pitch and landed in close formation to the right of Madame Hooch, Jordan began again. And now, her RRRRE's Gryffindor's Golden Lions. It's the indomitable, unbeatable beater team of Weasley and Weasley, the lovely trio of chasers, Spinnet, Belle and Captain Angelina Johnson, and our King Keeper, Ron Weasley with the uncatchable, unstoppable seeker, Rye Potter. Amicus was flying in formation, wings beating strongly as the young Griffin kept perfect pace with the flying formation. The crowd stomped their feet and screamed encouragement, making clouds of dust fly from the wooden stands as the team flew past, Amicus' beak open wide as his screams of joy joined in with their cheering, the team's red and gold uniforms blurring as they flew in formation at top speed, precision turning to land with a death-defying loop that ended just feet above the ground and to the left of the waiting referee, Madame Hooch, as she rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath at the daredevil act of the entire Gryffindor team. Davies and Johnson shake hands, the team's kickoff, and The Quaffles away followed closely by the Bludgers, and there goes the snitch. With a final ear-piercing screech, Amicus flew over to the staff section and sat in the spot saved for him between Perenelle and Sirius in the very front row, with Remus and Nicholas right behind them, their voices already raspy from yelling for Harry and his teammates. It was a fast-paced but very clean game, the two teams each trying to win without the cheating and physical assault that Slytherin was particularly noted for, but that would have been unthinkable for either of these teams. The Quaffle sped from end to end, passing between hands so rapidly Jordan had a very hard time keeping up as it was tossed, intercepted, thrown and then caught again in a blur of movement. It's Johnson. No wait, stolen by Ackerley. Merlin, that little boy can move. He tosses it to Captain Davies and he throws. No, it's intercepted by Spinnet. That must have hurt. Cornforth is knocked halfway off his broom by a bludger to the stomach. Nice shot, Weasley. Don't know if it was Fred or George. No wait, it's a toss to Spinnet and then to Johnson and they. No, a fake. And Gryffindor scores. Good shot, Katie Bell. Jordan was on his feet as he yelled into the magical microphone, his enthusiasm equaling the crowd's, as most of the students were on their feet, their heads turning back and forth trying to keep the fast-paced action in sight. Harry was circling high above the pitch, trying to catch a glimpse of the golden snitch in the bright May sun, but he hadn't seen it yet, and with Cho sticking to his tail like glue, he was having to dodge her as well as look for the elusive minuscule flying ball. He spotted the sun flash off of Katie's left side, and took advantage of the bright light to dive. His body tucked tight to his broomstick handle, coaxing every ounce of speed out of the firebolt, his eyes focused tightly on the glittering spot far below him. Cho froze for just a second before pushing the handle of her clean sweep over and flattened her body to it, hoping to be able to catch up to the red and gold streak now so far below her. All of Harry's flying practices with Amicus were paying off, as he used every trick he had perfected against the Griffin's natural flying ability, to follow the wildly zipping snitch as it rose, dove and twisted across the field. He zigged out of the way of a madly spinning iron bludger, feeling the air it displaced as a sudden burst of wind across his back as the bludger clipped the tail of his broom. Cho wasn't so lucky. She had to pull up to avoid being hit in the head by the speeding bludger that the tail of Harry's firebolt had deflected directly at her. Harry pulled up. The snitch disappeared once more, but he took advantage of his position in the middle of the playing field to scatter the Ravenclaw chasers like a dog chasing ducks. Fred smacked the bludger toward his brother, setting him up perfectly to smack it into the path of Roger Davies, clipping the Ravenclaw captain's right shoulder with a painful thud as the sixth year dropped the quaffle to grab his injured shoulder. Angelina flew directly under him and scooped up the bright red ball, running it down the field and through the left ring, past the still rattled Cornforth, bringing the score up to 90-40 in Gryffindor's favor. Amicus' screech could be heard above all the students as he called encouragement to his team. Harry was once again high above the action, circling as he kept his eyes peeled for the flash of the snitch, Cho again marking him on the inside of each loop around the field. She was starting to annoy Harry and he decided to get her to back off a little bit. He pushed the handle of his firebolt down and leaned over into a screaming dive, his uniform flowing behind him like a streamer. He twisted and turned, following a pretend snitch, Cho making every turn glued to his tail, her eyes scanning madly every time she managed to take her eyes off of the diving Gryffindor seeker in front of her. Harry pushed the handle down into an almost vertical dive, gathering speed as he neared the ground, his glasses pushed back into his nose, his hair streaking straight out behind him, the force of the wind trying to pull his gloved hands off of the broom. Cho hadn't managed to match his suicidal speed, but she was still heading towards the ground at a breath-stopping daredevil speed. Barely a meter off of the hard grass surface of the pitch, Harry sat up, leaned back and pulled up with all of his might, the firebolt quivering as his will fought against the inexorable pull of gravity. With a final shudder of released speed, his flight path flattened out, his toes trailing bare inches above the grass. He smirked as he heard a satisfying thud behind him as Cho bit the dust, her clean sweep unable to match his broom or his sheer willpower. With a sharp intake of breath followed by a loud groan, the Ravenclaw and Slytherin stands released their held breaths when the Ravenclaw seeker stood up and waved Madame Pomfrey away with a shooing motion of one hand. Cho was shaky and looked a little bit dazed and definitely worse for wear, but she was climbing back onto her broom, a wince and a soft groan, the only sign the landing had been particularly painful and bruising for the pretty sixth-year seeker. A wide grin split Harry's face as he turned around to make sure that Cho was all right. He might be her opponent and want her off of his tail, but he really didn't want her hurt, well, not too badly. As he watched her stiffly climb back aboard her broom, he let out a whoop of joy and stretched out his left hand, plucking the golden sphere as it hovered in the air, just inches above his left shoulder. He whooped again as the stadium went silent, stunned that Harry had actually been after the snitch and not just turfing his opponent, hadn't he? As Harry shot up, his left hand repeatedly pounding the air in triumph, the stands erupted into bedlam. Amicus shot out of serious hold and screeched as he joined his master in his victory flight, the rest of the Gryffindor team scrambling to catch them as they flew. Perenelle gave Nicholas a key. As she hugged him tightly, both faces beaming with love and pride, while Sirius and Remus were pounding the backs of everyone they could reach, including a sour-looking Snape who was glaring at Minerva's beaming face, as Dumbledore handed her the Quidditch Cup for another year. The celebration in the Gryffindor Commons had started long before the team had even finished showering and returned through the portrait hole. But that didn't stop the team from joining in. The exuberant students had returned to the Commons to find a magnificent buffet table with Muggle and Wizarding snacks and a large selection of fizzy sodas and juices, as well as several crates of ice-cold butterbeer awaiting them. Many of the students had never had pizza, but like teenagers everywhere, they found it to be excellent, especially with a cold drink in the other hand. The banner above the table said the spread was in appreciation for a job well done from the Flamels and Professors Black and McGonagall. With music from Colin's Wizarding Wireless, students ate, danced, talked and just enjoyed themselves until McGonagall showed up at midnight to end the party and send everyone up to their dorms to bed. Harry had lost sight of Ron and Hermione sometime earlier, so he went looking for them to invite them to come spend the next afternoon with him in his grandparents' suite. Hearing Ron's baritone giggle, he followed it over to a shadowed corner, and found the celebrating keeper playing tongue Quidditch with Lavender Brown, who was sitting curled up in his lap, her arms around his neck with her hands intertwined in his red hair. His eyes widened in surprise. Harry backed away and went looking elsewhere for Hermione, but he didn't find her anywhere. He finally cornered Ginny, who was sitting next to Neville on the couch in front of the fire, discussing some weird plant that was growing wild in Greenhouse 3. Neville was speaking animatedly about its magical attributes while Ginny's eyes looked slightly glazed over and her expression was vapid and slack, her head just nodding every once in a while as she said, "Oh, really? And are you sure?" Neville didn't appear to notice. Giving up his search, Harry realized how tired he was and just headed up to his bed, shaking his head to try to remove the very disturbing mental image of Ron with his tongue down Lavender's throat from his consciousness. By Monday morning, the new relationship between Ron and Lav, as he called her, was all over the castle. Of course, the fact that she was practically attached to his hip would be hard not to notice. Only the rules against inappropriate physical contact kept them from making out in the Great Hall and spoiling the appetites of everyone else in the room. McGonagall looked livid at the couple as they walked in lockstep into the hall for breakfast Monday morning. Lavender's hand was on Ron's back, below the belt as it were. She strode briskly toward the two, intent upon giving them a stern lecture on appropriate behavior, when she was cut off by Snape, who snarled, 10 points off Gryffindor, each, and a night's detention for your abysmal behavior. Weasley, you will serve it with me tonight, Brown with, he had started to say, Mr. Filch, but McGonagall beat him to it and spoke sharply at the now red-faced girl. With me, Ms. Brown, I shall see you promptly at 8 p.m. in my office. Now split up, one of you at each end of the table. Her lips pursed tightly in disapproval. She watched the two like a hawk until they were seated before turning around to Snape and offering her hand to him. He took her hand and tucked it into his elbow as he escorted her up to the staff table once more, the entire student body snickering at the Gryffindor couple and their embarrassed expressions. You okay, Hermione? Harry leaned over to whisper to his best friend, wanting their conversation to remain private if she was terribly upset with Ron. She looked up from the book she had in her hand and looked directly into his face, one eyebrow raised. Never better. Why wouldn't I be, Harry? Well, I thought, well, you know, that you and Ron were, kind of, well, you know. He hesitated, unsure how to put his question. Well, I suppose Ron thought that, but I never did. I mean, all we do is fight. I want someone I can have a stimulating and intellectual discussion with about something other than Quidditch and chess. And Ron will never be that person. Besides, I'm much too young to get involved in a relationship. I know the wizarding world pairs up much earlier than the muggle world, but I am still muggle enough to believe in women's lib and taking my time to grow up. And I don't ever think I will be seriously interested in someone who thinks witches should stay home, bake, clean, and have loads of children. Honestly, Harry, I mean, could you see me being happy living like Mrs. Weasley? Well, when you put it like that, no, I can't. I can see you being a professor or a spell developer, or even a barrister, but no, a simple housewife, like Mrs. Weasley or my Aunt Petunia. No, that's not you, Hermione, and it never will be. Harry was relieved that Hermione wasn't upset about Ron and Lavender. The way she explained it was pure Hermione after all, logical, educated, and precise as always, definitely not a match for Ron. The Slytherins had been coming to the DA for almost a month and had even begun to mingle and partner with students from other houses during practices. When Snape came up to Harry before the meeting began and made another request. Very few of the students have actually seen a real battle, they only have glorified stories from their parents or grandparents, or even worse, the greatly exaggerated stories in novels. The old Snape appeared briefly as his face twisted in utter disgust. I have spoken with the headmaster and Nicholas, Remus, and Sirius. We would like to have a demonstration for the school next week. The room of requirement can handle the entire student body in spectator bleachers and still supply a realistic battlefield. We propose a mock battle, not a regulated and neat formal duel, so that the students can have a better idea of what they actually might face against Death Eaters. We six would battle against a greater force of potentially overwhelming opponents and hopefully emerge victorious. Our opponents will be a large group of Aurors and others led by Kingsley and Moody, that is if you agree. Harry was nodding his head as Snape spoke. That sounds like a good idea, sir. I have no objections at all. Do you want to hold it during DA time next Tuesday? Yes, though we would like to start it much earlier, as it is liable to last a bit longer than your regular class. I must admit, Mr. Potter, that you are doing a creditable job with your students. I might suggest that you think about becoming a professor rather than an Auror, as I am sure you enjoy working with students much more than you would with the rules and regulations inherent in the ministry, as well as the reams of paperwork involved. Snape was being unexpectedly flattering, and Harry didn't really know how to respond to the man's comments. Professor Snape, sir, could we talk privately, sir, after the DA meeting? Harry knew he had to apologize to the man who had put his life on the line to help him sever the destructive link between his scar and Voldemort before the end of the year, and he knew it wouldn't get any easier the longer he put it off. Certainly, Mr. Potter, would you rather meet here or in my office? Here, sir. Neutral territory and all that. I would feel more comfortable here if you don't mind. Harry's cheeks were tinged with red as he looked down, unwilling to meet the intense black-eyed stare. He might not hate the man anymore, but his unblinking stare could still make him feel like a guilty first year at times. Snape merely nodded and walked back to his usual small table and chair at the back of the practice room. He would sit quietly and grade papers, unobtrusive unless he was needed for any reason. The lesson had gone very well. Most everyone could now produce at least a silver wisp of vapor with the Patronus spell, though only 8 or 9 out of the now almost 50 students could produce a recognizable form yet, and no one but Harry could produce a fully corporeal Patronus. With about 15 minutes of class time left, Harry left the group practicing shields and stunners, and went to go speak with Snape. Sir. Harry stood and waited for Snape to finish the remark he was writing in lurid red ink on someone's hapless paper. When Snape finished writing a massive D on the top of the parchment, he looked up, his left eyebrow raised in silent question, so Harry continued. Could you help me demonstrate proper dueling form, sir? None of the others are capable of dueling with more than simple stunners, hexes and jinxes. I would like to show them something a little more intense, maybe that will inspire some of them to study beyond the Hogwarts curriculum over the summer. Snape stood up without a word and removed his frock coat, leaving him in black trousers and a short-sleeved white shirt which he unbuttoned the first two buttons of, giving him room to move without constriction. Harry grinned and followed the professor's lead, removing his outer robes and his Gryffindor tie. He unbuttoned the first couple of buttons as he moved to the front of the room where a regulation dueling platform had appeared. "Everyone, can I have your attention, please? Can you find a seat and settle down? For the last few minutes, Professor Snape has agreed to help me show you what a duel is like. And no, that drivel with Lockhart wasn't a real duel." Most of the students snorted as they remembered the debacle of the smiling egomaniac, and his utterly bumbling incompetence at Dada. Snape ignored the gasps of surprise as he stepped up on the platform, his bare arms showing no sign of the dark mark most of them had been sure he would have. With a satisfied smirk, he wondered how long before that tidbit of information would spread through both school and the wizarding public. The two wizards held their wands steady but comfortably, each taking a sideways stance to minimize the area exposed to their opponent. Harry had the group count down from 5 to 1 and then the duel began. Both Snape and Harry were accomplished duelers, both capable of almost silent spell casting and fairly equal in knowledge of non-dark arts spells after the long time Harry had spent revising and learning in his own mind. As Snape started with a tripping hex, Harry merely stepped right one step and countered with a flaming whip of fire that splashed spectacularly across Snape's flashing shield. With an almost feral grin, Snape stepped up the duel. If Potter was willing to fight at that level, why so was he. He sent a stream of high-pressure water out of the end of his wand, holding back any sign of surprise when Harry froze the stream and exploded it, sending icicles speeding back towards him. Harry then sent a reducto that would have caused real harm if it had hit, but Snape bent his upper body to the side, his wand flying rapidly in a circle as he sent a small tornado speeding across the platform. Harry grinned back as he countered with a hastily conjured brick wall, jumping lithely up to the top and raining conjured arrows down on his madly ducking and twisting opponent. Snape exploded the wall that Harry was perching on, his lip curling with satisfaction until he noticed the barrage of brick missiles now aimed directly for him. He flung his wand to the side, diverting most of the bricks, but one managed to graze his shoulder, sending a sharp stabbing pain down his wand arm as he heard his collarbone crack. Snape sent a long whip of pure energy directly at Potter's feet, the lash glowing and spitting energy, but Harry jumped, using a fierce wind to hold himself up and out of the way. Snape smirked as he conjured lightning bolts and flung them at the teen, who to his surprise, caught them in his bare but glowing hands, his wand tucked under his left arm as he molded the lightning into a glowing ball and flung it out, grabbing his wand and directing the globe of swirling energy straight back at Snape's chest. Snape ducked down, but Harry just lowered his wand, making the ball of fire follow the older wizard's every move. Snape hurriedly cast the strongest shield that he knew and put all of his magical force into maintaining it against the assault. Snape's shield was beginning to tremble and flicker, as he forced more and more energy into protecting himself from the relentless heat of the magical fire. He finally managed to banish the fireball, but his forehead was glistening with sweat while Harry still looked like he could go on for days. Snape forgot who he was fighting and sent a serpent sortia, only to have the huge cobra turn on him at Potter's hissing instructions. With the hooded snake only inches from his very pale and sweat-glistened face, Snape dropped his wand and said very clearly, with only a slight tremble in his voice, "Yield." Harry banished the conjured snake and walked over to Snape. He was grinning as he shook his professor's hand and held it for a moment. "That was bloody brilliant, Professor. You would have had me if you hadn't sent that snake." Snape twisted his lips in self-disgust. "Yes, well, some of us might have forgotten about you being a parselmouth." The quiet conversation between the two wasn't audible over the clapping and enthusiastic congratulations from the witnesses to the awe-inspiring duel. Snape allowed them to clap and whistle for a few moments before snapping loudly, "Enough. It's almost curfew. Back to your common rooms, and I want each of you ready to duel like that by summer's end." The students were still talking and analyzing the duel rather loudly as they exited the room for their dorms. Harry nodded and waved away his friends when they started to stay after to help him clean up the practice room, while Snape had returned to his small table and put his frock coat back on before taking a seat on a small couch that appeared in front of a small but bright fire that had suddenly appeared in the now much smaller room. and gestured for Harry to take the chair across from him for their long overdue talk. Hermione took a short detour to Professor Black's office to tell him about the duel that had just taken place. She was surprised to find Draco already there and enthusiastically beginning to relate the exciting tale to both Sirius and the Flamels. She joined in, and between the two they gave a rousing rendition of the fight, and the multitude of exotic and unusual spells and moves the two had made, including the utter surprise on Snape's face when he had remembered too late that it was a really bad idea to conjure a snake to attack a Parselmouth like Harry. Hermione watched Draco, looking for the arrogant little ponce that had been the Slytherin prince for the last 4.5 years, but he seemed to have changed dramatically in just the last 2 months' time. She wondered if the change was permanent and hoped it was. Draco Black was a much better person than Draco Malfoy had ever been. She filed away her speculation, vowing to herself to keep a closer eye on the dramatically changed Draco. He might be worth getting to know better if he ever broke up with Pansy, she mused to herself before returning to the conversation. Sirius was holding his sides in laughter as the two finished their tale. "Oh great Merlin, I wish I had seen that. Would one of you be willing to contribute a pensive memory of the duel? Purely for training purposes, you know. Must analyze any errors that Harry made so he can learn from them." His smile was too innocent to be authentic, and no one believed him for a single moment, but with a knowing smile, both Draco and Hermione offered, as long as they could watch it again too. Snape sat quietly, waiting for Potter to begin. He was proud of the boy. No young man who had just beat him in a fair duel. He had been rather surprised, and not pleasantly, at the amount of sheer power he sensed now coming from Potter. He knew the teen had held back on most of his spells. The sheer magnitude of catching his lightning bolts in his bare hands and turning them back on his opponent was unheard of, and he didn't think even Albus could have done it, especially not at 15 years of age. "Professor Snape, sir, I wanted to apologize to you for invading your privacy when I looked in your pensieve. I know it was wrong of me. All I can offer as an explanation is that I was curious about what the headmaster has been keeping secret from me all year. Before the incident, he hadn't talked to me even once this year, unlike all of the other years. He wouldn't even look at me in the eyes. I just felt so alone and abandoned, and I didn't know what I had done." His voice had cracked slightly as he remembered how distraught and upset, as well as angry about how everyone had treated him. "I know now that he was afraid Voldemort would be able to see through my eyes and possess me, but he never explained it. He just avoided me, but he never explained anything. You know, Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia had told me all of my life that I was worthless and a freak that no one could ever care about, and I just, well, I thought, maybe, the headmaster had decided that Harry couldn't even continue." His eyes were clenched tight against the tears that threatened to overwhelm him as he relived the feelings of loneliness and utter despair he had always felt while growing up, locked in a cupboard like a thing, not even human. Snape moved forward until he was on his knees in front of the teen. He grabbed Harry's upper arms in his strong fingers and drew Harry forward towards him. He released one arm and used his free hand to make Harry look directly at him. With his own eyes unblinking in intensity, he whispered, "Legilimens," and gently knocked at the outer shield of Harry's mind. Harry lowered his shields and let the man into the familiar green meadow of his inner mind. The two sat down on the blanket and Snape began speaking, his voice soft and soothing. "You know that I cannot lie to you when we are both here. You must let go of the utter tripe and harmful drivel that your aunt and uncle preached to you. You are a strong wizard, an amazing young man, and I will be proud to help you as much as I am able, and that you will let me. You know that my father was much as your uncle, and I still battle my own demons of insecurity and self-doubt." He reached over and took one of Harry's hands in his own startlingly warm one, and gripped it in a comforting squeeze. "We cannot change our past, but we can live the present to change our future, and that is what I am offering to you, as a person worthy of my respect and support. I know you have difficulties believing that people love you for being Harry, just Harry. But many people do. Sirius, Remus, your grandparents and your close friends. And I know that Albus thinks of you as a grandchild, even though he is sometimes reluctant to show it for fear of showing favoritism. Even Professor McGonagall has a soft spot for her, little lion, as she calls you in the staff room. So let us make a pact to let go of the past and write our own futures. I did not like you when I knew you as James's son and the cause of Lily's death, but I really didn't know, Harry, at all. I would like to pledge to help you defeat the Dark Lord, to support you in any way that I am able. And if it eventually develops into friendship, I will not reject that either. But for now, let us be teacher and student, fellow fighters and allies. Snape pulled Harry to his feet and the two left Harry's mind and returned to the room of requirement, Snape still kneeling in front of the now embarrassed Harry. Harry leaned forward and gave Snape a very short, very hesitant hug, before Snape returned to his seat and the conversation continued as before. I would like that, sir, and I need all the help I can get to defeat that dark wanker. I know that I can't really live my life as long as he exists, even if the prophecy didn't exist. Voldemort seems to have me directly in his sights as his number one target. I can certainly work with you. I trust you, perhaps more than most adults. I would like to have you train me. Harry had been careful to keep his eyes steady and focused so that Snape could see he was genuinely sincere. I understand a little better about you since I had the unfortunate experience of meeting your Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia. I have not forgotten what you did, but I am equally to blame, for I knew of your curiosity and frustration with the lack of information from the headmaster. I used that curiosity to bait a trap that I knew you would be unable to resist. Snape's black eyes were piercing and unblinking as he met Harry's unwavering gaze with equal sincerity. I want you to know that I appreciate all that you did for me to sever the link, and help me repair all of the damage that snake-faced bastard did to me. I respect you for everything you have gone through to protect me even when I hated you, sir. I know how hard it must have been to be reminded of my mother's friendship and the hatred you had for my father whenever you look at me. But I don't hate you, sir. Harry finally broke eye contact and looked down at his lap. A long potion-stained finger under his chin forced his eyes back up. I made your life hell, Harry, deliberately and determinedly from your very first day here. Partly because you survived when your mother, my friend, died, partly because you remind me of your father, especially with your face and hair, but mostly because I thought you were idolized and pampered by not only the wizarding world but by your relatives. I was jealous of you for the happy childhood that I never had. A look of remorse and understanding crossed Snape's face as a look of long-suffering pain showed clearly in the teen's green eyes. Uncle Vernon blew away that belief pretty fast, didn't he, sir? A slight smile tugged the corners of Harry's mouth. I think the big hug of welcome at the train station started it. Harry openly gaped at Snape, unable to believe what he was hearing. You, actually, hugged Uncle Vernon. And he didn't kill you on the spot. Harry was dumbfounded as he tried not to snort at the bizarre mental image. Snape smiled ruefully. I had just witnessed Molly Weasley greeting her children and imagined you would greet your uncle in the same manner. I realize now it was a grave error upon my part. And you were calling me Severus when we were alone. I rather like that, Mr. Potter. Harry grinned at his teacher and agreed. Thank you, Severus. We both made errors in judgment. How about we start over? Hello. My name is Harry Potter, but please call me Harry. He stood from his chair and stuck out his right hand. Snape stood up and took it, shaking it with a firm grip. Pleased to meet you, Harry. Call me Severus, but only when we are alone without other students, please. With a flick of his wand, Snape had the room clean and the two wizards left the room of requirement, their truce firm once more and maybe the beginnings of a friendship begun. With the last week of May beginning, Hermione rallied the students of Gryffindor House and formed them into study and tutoring teams, some reluctantly, like Lavender and Ron, but most finally agreed, knowing the end-of-year tests were important to everyone, not just those with the NEWTs and OWLs hanging over their heads. It wasn't so much that the students were willing to let Hermione boss them into studying. It was more that Harry was beginning to come into his own as the powerful and natural leader he was always destined to be, and that Hermione's plans had Harry's approval and thus the rest of the house followed Harry's lead. She had a complicated schedule drawn up for every year that partnered the older students with a study group of younger ones in an area they excelled in. Neville found himself surprised but secretly pleased to be the head moderator of a herbology group that included literally all of the 5th, 6th and even 7th year students. With the acceptance of his fellow 6th and 7th year Quidditch team partners, the older students gladly accepted Harry's newfound confidence in tutoring in both Charms and Dada, where he was the undisputed student leader from any house. That and the reputation of the DA had reached almost mythical status after the awe-inspiring story of Harry's defeat of Severus Snape had made the rounds of the very active Hogwarts rumor mill. Alicia Spinnet and Hermione took the Ancient Runes tutorial group, and surprisingly, the Weasley twins hunkered down and showed a surprisingly detailed understanding of the complexities of potion brewing, as well as a vast knowledge of the interactions and properties of potions' ingredients, which shouldn't have surprised anyone since most of their successful pranks involved potions in one form or another. Patricia Stimpson and Kenneth Toller, two quiet and studious 7th years, came forward to mentor the Ancient Runes group. They had a quiet and understanding patience that helped many of the younger students understand the subject in a way that Professor Vector had been unable to instill. Patricia had not been surprised by Hermione's almost photographic memory of her studies, but one late Thursday evening she and Kenneth had been unable to correctly interpret a runes problem in their own 7th year book and had been puzzling over it for a very frustrating 30 minutes. Harry had been reading his own potions journal, looking for something that might help improve the Wolfsbane potion, when their argument got loud enough for him to hear. He stood and came over to the large table they were spread out at, and asked if he could see the problem they were working on. "Sure, Harry, but I thought you didn't take Ancient Runes?" asked Kenneth as he flipped his textbook open to the relevant page. "I don't actually, but my grandmother has been tutoring me on them for a while, even though I'm not in the class. And I have read a good number of books on the subject in my grandparents' private library. Grandmother actually wants me to take both runes and arithmancy next year, just not at any WT levels since I'm not taking the OWLs for admittance into them." His voice was distracted as his attention was on the book, not on his answer. "Ah, well, here's the problem. The proper rune should be this." He quickly and deftly drew the proper rune instead of the very similarly shaped one in the book. "It looks like what the Muggles would call a typo, an error in the printing of the book. See, now it makes sense." He shrugged at the two 7th years' looks of astonishment before returning to his seat and picking up his journal to resume his quiet studying once more. Harry picked at his dinner the following Tuesday, anxiety about the upcoming mock battle making his stomach churn too badly to eat much. Ron was stuffing his face as usual. Thankfully his table manners had improved as he matured, so he no longer talked with his mouth full while spitting bits of food on his friends and the table, but he still hadn't slowed down his rate of eating very much. "I just don't see why you're worried, mate. I mean, after what you did with Snape last week, I just don't see what you're nervous about." Ron went back to his ham steak with relish. Hermione leaned over on Harry, her head resting on his shoulder as she offered her support to her best friend. "I hate to have to say it, but Ron is right, you know." She stuck her tongue out as Ron gave her an irritated glare that bordered on gloating. "You really don't have much to worry about, and it's not like anyone is going to really get hurt or killed tonight." "I know, I just can't help thinking about everything that could go wrong, you know, and it seems like I don't know, showing off." His voice trailed off as he tried to form words for the feelings he was experiencing. Harry heard Amicus' voice in his head. Thankfully he couldn't see the Griffin as he attacked a large bowl full of raw chicken parts, even though he could hear the sounds of the bones being crunched down under the table. "Stop it, Harry, and isolate the thoughts going through your head now." Amicus chided his master gently. Harry took several moments to turn his attention inward, isolating the small voice in his head that was telling him he was showing off. He wouldn't be able to beat the older wizards. He was just a useless freak. Aha. That particular phrase had been the final catalyst for recognizing his self-doubts. A combination of old memories of Snape belittling him for being arrogant and a celebrity were combining with Vernon's bellowing voice from his memories. Neither one of them belonged to him, and he was able to isolate and excise the little negative voices that had been tormenting him. Harry leaned over to where Hermione still had her head on his shoulder and surprised her by giving her a brotherly key on the forehead. When she pulled her head up in astonishment, he leaned over and whispered in her ear so that only she could hear him. "You were right. The voices I was hearing belonged to Uncle Vernon and the old Professor Snape, not me. As soon as I isolated them I realized they weren't me and didn't belong in my mind." "Thanks, My own, I owe you one. He turned to his plate and dug in, his insecurities banished as if they had never been. After dinner, the entire student body of Hogwarts followed their prefects up to the 7th floor and in through a greatly expanded doorway into the now massive room of requirement. Large wooden bleachers lined 3 walls, rows upon rows up to the ceiling so that the huge floor and its realistic full-sized model were visible to all. With a buzz of excited talk, the crowds climbed up and found seats quickly. The excitement and speculation sounded almost as loud as the crowd at the Quidditch World Finals game from Harry's third-year summer. Hogsmeade laid spread out before them, shops, houses, and the train station could all be seen either directly or through a series of huge mirrors on the ceiling and the fourth side of the expanded room. There were no people visible yet, but the anticipation was growing as the students began to quiet down in expectation. Professor Dumbledore stepped out of the Mach 3 broomsticks, his dress and manner surprising many students who had only ever seen him in his grandfatherly headmaster role. His light gray battle robes glistened as the individual dragon scales caught the light, much like Muggle chain mail had in medieval times. His hair and beard were tightly bound and the magical aura of strength he usually kept tightly reined was palpable to the waiting crowd. He opened his mouth to speak and the amassed spectators took in an audible breath in shared anticipation. Greetings to all of you here tonight to witness the mock battle between Lord Flammel, Professor Snape, Black and Lupin, as well as Mr. Harry Potter and myself as the defenders of Hogsmeade. We have Professors Flitwick, McGonagall, and Hagrid as well as a team of 15 others from the Ministry of Magic led by the head of Magical Law Enforcement Amelia Bones, retired Chief Auror Alistair Moody, current senior Aurors Shacklebolt and Dawlish, Aurors second class Tonks and Proudfoot, and a select group of volunteers from the community. The defenders will be dressed in light gray as I am. He swept a hand down his torso pointing out his shimmering attire. The attackers are dressed in black and hooded so that their identity is unknown, though I suspect you will still be able to recognize Professors Hagrid and Flitwick no matter how they are disguised. A general chuckle greeted this comment as Dumbledore went on. The rules are simple. A green mark will appear for any injury mild enough for the fighter to continue, a red mark for a more serious injury and a black mark for any hit deemed fatal or potentially fatal. A witch or wizard will cease fighting and be removed immediately with a black strike. Accumulating 3 red marks within a 5-minute space of time will turn into a black mark and the witch or wizard will remove themselves from the skirmish. No potentially damaging spells are allowed. It is a given that no unforgivables will be used. The battle will be over when all fighters are unable to continue or one side has disarmed and bound all its adversaries, or one side no longer has any living members. There is a shield protecting all spectators from random spells, so don't worry about being hit while in the stands. We ask that you refrain from trying to leave the stands for any reason during the skirmish. The invaders will begin within the next few minutes, though I do not know where they will choose to make their first attack or any of their battle strategies. All 6 defenders are currently drinking butter beer in the 3 broomsticks. Thank you. The assembled crowd chuckled as with a small nod and a flourish of his gray dragon scale robe, he turned and disappeared once more into the pub. The air of waiting anticipation grew until a flash of bright light filled the room and suddenly the streets of the nearby town were no longer empty. Scores of townspeople, shopkeepers and even Hogwarts students appeared, seemingly intent upon enjoying a Hogsmeade weekend. The spectators had barely enough time to register the influx of conjured innocents when a wave of talk flowed around the bleachers as the 3 groups of invaders were noticed and pointed out to the other watchers. The group that contained Hagrid had appeared suddenly on the Hogsmeade train platform and was stealthily sneaking into town from the north side. A second group without a recognizable combatant was using the shadows and heading stealthily toward the main street of the small wizarding village from the east, while the third group containing the small figure of Professor Flitwick was completing the pincer movement by creeping quietly down a narrow alley that emptied out into the main street from the west. No one had noticed the hostile group's activities yet as students and townspeople entered and left the various establishments, the sounds of enjoyment just audible to those watching breathlessly in the bleachers. With a heart-stopping scream, the first group was exposed by a small group of Hogwarts students. Even though the spectators had been anticipating the event, everyone still jumped at the sudden sound. The first scream was joined rapidly by sounds of terror and mayhem as all 3 groups were spotted by the innocent students and townspeople. Mass chaos ensued as the mass of students tried to flee and escape the upcoming battle, but their escape back to Hogwarts was blocked by the incoming group from the train station. Most people were able to escape southward out of the battleground, others ducked back into various shops and under and behind any barricade they could find. Many of the townspeople and merchants staying outside long enough to help the students escape inside various buildings by throwing various spells at the incoming forces. A crash of Madame Rosmerta's door being slammed open announced the arrival of the defenders, well, at least two of them. Dumbledore and Lupin quickly ducked out and crouched down, wands drawn and ready as they assessed the chaos in front of them. A quick glance behind the bar showed Harry, Snape, and Sirius exiting the now missing plate glass window of the front of the three broomsticks. Each wizard hit the ground rolling and came up instantly on their feet, wands pulled and ready. Sirius clear across the street and behind a large gorse bush, Snape to the back and under a vendor's cart, while Harry had dropped just down below the window they had exited so precipitately just moments before. He had conjured a short brick wall almost before he had finished landing and crouched behind its protection as he looked for opponents. A yell from Harry had Snape and Sirius looking behind them as the last three black-robed invaders approached on broomsticks from the south. Snape pointed at them and held up three fingers. He folded down one, then two, and then the third finger. All three defenders stood and cast together, watching in satisfaction as all three broom riders jerked with the force of the stunners that hit them and then fell, unconscious, to the ground. The room of requirement would ensure that they were not injured from their fall. Otherwise, the fall from 30 feet up would have killed or seriously injured all of the now stunned opponents, taking them out of the battle before they really even entered it. Ginny was holding tight to one of Ron's arms while Lavender had the other clutched just as tightly. Hermione leaned over to Ginny on her other side and whispered, "Do you see Nicholas anywhere?" She was looking all over the scene that was changing as rapidly as a championship Quidditch match before their very eyes. Ginny gasped and pointed an excited finger upwards. "There he is. How did he get on the top of the church tower so quickly?" Sure enough, Nicholas was raining down various hexes and spells on the distracted combatants spread out in a tableau under him. They knew that someone was firing down upon them, but no one could spare any attention from the spells and hexes coming at them from the formidable force rapidly approaching them from the three broomsticks, as Harry, Snape and Sirius had turned their attention back to the battle to the north, east and west after so handily dispatching the southern force. Albus and Remus had engaged the five dark-cloaked figures on the east side of the main street, downing and binding the first two almost so fast that a blink would have missed the strikes. The remaining three had summoned three of the remaining panicking students and were using them as human barricades while sending their own spells around the loudly screaming teenage witches clutched to their chests. Harry had managed to bring down one attacker by sticking her upside down and wandless on the side of Zonko's joke shop. Laughing for a moment when he realized it was Tonks when her bright pink hair showed, while Snape had Flitwick isolated and a dazzling amount of colored lights were speeding back and forth between them, each spell being dispersed with a flare of dazzling lights as it hit a strong shield. The two wizards were almost equal in their power and knowledge to begin with, but the stamina to uphold a battle of the speed and magnitude that was necessary to overpower a much younger Severus was rapidly draining the over 3 times older Charms Master and former championship dueler. The 37-year-old Potions Master would eventually overpower the ancient wizard until a final stunner caught the tiring man and shattered his shield. As he slumped down to the ground in unconscious bliss, Snape turned his attention back to the ongoing fight after taking a brief moment to swallow an energizing potion to replace the magical energy he had expended. Hagrid had managed to march straight up the middle of the main street, his half-blood heritage making him immune to most magic. He sported several green spots, signifying hits of minor injuries, but nothing was stopping the half-giant from his destination. He had been tasked with abducting Harry Potter and he was intent upon his goal. He had improved mightily over the last years, of course, getting his own wand after he had been cleared of the Chamber of Secrets fiasco several years ago had helped, as had the lessons many of the Hogwarts staff had been giving him on the sly over the last couple of years. When Sirius managed to hit him with a stinging hex, Hagrid roared with anger. His huge wand flared with his pained rage as he stunned Sirius and then picked up a chunk of stone that had been part of a store wall only moments before with both meaty hands, and flung it overhead directly at Snape's unprotected head. Snape shot a quick, Reducto. At the massive boulder flying rapidly through the air at him. But he was still struck by many of the smaller shards he had blown the rock into, as the momentum of the sheer amount of shrapnel produced blasted his hastily erected shield into pieces. Several small bleeding cuts on his face, neck and arms were now hindering his progress forward. A 2-inch cut on his scalp was pouring blood down the left side of his face and into his eyes, annoying the now very angry defender. Harry sent an enervate over at Sirius and then Accio Ed, the still slightly confused wizard, to his hiding spot where he stood briefly to safely catch the flying wizard before lying him down to completely wake up. Leaving Sirius to recover his wits by himself, Harry flung his invisibility cloak over his head and used his years of ducking Dudley's Harry hunting gang and slunk silently and unnoticed behind the 3 attackers still holding hysterical young witches in front of them, carefully dodging spells from both attackers and defenders. The first black-robed wizard went down without a sound, releasing his prisoner. The other 2 lost their concentration with the surprise collapse of their colleague, enough that one young girl stomped her foot on the instep of her abductor and gained her freedom, while Albus stunned the now defenseless invader. The third opponent went down with a double blast from both Remus in front and Harry from behind. Nicholas had halted all forward movement from the other 4 of Hagrid's group by pinning them down with flaming arrows and silver darts from his protected spot on the church steeple. He was too high up and well protected for them to seriously challenge him from below without exposing themselves to the other defenders' attack. He was almost completely free to fire at will, while the attackers below were unable to reach him with anything that posed even the slightest danger to the elderly alchemist in return. Harry snuck up on Hagrid, who was standing in the middle of the street. Dazed that he had lost his target, and wondering how in Merlin's name, Harry had managed to disappear in the middle of a battle on an open street. Stopping only inches behind the broad back of his friend, Harry sent the strongest silent stunner he knew how to do, one he had learned from a very ancient text he had read in his grandparents' private library, one that had apparently been lost for centuries. With a flare of magic that made the boy slightly visible for a brief second, Hagrid fell, the ground shaking with the impact of his body, face down on the muddy street, the attack so swift he hadn't even registered the spell hitting him. A loud snore let Harry know that he hadn't hurt Hagrid, so he turned and assessed the village street that now resembled a devastated battlefield from some World War II Hollywood French village movie set. Several buildings had lost their front walls. Piles of jagged rubble formed impromptu barricades, the hundreds of villagers and visiting students having sought refuge in cellars and basements, or huddled behind counters and behind crates of wares visible through the missing walls. Black-robed invaders sprawled in crumpled and bound heaps in small clumps down the street as the battle focused intently upon the only still functioning group of invaders that were trapped behind the collapsed front wall of flourish and blots. Destroyed books surrounding them, their torn pages fluttering in the slight breeze as the light of spells flashed brightly in both directions, large shards of glass from the destroyed plate glass windows of the bookstore reflecting the light like bizarre fireworks in the glaring afternoon sun. Snape was marching towards him, blood streaming down his face from a cut on his scalp, his wand almost smoking as he sent spell after spell at the hiding attackers still huddled behind the rubble from the fallen wall. Harry spotted Remus and Albus tying up stunned opponents a few buildings north of the 3 broomsticks and smiled as he realized the only dark-robed figures still conscious were the 4 huddled behind the rubble just 10 feet to the east and north of him. He made sure his cloak still covered him and sidled around the rubble until he was above and to the side of the 4. Using the same stunner that had felled Hagrid, he sent the first 2 soundless spells almost simultaneously at the unsuspecting group. With an oath of shock, the 2 remaining forgot about Snape's rapid approach as well as the overhead barrage from Nicholas, and half stood, looking around trying to find the unseen origin of the latest attack. The last 2 invaders were hit by a barrage of multicolored spells from Albus, Remus, Nicholas, Snape and Harry before collapsing bonelessly behind the rubble. A dead silence covered the streets before the hiding students and townspeople began exiting from within shops, stores and hastily found barricades. A loud cheer started before the conjured innocents disappeared from the room as a real cheer from the barricades started up, rattling the still-standing buildings before they too disappeared, leaving behind 15 bound and stunned black-garbed figures and 6 triumphant defenders. All 6 of the defenders were standing in the middle of the now empty open space, only Snape showing any sign of injury. Dumbledore waved his wand and the spectator barrier disappeared, allowing the contingent of St. Mungo's healers to enter, their own Madame Pomfrey in the forefront, leading the charge to stunned and bound witches and wizards. Madame Pomfrey swerved and zeroed in on a bleeding Snape, ignoring his annoyed glare and his protestations to, "Leave me alone, madam. I am perfectly capable of healing the minor cuts that Cretan managed to inflict. Begone, woman, there are many others who might. Welcome, you're fussing. But I do not." She ignored his dark sarcasm and healed his bleeding scalp with a single swish of her wand, leaving the rest of his minor cuts unhealed and oozing blood, as she stalked away, muttering under her breath something about ungrateful, overbearing, miserable bats, as she went to try and enervate a loudly snoring Hagrid. The spectators were dismissed back to their common rooms, and the prefects had managed to empty the room of students before the first of the stunned fighters was sitting up, holding his head in dismay at how easily they had been defeated. Mad-Eye Moody had been one of those that Harry had snuck up on and stunned. And he was berating himself for not noticing the boy sneaking up on him under an invisibility cloak with his magical eye, before Harry had gotten close enough to stun him. Albus finally convinced him that between the relentless approach of Severus and the blanketing cover fire of Nicholas from the clock tower, it was no wonder he hadn't noticed Harry's approach. Moody did take some comfort when he realized that Amelia Bones had forgotten herself enough to actually stand up and be stunned by 5 wizards at once. She hadn't woken up yet as Moody bellowed, "Constant vigilance. That's what's required. Constant vigilance, men, and don't you forget it again." To anyone who would listen to the old orar, though the cringes his loud voice brought to the now conscious fighters gave wordless testimony to the power of some of the headaches still remaining. Harry had to finally enervate anyone he had stunned with his ancient stunning spell, and it took even him 3 tries before Hagrid rolled over and Ned before asking for the name of the Hungarian horntail that had thrown him down a mountain, head first. There had been a large contingent of ministry officials witnessing the debacle from the bleachers, and even Minister of Magic Rufus Scrimgeour had been impressed, though he would never admit it. He was white-faced and slightly embarrassed as he hurriedly shook hands with the victors before leaving with an entourage of slightly embarrassed personal guards, stressing pressing ministry business that needed him to personally attend to. Amelia wanted to corner the professors and the headmaster to ask them to help revamp the training program for the Aurors program, and to even inquire about some summertime retraining all of the existing Auror force. She had brought 14 of her best Aurors after all, as well as 3 Hogwarts professors and herself. And all 18 invaders had been apprehended with only minor injuries to the innocents and just a few minor cuts to Severus, while every other defender hadn't so much more than a few bruises to show for the fierce battle they had just waged against supposedly overwhelming odds. It had been 18 well-trained invaders against only 6 defenders, who also had to protect the several hundred innocent students and townspeople. Amelia was already planning the dressing down she would give tomorrow to her Auror force, though she supposed she would have to tone down what she would actually like to say to them, since she hadn't fared much better than anyone else. A slightly euphoric Harry was dismissed back to his common room with the assurance that he would be exempt from classes the next day, as the remaining group settled down to drinks and refreshments in the Great Hall to rehash and evaluated the efficiency of both sides to the minutest detail well into the night. Of course, no one in the Gryffindor house slept much that night either, since no one showed up until after 1 in the morning to put a stop to the massive celebration taking place in the Gryffindor common room. It took several days for the student body to settle down once more, but the oppressive weight of the rapidly impending final exams was enough to subdue even the euphoria the mock battle had instilled, and the lurid continuing coverage in the Daily Prophet was continuing. Hermione's study schedule became even more manic, but since Harry wasn't complaining, none of the other Gryffindors said anything to the highly stressed girl. The other houses, mostly through fellow DA members, had heard of the very effective study groups and wanted to be included, so now the groups were meeting in unused classrooms, corners of the library, out on the grounds, and anywhere else in the castle they could find to meet. Dumbledore relaxed the house rules that forbid eating at another house table, and now students from all 4 houses were frequently found eating breakfast and lunch together as the individual and group tutoring reached a fever pitch. Dinner still found the houses separated, but the groups would only separate when they reached the Great Hall, and then reform once dinner was over. Even the professors had been drafted, and could be found answering difficult questions before and after class and in their offices during open hours. No one had tried to ambush Professor Snape in the hallway yet, but everyone else seemed to be fair game for the madly studying students. The Friday evening of the last weekend before testing would begin on Monday found all of the staff hiding behind locked doors in the staff room sharing a well-deserved, well-stocked bar and trying to catch their collective breaths. Minerva sipped her peach schnapps and sighed with relief as the smooth liquor slid down her throat, spreading a warm feeling outward through her body. My word, Albus, I don't think I've ever been asked so many questions before end of term, have you? Albus chuckled, his nose slightly red from his own Lynchburg lemo. Aid. Ah, no, I do believe the combination of Miss Granger and Mr. Potter will set the standards for OWLs and NEWTs impossibly high for many years from now. We have always had a few exceptional individuals, of course, but I suspect almost every student will do much better this year. Perenelle was sitting next to Nicholas, sipping on a bright red candy apple iced tea as her husband drank warm dark ale with appreciation. Are you complaining or bragging, Albus? I for one don't see why you are giving any credit to Mr. Potter. It is obviously Miss Granger who has orchestrated the massive tutoring schedule and keeps it running fairly smoothly. Severus would not let the mellow feeling his own absinthe paralysis gave him hinder him from sniping at his former enemy. Their truce was still too new for him to completely forget it all of the time, and traces of the old sarcastic and bitter potions master still snuck through, especially in unguarded moments. Phileas was a giggling drinker who never allowed himself to imbibe too much, but he did enjoy a good glog and was feeling particularly mellow as he sniffed the rich cinnamon, clove and cardamom in the delicate glass mug he held between his small hands. But Severus, surely you know that none of those students would have joined those study groups without Harry's support and encouragement. That boy is turning into a fine natural leader, you know. Of course you could see hints of it in past years, but he's really come into his own since Easter. He nodded his head at the Flamels in acknowledgement of their contribution and then turned to Sirius and Remus, who had identical mugs of fire whiskey. Small puffs of smoke emerged from their mouths as they breathed in and out. Sirius looked smugly over at the sour look on Snape's face and gloated, "Yeah, and I'd bet you every galleon in my family's vault that not a single student in any other house would have asked to join in without my son's leadership." He belched loudly and a small burst of bright red and orange flame streaked out of his mouth towards Snape. "Oh, excuse me, didn't mean to do that." He looked slightly embarrassed as the rest of the staff lounge started giggling, their usual inhibitions slightly dampened by the freely flowing bar. Many late-night studiers were surprised by the unexpected sounds of various people singing rowdy and very off-key tunes as the staff stumbled their way back to their quarters very, very late Friday night, or perhaps very, very early Saturday morning would be more accurate. Harry had insisted that no groups would be meeting for revising on Saturday and Sunday at all, though he admitted there was no way he could stop everyone from studying individually or with a friend or two, but he was adamant that most people take time off from their last-minute cramming to enjoy the beautiful June weekend. Impromptu Quidditch matches quickly turned into multi-house free-for-alls with no one keeping score, just playing tag and throwing and catching multiple quaffle balls while madly dashing about on zooming broomsticks. Ron started a round-robin chess tournament in the Great Hall, and the preliminary rounds would be played on Saturday with the final semifinals and finals scheduled for Sunday afternoon. Draco had proven to be an adept challenger, and the twins reported betting was almost even money on which of the two would ultimately win the competition. Harry had been shanghaied at the breakfast table by Professor McGonagall, closely followed by Professors Vector and Adiectus, who was the new arithmancy professor this year. He followed them to his head of house's office, wondering what he had done to be in trouble this close to the end of the year. He racked his brain but couldn't come up with anything, which was a huge difference from every other end of term since he had started at Hogwarts. "Mr. Potter, please have a seat." McGonagall motioned toward a chair that was placed with 3 other chairs in front of her fireplace. A low table held a steaming tea kettle and 4 cups along with a plate of vanilla, limo, and chocolate biscuits. "Am I in trouble, Professor? I don't think I've done anything lately." Harry scrunched his forehead up in worry as he searched for his transgression. Vector laughed with a lilting tinkle of humor as the deeper tenor of Adiectus joined in. "Oh no, Mr. Potter, though I was a little surprised when Patricia Stimpson and Kenneth Toller told me about a conversation you had with them a few weeks ago. McGonagall pursed her lips as she poured out 4 cups of tea and handed them around. I am rather disappointed that you didn't feel it necessary to share your knowledge of ancient runes and arithmancy with us. I was shocked to find out about your study of those subjects from other students. Professor Adiectus cleared his throat as he swallowed a bite of chocolate biscuit. Well, that's neither here nor there. What we propose, Mr. Potter, is to give you last year's end of term exam today, and if you score well enough, which I assure you we have no doubt of, we will provide you with the necessary paperwork to sit the OWLs in those subjects as well so that you can take them at the NEWT level next year. That is, we all fear that the non-NEWT level would be boring to say the least and without challenge to you, especially if you have been studying with Lady Ravenclaw. He looked a little odd as he spoke Harry's grandmother's name with reverence. Harry choked on the sip of tea he had just taken and made a mighty effort not to spew it out on his head of house as she leaned in to see if he was all right. He coughed mightily, finally managing to regain his breath, though his face was now beet red with the effort. Sure, I guess it won't hurt anything. I mean, if I don't pass, I can still take the regular classes, right? He looked around as the 3 professors nodded in agreement. McGonagall beamed at her favorite, little lion, and smiled a rare smile at him. And so, Harry found himself taking 2 surprisingly easy tests that Saturday morning before joining his friends and his disgruntled familiar for lunch in the Great Hall. He threaded his fingers through Amicus crest feathers, soothing his irritated griffin before pushing him off of the bench beside him and under the table where his own lunch awaited the hungry half-grown creature. And just why are you upset with me, Amicus? He mind spoke as he dug into his own lunch. Taking test always left him ravenous. I missed flying with you this morning. There were several Quidditch games played and you were stuck with Missy Cat Woman all morning. I certainly hope you intend to make it up to me this afternoon. Of course I do, Amicus. But the professors decided to let me take the preliminary tests so that I can take runes and arithmancy next year at the Newt level, and you know how much grandmother wants me to study them. Oh well, I forgive you as long as it makes her happy. And you are flying this afternoon with me, aren't you? Harry could hear contented rumples of satisfaction from the beast as he crunched his way through the bones the elves had given him. Nothing will keep me from it. I missed it too, you know. Harry then turned to Hermione and Ginny, who were sitting opposite him while Ron tried to listen over the sweet nothings Lavender was whispering to him from the other side. Harry explained what had happened to him that morning. Oh Harry, that's great. I know you'll do well. After all, you've done well in the study groups and you've never had any of the classes. Hermione was almost bubbling in excitement at the thought of having Harry with her in her classes next year. The group was just finishing up when a gently smiling Professor McGonagall stopped them from leaving and handed Harry a tightly rolled scroll of parchment with a satisfied nod of her head before she left them alone once more. Hermione looked over one shoulder while Ginny stood up on tiptoe trying to look over the other one. Harry raised his fist above his head and pumped it with a huge grin splitting his face. He reached a hand over both shoulders and gave both girls a weird sort of hug before leaving the Great Hall at a run, Amicus flowing lithely down the hall behind him as he headed for his grandparents' rooms to share the good news. Harry flew up the stairs, his feet barely touching the risers, Amicus flowing gracefully beside him. He clutched the results of his ancient runes and arithmancy tests tightly in his fist. A huge lopsided grin split his face, his dimples deeply etching his cheeks as he ran through the almost deserted hallways. With a quick muttered password, he grabbed the edge of the portrait that guarded his grandparents' quarters and pulled the too slow opening portrait aside so he could run in and throw himself into Perenelle's opening arms. She had stood up from the table, her lunch forgotten as she noticed the manic smile upon her grandson's face. She hugged him tightly as he gasped for breath. He waved the crumpled parchment in the air in the vague direction of his grandfather. Nicholas reached out and took the offered roll, reading it rapidly as his own smile spread. He grabbed both Perenelle and Harry in a group hug and planted a proud key on the slightly shorter boy's black hair while telling him, "I'm so proud of you, Harry. You did an excellent job." Perenelle let go of Harry and spun around in her husband's embrace, grabbing the roll of parchment out of Nicholas's hand. She squealed like a girl hundreds of years younger as she turned back around and gave her grandson an even bigger hug. Poor Harry was turning slightly blue from lack of oxygen before the two finally let him go, though Perenelle kept hold of his hand and pulled him over to a comfortable leather sofa to sit down beside her with her arm around his shoulder, pulling him close to her as she spoke. I am so proud of you. This is quite an accomplishment, you know, and you wouldn't have been able to do it without a lot of hard work. Harry basked in the warmth of their pride. He treasured it even more because this was something he had earned all on his own. No boy who lived adoration or special treatment, he had earned this all upon his own. He looked between the two Flamels and explained. Professor McGonagall brought me to her office this morning to meet with Professors Vector and Adiectus. They wanted me to take the end-of-year tests for both arithmancy and ancient runes because they had heard from some of the other students that I had been studying them with you, and they were afraid if I took them at the non-NEWT level next year they wouldn't challenge me, and I would be too bored in class. And so they gave me the tests this morning and I passed them so that I can take the OWLs in them next week. The three talked for another half an hour before Harry excused himself, telling them he had promised to fly with Amicus that afternoon and that the young Griffin was getting cranky and impatient. That and he would need to revise with Hermione and Kenneth if he was going to ace those OWLs. Draco and Pansy had kept their heads down since returning from the Easter holidays, but it hadn't been nearly as bad as they had first feared. Since there were so many Slytherin students now beholden for their continued schooling on Sirius Black, no one wanted to jeopardize that support by attacking the Wizard's ward. Draco had surprised himself by actually beginning to enjoy himself now that he didn't have to be Daddy's perfect little pureblood puppet for the Dark Lord. Blaise Zabini had emerged from the behind-the-scenes jostling as the new Slytherin leader. He and his family had always maintained strict neutrality when it came to the battle between Voldemort and Dumbledore, even though Blaise himself was leaning slightly toward supporting Harry and Dumbledore, especially now that he was a member of Harry's DA group and enjoying the feeling of camaraderie to all four houses. That position was gradually taking over in the once divided and embattled house, led by the 20 members of the DA. And after the first group of Slytherins had not only been accepted but then befriended by the other houses involved in Potter's DA, the ice had been broken. People were seeing new groups of mixed students from every combination of all four houses as the house boundaries blurred more and more. Harry and his friends had mostly ignored Draco in the beginning, but that first uneasy truce had led to a much easier fellow student type of relationship. Without the constant verbal jousting that had often escalated into the frequent physical attacks that had typified the Gryffindor-Slytherin relationship before, everyone in school benefited. The tension that had permeated the old castle had virtually dissolved before the normal tension of end-of-year tests spread once more, but without the added stress of hostile houses, it was more manageable than it had been in many long years. And the new Professor Snape had helped greatly. Potions classes with the improved Potions Master and the addition of Nicholas Flamel in most sessions made the classes much more bearable, and with the easy question and answer style of Nicholas's laid-back and infinitely patient teaching style, more and more students were beginning to actually look forward to the subject, instead of it being the ulcer-causing class it had once been. On the Sunday morning before his OWLs were to begin, Draco held the letter his mother had owled to him in stunned surprise as he sat next to Pansy at the Slytherin table. His mother had informed him that she was moving to France to accept an invitation to become the protocol and etiquette professor at Beauxbatons that Madame Maxime had proffered to her. She would be leaving the small home where they had spent the Easter holidays in the middle of July, and asked him to find alternate housing for the time she would be gone until the beginning of the next term. Narcissa had written that she was sorry for the short notice, but the offer had been a chance for her to begin her life again, and she hoped her son would be happy for her, and would understand and forgive her for leaving him. Sirius and Harry both noticed the sudden blanching of Draco's face as he clutched a crumpled piece of parchment tightly in one fist, his expression one of shocked disbelief and horror. Sirius caught Harry's eye and raised an eyebrow in question. When Harry gave a half nod in understanding, Sirius left the staff table and made his way down the Slytherin table to his ward. He put a strong hand on Draco's shoulder and asked the boy to follow him. Severus had noticed the interplay between his student and Sirius, and had swiftly followed the Dada professor and Draco out of the Great Hall. As the three exited and turned toward the stairs to go to Sirius' office, Harry stopped his father with a hand on his back. "What's going on, professors?" Harry was always careful to use the proper form of address for his adopted father when they were in public. Severus and Sirius both looked at a shell-shocked Draco and waited for the teen to answer. He just handed his letter to Professor Snape and stood there, his head bowed as his mind whirled, unable to form a coherent sentence to explain the turmoil that was churning and making him nauseous. Ah, well, that wasn't expected. Perhaps Mr. Potter should join in the discussion as it is likely to affect him also. Professor Snape said, his tone oddly flat. The four climbed the stairs to the fourth-floor corridor without speaking again until they reached the cluttered Dada office. Moving a few piles of parchment and books off of the chairs, Sirius had everyone sit down and looked at Severus to explain. Narcissa has been offered, and has accepted a position at Beauxbaton's Academy starting in mid-July. As such, Draco will need to find alternate accommodations for the summer holidays. I suspect it has been somewhat of a shock. That, in conjunction with the other upheavals in his life lately, has him somewhat distracted. Sirius looked at Harry, who glared for a moment before really thinking about everything that had happened to all of them since the middle of April, just 2 short months ago. His expression showed a wide range of emotions as he processed all of his feelings. He looked between the hopeful-looking Draco and the absolutely expressionless face of Professor Snape and made a decision, one he would not have been able to even comprehend before the recent upheavals. I will need to double-check with my grandparents, but I know they are planning on a large group of us spending the entire summer on the island. I do know that my grandfather was hoping to invite Professor Snape along to help teach potions, as well as to work on some experimental potions he is developing. I would not object to Draco spending the summer with the group. As long as the truce stands and he doesn't attack any of us, verbally or physically, well, unless we are practicing dueling in Dada, of course. A look of great pride shone from Sirius' eyes toward Harry before he turned and nodded at Draco, who had a look of wonder and growing hope in his pale gray eyes. I don't know what to say, Potter. I wouldn't have expected you to invite me, I was just hoping that Professor Black knew somewhere I could stay. Draco was at a loss for words as he looked around at the other three. Professor Snape had a pleased expression, though only the brightness of his eyes revealed his feelings. I would be honored to accept the invitation to spend the summer. I would need to return several weeks before term begins to replenish the potions and supplies needed, but I can grade end-of-term papers and exams, and develop my lesson plans on the island as well as in the castle. And I would like to experiment with Nicholas as well. Harry smiled, a true smile that made his eyes sparkle as he held out a hand toward Draco. Hello. My name is Harry James Ravenclaw Flammel Potter Black, but that's just too much of a mouthful. You can call me Harry. Draco stood and took the offered hand. I'm Draco Black, but call me Draco. The two teens solemnly and forcefully shook hands before the group settled down into a very pleasant discussion of logistics, before Draco left to go and owl his mother with the arrangements they had tentatively decided upon. Hermione had the entire Gryffindor 5th and 7th years up almost an hour and a half before breakfast would begin to give them a pep talk about general test-taking strategies. It's best if you read the entire test first, then go back and answer every question that you are sure of the answer, then the ones you think you know. Leave the most difficult ones for the end so that you don't run out of time, and not answer any that you are sure of. Sometimes you think of the answer to one you weren't sure of when you are answering one that you do know. And I know that everyone has learned this information backwards and forwards, so just relax and do your best. She looked pleased at the confident faces looking back at her, though many were still yawning a bit at the early hour. Harry stood up and finished off for her. Now we all know that Hermione will beat all of us, so that takes the pressure of trying to be first ranked off. I know that everyone will pass, we are Gryffindors after all. I am proud of each and every one of you, and I don't need a little scrap of parchment to know that. And no matter what the results, you are a winner to me and all the rest of the house. Now, eat a good breakfast, drink lots of strong coffee, and relax for the next couple of hours, no last-minute studying. And that's an order for all of you, Hermione especially. The group laughed as Hermione rolled her eyes and began to protest before Harry grabbed her with one arm around her shoulder and the other one clamped over her mouth so that she couldn't speak and pushed her towards the portrait hole to head down for breakfast. The laughing and teasing group followed Harry and Hermione through the portrait hole, and walked en masse down to breakfast, laughing even more when they noticed the bleary eyes and panicked expressions of their age mates in the other houses. Harry had charms first and thought that was a good class to begin with, since it was one of his strongest subjects. He had been surprised at how much he had learned while tutoring the other students in the subject, particularly the younger ones. He had to really know the subject in order to answer their questions, and be proficient enough himself in doing the charm to be able to help them correct any errors they had when they were casting it. The examiner looked pleased at Harry's charm's work, and even reached an old, gnarly hand out to shake the teen's hand when they were done. A smile and a knowing wink from the hunchbacked and bespectacled old wizard told Harry all he needed to know to leave with a smile of his own. He wasn't as sure of the next exam as it was ancient runes. But his grandmother had been tutoring him steadily, and he thought he did pretty well. He was both relieved and happy to find out that he knew all of the standard questions, and even 3 of the 4 extra credit problems. He wasn't as sure of the last problem, but he gave it his best shot and then left for lunch and his friends. He was surprised to find his grandmother waiting for him outside the testing room, and greeted her with a smile and a hug of welcome. "I did it, Grandma. I know I passed so I can take it with Hermione next year, though I don't know exactly how well I did." He let go of her and the two walked companionably down to the Great Hall talking comfortably about trivial matters. Before Harry peeled off to join Ron, Ginny and Neville at the Gryffindor table, whilst Perenelle continued on to sit between Albus and Nicholas, who was animatedly discussing some obscure and almost forgotten potion with Severus on his other side. Harry looked for Hermione but she apparently hadn't left the Ancient Runes exam yet, so he shrugged and piled his plate high with food. He was starved. 4 solid hours of exams had made him hungry. Hermione walked in several minutes later, looking around for the group. She flopped down and leaned tiredly against Harry's shoulder as she complained. "That was harder than I expected. Harry, did you know any of those bonus questions? I don't think we ever covered them in class or our reading before, and I know they weren't covered in our textbooks." Harry swallowed his bite of sandwich and looked at Hermione in surprise. He pulled out a spare piece of parchment from his pocket and quickly wrote out the problems and then showed Hermione what he had done with them. She looked gobsmacked and then somewhat angry. "How do you know how to do them, Harry? You weren't even in the class for the last 2 years." She huffed angrily at him. "Calm down, my own. You know I've been reading up, and my grandmother has been tutoring me in this and arithmancy since April. And I spent a longer time on the island than you did. I know the books I had to study from were much older than the current text. Perhaps they covered these and didn't cover some things that you know that I don't. I mean, not everything was on the test, now was it?" His tone was soothing, trying to placate his irate friend. She visibly deflated as she realized how she had sounded. "I'm sorry, Harry. That didn't come out very well, did it? I know you've been studying hard. I guess I'll just have to get used to the new you. The one I don't have to badger to study and the one that can beat me on tests." She still didn't look very happy about her friend's newfound learning skills as she filled her plate and began to eat slowly, still leaning against him. Harry leaned over and whispered in her ear. He had already explained about being a Ravenclaw heir to his friends on the island, but it wasn't common knowledge and he didn't want to discuss it too much here in the open. "Remember what grandmother explained about the locking of magic and learning ability that she released in the courthouse after the public acknowledgement? That's why I learn so quickly now. It has nothing to do with you and how hard you study. I will always have an unfair advantage in some things, but I will always need you to be my friend and my sister." He pulled back from her and looked at her, a trace of the old, uncertain Harry visible as he waited nervously for her answer. Hermione threw her arms around his neck and gave him a chaste kiss upon the cheek. "Oh, Harry, of course I will. I love you too, you know." Ron looked rather startled at her public display, and Ginny glared at her friend, her eyes narrowed and darkened. The 2 Weasleys understood when she continued. "I feel the same way about you, brother of my heart." Harry grinned and said, "Okay sis, now how about letting your starving brother go back to his lunch? And you need to eat too." When Lavender noticed the dark look that Ron had thrown Harry after he had key at Hermione and told her he loved her, she leaned against the redhead, her head on his shoulder as she demanded he pay attention to her instead of the other 2. "Oh, one would you like to go for a walk after the last exam and look at the lake?" She had a possessive and predatory look to her pretty face as she calculated how to separate Ron from Harry and Hermione. All three were laughing as they made their way back up to the castle after successfully completing their Care of Magical Creatures exam. After surviving a succession of Hagrid's interesting creatures for the last 2 years, the animals the ministry had asked about had been downright tame. Even Ron was positive he had made an O in the subject, even with the glares that Lavender kept shooting at him. The trio enjoyed their 20-minute break before Ron and Harry, with the ever-present Lavender attached to Ron's arm, split with Hermione as she went to take the Muggle Studies exam. The other 3 Gryffindors went to an unused classroom for the divination OWL. At least they didn't have to climb the long staircases up to the North Tower and put up with Professor Trelawney's constant predictions of Harry's unfortunate and invariably dreadfully painful demise, as well as the stifling and overpowering scent of her incense burning. As the 2 boys walked down the corridor, they tried to top each other in bizarre predictions for the other's future, as Lavender grew increasingly agitated with their spoofing of Trelawney's rather ethereal and obviously fake wispy voice. Luckily they reached the classroom door and had to split up to take seats in the long rows of chairs that surrounded the room, before Lavender grew angry enough to explode at them. Every 5th year to be tested in the subject sat talking quietly to their age mates as they waited for their turn. A group of 5 students at a time were called in alphabetical order, and led into the next room to take a seat at the widely scattered testing stations. An examiner sat at each table, a set of tarot cards, a pot of tea with a blue patterned teacup and matching saucer, a scrying bowl filled with a crystal clear liquid, and a crystal ball arrayed before them. Harry took his seat nervously in front of a middle-aged witch with a rather large mole right between her slightly bulging light brown eyes. He tried not to focus on it, but it was rather hard not to notice, as it had a long, thick and curling hair emerging out of the middle of the splotchy brown spot. He twisted his hands together in his lap, wondering madly how he was going to pass the test when he had never actually seen anything, and he and Ron had just made up their homework. Now to begin with, I will deal the tarot cards and then you will read them for me. Don't be nervous, just take your time and let the inner eye flow. Her voice didn't sound like Professor Trelawney, but her words were something the batty old fraud would say. Harry took several deep breaths as he watched her shuffle the slightly dog-eared deck, and then dealt them out with a well-practiced speed and dexterity. Harry looked at the cards, clearing his mind and hoping for some inspiration. He opened the memories in his mind to the section in his text that had to deal with tarot cards, and reviewed everything he had organized in his mind while he had been in the coma. With a sudden flash of insight, he began speaking, his tone flat but sure. The Chariot card heralds unexpected good news, but you will have delays and unexpected frustrations in your travel plans, so allow extra time. Combined with Temperance, you should avoid making any hasty decisions out of impatience. Your plans will succeed if you wait. Third is the Star card. You will have success in your endeavors, especially those in regards to educational and travel goals. Avoid self-doubt and negativity. You will have good luck in spite of your cynicism. And finally, the Justice card tells me you will succeed in your dealings with certain people. An old wrong will finally be righted, and good fortune and reward shall be yours for past efforts. Harry blinked several times as he drew his attention back to the room. He noticed the slightly open mouth of the examiner gaping at him and shrugged nervously. Are you all right, ma'am? He asked as the witch shook her head once and then schooled her expression to neutrality once more. Very good, Mr. Potter. Let me just take a moment to write that all down and then we will continue. Harry waited patiently, turning to observe the other students at the other tables. Malfoy, Draco seemed to be sweating as he looked blankly into the crystal ball setting in front of him, but Pavarti seemed excited as she spoke quickly to her examiner. He looked back around just as the witch finished writing on a piece of parchment with his name printed across the top. Now, Mr. Potter, please pour a cup of tea and then read it for me. Harry followed her directions, enjoying the warmth the little bit of tea he had poured gave him before swirling the leaves and then dumping the excess liquid out into the saucer as he had been taught. He held the cup in front of him, the handle to the right, and read the largest forms first. I see an apple, which signifies achievement. The bell at the top means I will receive good news soon. Hopefully that I have passed all of my tests. He gave a small grin to the witch as she motioned for him to continue. She was writing down what he was saying. He scrunched up his forehead as he turned the cup slightly to see if he could see anything more in the soggy mass. Well, I can see a rabbit and a snake, which means I need to have courage in the face of my enemy, and the dog at the bottom tells me a friend needs my help. That's all I can see. He handed the cup to the witch so that she could verify the images he had seen when she had finished writing down his reading, and held out her hand for the teacup. Excellent. I can tell you have studied hard and encouraged your inner eye. She shot a stream of water into the cup from her wand, and then scourgified the mess, readying the cup for the next student before putting it aside. She pushed forward the scrying bowl. Now I would like you to scry for a lost item for me. We have hidden several items around the castle, and I would like you to find one of them for me. Read this list carefully, and then see if you can spot one of the items on it. Harry took the proffered parchment and looked at the short list of 10 items. They were everyday items and he couldn't seem to get a visual image of any of them. He shut his eyes and cleared his mind, hoping to summon something to say to the woman who was watching him intently. He opened his mouth and then shut it abruptly as he saw a flash of something cross the bowl. He looked intently, clearing his mind once more. There, a small golden something. It was, he couldn't tell exactly what it was. His forehead wrinkled in concentration as he focused intently on the elusive image. He started speaking, his voice slightly vague as he concentrated on the image, rather than what he was saying. Professor Dumbledore has lost his Gringotts key. It was in his robe pocket and there was a hole in the lining. It is in the hem of his robe. Tell him to feel along the bottom of his dark blue robe with the golden stars, the one he was wearing when last he visited the ministry. It is within the lining. Harry leaned back and rubbed his tired eyes as he took a deep breath and waited for the woman to stop writing. She looked rather startled and then snapped her fingers for a house elf. When the little creature appeared, she handed it a folded piece of parchment upon which she had written what Harry had told her. Finally she had Harry look in the crystal ball, but his predictions had apparently run dry, and he just mumbled some more about her travel plans and seeing Dumbledore's key again. She nodded with satisfaction as she continued to scribble with her quill. Harry looked over and found to his surprise a very happy-looking headmaster coming over to the table he was sitting at, a golden Gringotts key clutched in his hand as he waved it at Harry. His blue eyes twinkled enough to rival one of the twins' firecrackers as he leaned over and whispered in the examiner's ear. When he had finished, he turned to Harry and gave him a half bow, saying, "Thank you, Harry. I have been looking all over for this key. I was afraid I had dropped it in the ministry building last week when I was there. Take care, and good luck with the rest of your exam." He nodded at the witch, and left the room just as Harry was dismissed for the evening. As they sat in the Gryffindor common room that night, Harry wasn't sure what he wanted to tell his friends about what had happened in divination. After all, he had always believed it was a dodgy subject at best, but how did that explain him finding Dumbledore's Gringotts key? After all, he hadn't even known it was missing, so how did he know where it was? He preened Hedwig's crest as Amicus rumbled a loud purring sound at his feet. Luckily Amicus and Hedwig not only tolerated each other, they had become good friends once they discovered they could play a bizarre, but very fun to watch, game of aerial tag. Of course, anyone watching would think the Griffin was hunting and the Snowy Owl would soon be lunch, but then it was really funny watching Hedwig chase the much larger and more ferocious Amicus when it was her turn to be it. Harry turned his attention back to the comfortable conversation between Neville, Hermione, and Ginny as he decided he would wait and discuss the peculiar exam with his grandmother instead. He tuned back into laugh as he listened to Ginny's revolted description of finding her brother and Lavender lip locked in a game of tongue tag as she was walking to dinner, and of how it had almost made her lose her appetite for the meal entirely. She smirked as she recounted telling the twins of her brother's location and activity, and watched them gleefully head in that direction. A few minutes later a very red-faced couple tried to sneak into the common room only to be met with gales of laughter. Both miscreants were covered with fake multicolored key and love bites all over every inch of exposed skin. Ron was fluctuating between embarrassment at being caught snogging in public, and ranting at what awaited George and Fred if he ever found them. Fleeing their laughing housemates, the two disappeared up their respective stairs and remained in hiding for the rest of the night. The remainder of the OWLs filled the rest of the week, and Harry knew he had done very well on all of them. He had been able to complete every transfiguration requested, though he went a little overboard when the wizard examiner had requested he conjure a teacup, and he had conjured an entire 10-piece sterling silver tea service, complete with engraved tea roses and ivy vines adorned with tiny leaves, in the shape of his initials. Dada was actually fun. He stood in front of the novice Auror who was doing the practical part of the testing, and disarmed the man in less than a minute. When he managed to repeat his success twice more, another older Auror was called over to test Harry. With a powerful ancient stunner that blasted through the wizard's shields rendered the poor man unconscious in less than a minute, the examiners grouped together and whispered frantically as Harry just stood by and watched them, unsure of what was going on. After several minutes, the headmaster himself stepped into the room and took a place opposite Harry, his wand out and ready as he faced his student. "When you are ready, Harry, just begin." Harry grinned. At last a worthwhile opponent. He flicked his wand as he said clearly, "Tarantalagra," soundlessly sending a body binding to the right of the old man at the same time. Dumbledore smiled and simply stepped to the right to avoid the first spell and was hit with the second one. His arms and legs frozen to his sides, he fell over immobilized as Harry walked up and took his wand from his frozen fingers, smiling down at his headmaster. "Finite incantatum. You walked right into that one, Professor." Harry was smirking as he released Dumbledore and handed him back the confiscated wand. Dumbledore stood up and smoothed out his robes as he faced Harry once more. "I shall be much more careful, young Harry. You shall not succeed like that again." He had a knowing gleam in his eyes as he took a ready stance once more. The entire room had stopped and was now watching the unusual duelers. Dumbledore flicked his wand, silently sending a beam of purple light directly at Harry's chest. Harry ducked under it and rolled to the left, regaining his feet rapidly as Sirius and Tonks had taught him, as he simultaneously sent a stunning spell in response. He felt the power of Dumbledore's spell as it washed over his back, and it startled him that the headmaster would use such power in an examination. Harry grinned as he realized that with that powerful attack, he was also free to use more powerful spells than he had been. Harry sent a series of annoying little spells that Dumbledore ducked and twirled to avoid, only once or twice having to shield against one. The older wizard was being kept busy, but he did manage to send a slicing hex that just grazed Harry's left shoulder, a slight red and oozing line of blood appearing in the neat slice in his school robe that the spell had made. Harry ignored the minor injury as he continued to send a steady stream of hexes and jinxes always moving around, making a very difficult target to hit. A stream of water hit Dumbledore's right leg, just below the knee and forced him to jump in the air to avoid it sweeping his leg out from under him so he didn't notice that Harry sent a soundless, glacius, and turned the pool of water on the stone floor into a sheet of solid ice just as Dumbledore landed on it. He went ass over teakettle, his robes flying up and giving everyone a brief glimpse of bright purple pants decorated with moving lightning bolts before he landed hard, knocking the wind out of him. A second silent spell had the headmaster struggling against the tightly wound ropes that held him. Harry walked up to the old mage and removed his wand from his grip once more, smirking down at the now very sore and irritated man. "Do you give up yet?" Dumbledore looked at the tester, one bushy eyebrow raised in question. Yes, that was almost exactly the 5 minutes required. Thank you very much for your assistance, Headmaster." Harry had removed the bindings while the unknown wizard was speaking and had an arm under Dumbledore's shoulder, helping him up from the floor after he had vanished both ropes and ice. Dumbledore shook Harry's hand and then the examiner's, before turning and limping out the door, one hand gently rubbing his backside where he had fallen hardest, his hair sticking out and his robes still askew as he shut the door behind him without saying a single word. Harry's very last examination was potions. A subject he had once hated and dreaded, it had become one of his favorites, mostly because of his grandfather's patient teaching and his own natural curiosity now combined with his newly awakened Ravenclaw thirst for knowledge. The new and more relaxed teaching of Severus Snape had also encouraged the once reluctant brewer to new levels of understanding and success. He had only been unsure of one or two questions about an obscure potion, and an even more obscure and almost extinct plant, but the practical had been to brew two relatively easy potions at the same time, a task he had excelled at. He smiled at the huge wizard who had proctored his practical exam. As he handed the man his 2 vials of potions. The dreamless sleep potion had been absolutely perfect in both color and viscosity. He had taken the decidedly vile tasting stuff enough times to be able to know it even without it being labeled. His grandfather had him make vats of the stuff for the infirmary's use when he had been on the island, so he didn't even have to read the directions he had been given for it. He wasn't as sure of the second potion. He had never had the need for a hair growth potion, but he thought it was brewed right, as it had matched the description given at the bottom of the parchment that had the directions. He walked out of the last classroom, and then down the stairs and out onto the grounds. He had almost an hour before lunch and he intended to take advantage of having finished the last test of the year. A group of students were hanging around the Quidditch pitch, so he ran down to join them. As he headed toward the broom shed to fetch his firebolt, Amicus and Hedwig spotted him from where they were flying high above the pitch. A loud hooting and a scream from the delighted Griffin made everyone look up with varying degrees of panic. With a predatory scream, Amicus plunged downward, his wings furled tightly to his body, his tail streaming straight out behind him. Hedwig couldn't keep up with the madly plummeting predator, but she was trying her own wings, pounding the air. The wind of Amicus' powerful wings beating to slow his dive made Harry's robes and hair twist and turn as if in a gale. Huge clouds of dust enveloped the two before it finally settled to the ground, and a very dusty and dirty Harry emerged, Amicus strutting beside him, as they made their way out to the center of the pitch. Kicking off in unison, the two rose rapidly to meet Hedwig where she circled high above the pitch once more, and then the three joined together in a flight to celebrate their freedom. Swooping and turning, diving and then climbing, the trio engaged in a strange aerial ballet that entranced everyone watching them, including 2 couples watching from the windows of the castle. Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall had heard the scream of the eagle and stopped their discussion of next year's budget proposals. They walked together to watch from the headmaster's tower, smiling at the sheer joy expressed by the rapidly flying trio. They watched for several minutes before returning to the budget, identical smiles still gracing their faces. And several floors below, Perenelle and Nicholas stood, arm in arm as they watched their grandson, the joy of their lives, as he flew with wild abandon, almost as much at home in the sky as the owl and the griffin. Nicholas turned and lifted Perenelle's chin with a gentle touch. He bent down and keyed her deeply. She sighed and leaned into him, enjoying his gentle key. They drew apart and smiled with love and deep affection at each other, before looking out the window once more. "I am so happy we found Harry," Nicholas murmured into his wife's hair as he watched his grandson. "So am I, love, so am I. I look forward to the coming summer as I haven't in many years. Having so many young people around makes me feel young again myself," Perenelle confided. "I too look forward to having all of them stay with us. And I promise not to disappear with Severus into the potions lab too often." Nicholas promised, though Perenelle knew it wasn't a promise that Nicholas would be able to keep. But she didn't mind. For the first time in a very long time, she wouldn't be alone while he lost himself in his brewing. She thought back on the revelations of the spring and sighed in contentment. Their lives would never be the same again, but she wouldn't give up knowing Harry and all of his friends and family, for anything. The two watched until the pitch emptied for lunch before leaving their quarters and walking arm in arm down the corridors to the Great Hall themselves. Harry couldn't believe it. He stood beside his bed making sure everything was packed and he had missed nothing. He smiled as he thought of never seeing the Dursleys ever again. His father would be meeting him at the King's Cross station before they went to Grimmauld Place for a couple of days. Sirius, Remus and he would be leaving then to go to Tir na Nog for the rest of the summer holidays. Which would be almost a year for them, once they reached the island. Most of his friends would be joining them, many for the entire time, but some for lesser amounts. The Weasleys' 4 youngest would go with them so that Arthur and Molly could work full-time with the Order, taking advantage of Voldemort's incapacity and lack of followers, to strengthen the resistance and make plans for his eventual return, though hopefully that wouldn't be for quite a while yet. Professor McGonagall had been granted guardianship of Lisa and Laura Turpin, and they would all be coming to the island in 2 weeks, so the deputy headmistress could finish her Hogwarts responsibilities until she would have to return 2 weeks before the term began once more. Draco would spend the first part of summer with his mother and then join the group on the island, as would Hermione, whose parents insisted that she join them on a long-arranged trip to Australia for the first half of summer holidays. Neville and Luna would visit back and forth as well as several of the others who were now serious charges, due to their changed family circumstances and his being the head of the House of Black now. Harry looked under his bed once more, shrank his trunk and put it into his jeans pocket. He straightened his school robes and ran a hand through his hair, trying in vain to get it to lay down flat. With Amicus loping gracefully beside him and Hedwig perched on his shoulder, he left the dorm for the last time as a fifth year. Saying a silent goodbye to his only home for the last 5 years, he smiled as he went down the winding staircase. It had taken many long and painful years, but finally Harry Potter was going home. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.